Chapter 201 Final Preparations. With the newfound force that was the 1 Night Foot Soldier Division, Rudra was feeling much more confident about the upcoming competition. The soldiers provided by Patricia were all peak tier 1 at level 75. Their strength far surpassed a normal adventurer's. Plus they were proficient in combat formations and military tactic. The soldiers were a cohesive unit who could work better together. Now that the matter of total forces was settled, he needed to decide on a plan of action. He had a rudimentary idea about what he wanted to do, but he was not foolish enough to think that he alone could come up with the best strategy. He decided to hold a meeting and take everyone's views on his plan. In the guild conference room, Rudra and all the elders gathered. Also Legolas, Princess Ruby, and Deputy Commander of One Night Forces Gimli was present. Gimli had hit it with Legolas apparently, as it was clear that both were very fond of each other. However, had this rivalry sparked as to who was better. Rudra found this rivalry interesting to say the least. It was a good thing for him, as both had a friendly rivalry going on to see whose division would slay more beasts. Rudra unfurled a map of Purple Haze City on the table and explained. Okay, here's what I have thought so far. We have buildings all over the city. In these positions that are at least 3-floor tall buildings, we will palsy the Archballisti. Saying so, he took a red marker and circled all buildings where Archballisti was to be placed in red. These are all the 1- and 2-story shops. Here we will have medical units, supplies, and nominal reinforcements to help someone retreat to safety and heal the injured. Saying so, he circled the 1- and 2-story shops with a blue marker. These are all the open fields and unconstructed grounds we own in the city. We will build reinforcement camps here, with no more than 100 troops in each camp. Saying so, Rudra drew a yellow circle over all the open fields in Purple Haze City. The plan of action is this. If we observe the map carefully, we will find out that in districts 3, 5, 7, and 12 we have the Archballisti Tower and reinforcement camp relatively close. It means that in these districts, we will have a strategic advantage when holding the lines. If we hold the lines at street number 11, 15, 16, and 19, we can push forward, retreat, and regroup easily without much hassle. With the Archballisti covering the troops from height, you will only need to hold the enemy beasts to get them showered by arrows. Hence in these districts, 4 districts, we will let the strong One Night Division hold the lines. With about 8,000 troops, 2,000 in each district. Gimli looked at the map and nodded. His liege was a capable commander. He was feeling warm to see that another One Night had brilliant military mind. In districts 1, 2, 4, and 6 there is the Archballisti Towers, and 3 of them at that in each district, bringing the total to 12 Archballisti Towers. However, only 1 reinforcement ground is available in these 4 districts. There are 7 medical centers available though. Hence in these districts, our strategy will be based around versatility. We will maneuver in areas around the Archballisti Towers, and not stray further out. We will have smaller party of 4 players roaming these districts. At any sign of serious danger, call for nominal reinforcements from the medical center, or fall back to medical center, and get yourself healed. For these districts, I wish to deploy 800 elite players, 1,000 One Night soldiers, and 1,000 archers. Also Neatswit will be responsible for these districts. Districts 8, 9, 10, 11 will be under Legolas and his Elven division. These are the most prosperous districts in Outer City, and have lots of high buildings and well-built structures. I'm not as knowledge as Sir Legolas in the military field, and would not dare to give him pointers. The distribution of Archballisti Towers, reinforcement camps, and medical units is before you. Please adopt the strategy you feel is best. Legolas nodded. He liked that the kid, although a brilliant commander, knew how to respect others too. Legolas was an esteemed elven archer. He had fought more battle than Rudra had heard about. Their experience was not comparable. Also he knew the elven division under him the best. Allowing him to work with a free hand was the best choice, and would lead to best results. Ruby, who was silently observing the war discussions, was mesmerized by it. The intricate panning and the serious atmosphere made her feel excited about the coming event. She was never allowed to watch such things in Vanaheim. She was so happy to be here in Purple Haze City. Now for the inner district. It will be headed by Vice Guild Master Karna and me. It will be the area that the stronger monsters will target, and where the royal military would be most concentrated. Our task there would be to assist the military and obtain the 100,000 merit points token. About 300 combat guild elites, all lifestyle guild elites, and the remaining One Night Division troops will be here. The guild headquarters will be our base of operations, as we have no other property inside Inner City. There are no Archballisti Towers or medical centers here, and the fight will be most brutal. Whether we can gain enough merit points to win the management rights or not depends on the performance here. Finally, SNG and his 300 assassin brethren under the guidance of Sir Johnny English will be responsible for information relay and disrupting other guilds in their kills. You will monitor all districts, relay information and serve as a link between all units. It is a crucial role. I hope you guys fulfill it well. Johnny nodded. He in his usual cool attitude said, "Don't worry, the opponents won't even know what hit them." // bonus chapter for hitting the power stone target of 4,000 stones. Special shout out to Josiah Templeton for the 1,000 coin gift. Thank you so much for the patronage. // Chapter 202 Recharging Batteries. The day of the war was almost upon them. With only 17 hours left before start of the event, Rudra gave everyone in the guild a mandatory 14-hour break and asked them to rest well before the fight started. All preparations were done. Each guild member was loaded with advanced potions stacked in their inventory. They all had been assigned their respective roles, and now only the battle lied ahead, while everyone else logged off from the game to get some rest before the hectic upcoming 48 hours. Rudra still sat in the conference room thinking about all the possibilities. What could he have missed? What else can he do better? Rudra was just like that. He took the maximum responsibility for the guild. And even when he was physically and mentally at his limit, he would not slack off. Instead, he would persevere for the guild. Ruby entered the conference room and saw Rudra alone staring at the map. She quietly took a seat in the corner, without disturbing his line of thought. After a while, Rudra buried his head in his hands and said, Stupid guild leader. Who gave you the stupid idea of making a guild with so few members? Idiot. Complete idiot. Your foolish ideals will now only cause problems for you. Ugh, why can't other first-rate guilds stay in their own cities? Why do you have to come to Purple Haze with 250,000 members? And why do I have to deal with 3 such idiotic guilds? Ag! Rudra ranted. Ruby was shocked to see such a side of the careful strategist and dignified guild leader. Then she bursted out laughing. Rudra was instantly jolted back to reality. He was shocked to see Ruby sitting there. His face turned from shock to embarrassment in a flash, as it turned red. Seeing Rudra's cute expression, Ruby laughed more. It gave the shyly glancing Rudra a very beautiful image of her full smile. Rudra's heart clenched in his chest. He found her smile ethereal. He said, embarrassed, Sorry, I did not know you were in here. Did you hear everything I said? Ruby nodded, wiping a small tear from her eye that came because she laughed too hard. Then she said, Don't worry, guild leader Shikuni. If you won without your ideals, would the victory really be worth it? It may be harder to win with your ideals intact, but the victory will sure be worth it, she said as she smiled. Rudra felt soothed by her consolation. That's right. The victory was only worth it if it was with his family, the elites. Rudra said. You are very wise, princess, Ruby replied. Father never let me practice real combat. Although I was taught archery and self-defense, I have never even killed a rabbit. My world was my books. I have read a lot about psychology, geography, science and magic. It is those books that made me wise. Rudra nodded. He understood that the princess had a thorough education. Rudra teased, wise and beautiful. You are the perfect princess, aren't you? Ruby blushed. She had never been teased so brazenly before. She was unable to retort, seeing her crystal white skin turning red. Rudra laughed. Her small pointy red nose was too cute for him to handle. After a while, Ruby asked shyly, Do you really think I am beautiful? Rudra replied, looking in her eyes. With all honesty, the most beautiful girl I have ever laid my eyes on. Ruby's blush turned a deeper red. She had men trying to gain her attention every day in Vanaheim. Yet she never had such a reaction to their flirtatious comments. But in front of Rudra, who would actually look at her with eyes saying that she was indeed the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, her defenses would crumble, turning her skin hue red. Rudra tapped her nose with his finger as she said, Have some rest, princess, and walked out of the room. His heart was racing with all kinds of emotions. However, he knew he had to get out of that room before he lost control of his mind. He had a major event upcoming, and he could not be distracted. Real world. Elite Tower. Rudra was inside the Elite Tower in Real World. Most of the guild members had went to sleep, but he still had a meeting to do with Ethan Gray, and he could not slack off yet. After all, Ethan was a 30% partner in the guild. Even though Rudra had autonomy over guild matters, and Ethan never interfered, Rudra still wanted to inform of their progress. He talked to Ethan about the upcoming event and his plans. Ethan carefully nodded and tried to understand. Ethan knew a bit about Rudra's plan when he asked him to recruit some administration personnel that could run a government. However, only now was he hearing the full version of it. Ethan's eyes widened when he understood that if Ridra could somehow gain control over the entire Hazelgrove Kingdom someday, it would be equal to having a $1 trillion corporation under his hands. Only now did Ethan understand the gravity of the upcoming event, and why winning it was necessary for Ridra. It was a small step in the grander picture, however an important one. Ridra had been working non-stop for so many hours that he was constantly yawning in his meeting with Ethan. Ethan could see how drained Ridra was. As the meeting progressed, Ridra's body posture started to slouch as he leaned his head on the table as he spoke. After the meeting was over, he just looked at Ethan and said, "I'm sleeping here for a while," and dozed off. Ethan laughed. Seems like his younger brother was working too hard. It was then that Naomi entered the room. Apparently she had some business about Mithun and Bonnie to discuss. If you are reading this book on any site except web novel, you are supporting pirated content. Please do not support piracy. You can read the same content on the original publishing platform web novel. If you are looking for more latest chapters, please read the book on web novel. Ethan put a finger on his lips as he pointed towards Ridra, telling Naomi to not make a sound. Naomi looked at the drooling guild leader sleeping as she chuckled. She had seen him play with Max before, and seeing him now, she could confirm that the mature guild leader was a child at heart. She found this quality extremely endearing. Ethan and Naomi proceeded to a separate room and discussed about their matters. While coming out, Naomi saw the sleeping Ridra. She sighed. She asked an attendant to make good coffee and bring a blanket. She covered Ridra with a blanket and put coffee beside him with a note that said, "Drink up. We need you at your best." She was about to leave, but seeing the defenseless cute guild leader of theirs, she could not control her urge. She ruffled his hair and ran away blushing as if she did a mischievous act. Ridra slept in peace with 9 hours left till the event started. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone. / Chapter 203 Start of the event. Ridra woke up refreshed. He was shocked to see a coffee and a note beside him as he woke up. He did not know who wrote the note, but whoever it was had beautiful handwriting. Ridra smiled. He was feeling upbeat because of this small gesture. He went down the gray tower elevator and out of the tower, as everyone from the staff politely bowed and greeted him. It was no secret by this point that Ridra was a big shot in Omega and quite close to the boss Ethan Gray. Everyone wanted to be in his good books. Ridra had a chauffeur waiting on him to take him back home. But since it was only 1 kilometer away, Ridra decided to take a quick jog to freshen himself up. Ridra did light stretches as he jogged towards his house, feeling energized and positive about the coming event. He knew he had to be at his best. He had good odds of winning. It was not as hopeless as the war against the Alliance, as he was actually strategically prepared. However, his victory was far from set in stone. Ridra went home, quickly greeted his mom and dad, and gave little Max a hug. As he went into his room and into the virtual world, he saw the familiar graphic of Welcome to Omega, before he was teleported back inside his guild hall in Purple Haze City. True Elite's Guild Hall, Purple Haze City. Subjugation of Beasts special event. The atmosphere inside the guild had taken a sharp turn. Only 3 hours remained until the event started, and members were starting to deploy to their respective posts in respective districts. The medical team had already dispatched, while the Lifestyle Guild had completed the task of ensuring that appropriate supplies were distributed and the archballistae were correctly mounted. The members inside the guild were now covered in full combat gear, contrast to the usual guild robes, as everyone seemed pumped for battle. SMG and Johnny nodded towards Ridra as they took their leave, followed by the 300 assassins, who were ready to start the intel relay going. Neatwit, covered in full armor, also took his leave, as he with the other 800 elites went towards their assigned districts. Neatwit had already organized them in smaller groups according to their classes to create a mini-balance unit. Legolas and Gimli had apparently already gone to their respective districts, as only a nominal amount of troops could be seen in the guild headquarters. There were about 100 elves that stayed in the guild HQ that were there to only ensure the safety of Princess Ruby. And from the 6,001 knight troops under him, he assigned 200 more to the guild headquarters for additional safety, and also stationed 2 elite members to relay information in case of emergency. Karna came in jogging, covered in full battle armor, and greeted Ridra. Ridra patted him on the back. Ridra knew that Karna would be under heavy pressure today. However, he trusted his friend. Yung was also with the group, as he was in his usual monk clothes. He bowed and did a polite namaste to the other 2 members. Yung was going to be the game changer today. Ridra knew it. His safety was of the utmost priority. Ridra asked Karna, How do you feel? Karna replied. Pretty good. I am fighting with guild leader Shikuni of the true elites. Victory is assured. Rudra smiled, embarrassed, but he did not refute his words. Instead, with determination, he said, Yes, we will win. We must win. The countdown hit to 5 seconds, 4.321. System announcement, Beast subjugation event under progress. Time left 48:00 hours. Respawn will be unavailable for the duration of the event. In case you die, you will be unable to log in until the event is over. Good luck, adventurers. Many were shocked to see this announcement. What do you mean respawn will be unavailable? It was not mentioned in the event description before. Some guilds were taken aback. They had not prepared for such a scenario. They had asked the members to go all out. If they die, they would compensate them for every death. They only needed to kill as much as they can. But now, with this restriction, they needed urgent change of plans. Our reincarnator long since knew about this. Hence he was not worried. Most of his forces were NPC troops, who did not have a respawn option. Hence they would only fight like their life depended on it. Sometimes Rudra felt as if, was the reason that the NPC were better than the players because they fought as if they had only one life? Did giving respawn to players make them complacent? However, his line of thoughts were broken as a screeching cry entered his ears. A wyvern flock had appeared in the skies of Purple Haze City. The event had started. The merits gain counter was up, showing a 0 sign in front of all guilds. The fight for supremacy of Purple Haze City started now. Rudra nodded towards Karna, and the 500 elites and 5,800 one-night infantry soldiers rolled out of the guild. The inner city was defended by high walls, and had military soldiers patrolling them. It was the place with the highest protection, but also the place where most fighting was going to take place. Emperor Amon was a necromancer. If Rudra's memory served right, he would only come out towards the very end of the event. When that creature appeared, there was still a lot of time till that creature came, however. The current objective of the guild was to assist the military and slay as many beasts as possible. Rudra's objective was to gain the 100,000 merit points token right from the start. And it shined brightly around the neck of the wizard he was all too familiar with. The right-hand man of Emperor Amon. Rahim. Chapter 204 Beast Tide 1. The Beast Tide approached Purple Haze City through the eastern part of the city. It was the part where Districts 8, 9, 10 were located. Rudra had long since known that this would be the case. Hence, he had deployed Legolas and the archers there. This is because the fastest and first approaching beasts were the flock of wyverns. The infantry was useless against them, and only the ranged classes could fight them. Legolas pulled back a flaming bow. As he stood there as calm as Mount Tai, observing his prey, he felt the wind speed and direction. When he felt that the moment was right, he let go of the arrow, which neatly pierced right through a wyvern's eye into its skull. Bam! The wyvern fell down from the sky, crashing into a nearby terrace. Dead. Following his lead, a swarm of arrows could be seen in the skies, as the extremely talented Elven division slaughtered the wyverns in the skies. Following the Elven archer slaughter was the Archballisti barrage, as the Archballisti mounted on top of 3-storied buildings began their relentless assault on the wyvern flock. It was a massive waste of arrows to say the least, as a lot of them missed the targets. However, its effects were undeniable, falling by the hundreds. 10 minutes into the Beast Tide, the guild with the highest merit points was the True Elites. Merit Board Rankings. 1. True Elites, 2,000 points. 2. Frozen Thorns, 1,300 points. 3. Eternal Rebels, 1,100 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 1094 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 294 points. 6. Elementals, 150 points. 342. Seed of Life, 0 points. 343. Pizza Lovers, 0 points. 344. Here to Stay, 0 points. For 20. Never Say Never, 0 points. The elites were off to a good start. However, their lead would not last long, as through northern, southern and eastern sides, the land beasts had arrived. Purple Haze City did have a rudimentary wall covering its borders, but in the outer district, the protection it offered was close to negligible. Only the inner district could be said to have appropriate defensive wall that could withstand a siege. Mutated rhinos, wolves, and mutated snow leopards were the first beasts to attack in the Beast Tide. They dashed towards the city, and the real fight began. Beasts charged into the humans, and the chaotic fight began. There were hundreds of thousands of beasts against hundreds of thousands of players. It was a sight to behold. Mutated rhinos lead the charge as they absolutely maul through lines of troops, swiftly followed by leopards. The wolves were intelligent creatures who hunted in packs. against the groups of humans who held their ground. The average beast strength was around level 35. However, their mutated status gave them stats of around level 37 beasts. There were a few higher level beasts also part of the group, which were elites or commanders. These beasts were around level 42-43. Overall, the human and beast counterparts were equally matched, with both sides losing some members. Districts 3-12 were engulfed in war, as all divisions of true elites had at least some part where they were actively fighting, calmly standing on the inner city wall. Rudra was observing the situation as it developed. He was not in a hurry for points or to fight. The fight would soon spread to districts 1-3 as entire outer city would be under attack then. The last area to fall would be inner city, but it would be the center of most chaotic fights. Beasts from all directions would swarm the inner city, contrary to the outer city where beasts would come only from one direction. There would be no safe zone in inner city. There would be no lines drawn to safeguard against incoming beast tides, and no places to fall. The strongest and most ferocious beasts would lead their kinsmen and attack the inner city. The weaker ones would already be killed in the outer city. Those who would reach the inner parts would undoubtedly be the strongest and highest level beasts of them all. Rudra estimated that there would be about 30 minutes before full-fledged fighting would start at the walls. His time to fight had not come yet. Now was the time for Neatwit and the other elites as well the NPCs to show their worth to the guild. Gimli's POV. 326, 327, 328, ha 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 ha. There is no way I would let that long-haired, long-nosed elven bouffon kill more beasts than I do. For the glory of the One Night family and humanity, I refuse to lose to that elf. Gah! He roared as he charged at a rhino head-on. It seemed like a stupid move to do, but when it was done by the bear of a man that Gimli was, who was 20 levels higher than the rhino, and a tier 2 soldier, then even the rhino could not match his strength. Lifting the rhino from his horn up, Gimli smashed it into the ground, cracking the ground underneath and crushing the beast's bones. Using his axe, he then slit his throat clean. 329. Ha ha, a stupid elf won't even have hit 100 yet. Gimli laughed. Men, hold tight. Don't let these snotty beasts hurt you, he commanded. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. The troops replied in high spirits. Legolas POV. 2,999. 3,000. 3,001. Humph. Dream on, Musclehead. You will not even have half the kills I do. If the great commander of elven forces loses to a human gorilla, I will not be able to show my face in Vanaheim, Legolas said. Men, don't give these mindless creatures an inch. Show them the might of Elven Division 1. Kill the beasts. Slay. / Sorry for the late chapter, guys. New week, new targets. 1 bonus chapter for every 1200 PS. 1 bonus chapter for every 100 golden tickets. We got a total of 12 bonus chapters last week. 7 from golden tickets and 5 from power stones. Congratulations. / Chapter 205 Beast Tide 2. Neatwit's POV. Monsters were everywhere, while everyone else was in groups of 4. He preferred to be alone. He was currently standing beside an archballisti at a 3-story building overlooking the war scenario. To be honest, his sector was not really performing that well. He was guarding the southern side of the city, and in face of the massive beast tide. The elites could only kill a few beasts before they needed to withdraw to safety. He had to personally help and rescue 2 groups, who were cornered by a wolf pack. Neatwit, using his legendary unnamed sword, turned the tides of the battle really quick as he killed the beasts. To his joy, he found out that killing the beasts in the beast tide, although did not give any loot, they still have EXPs for the kill as he leveled up. Level up. Player name, Neatwit. Title, Pioneer. Class, Warlock. Subclass, Bombmaker. LDL, 58. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 470 VIT, 350. Int, 290 STA, 360. PHY, 320. HP, 37. 000/37. 000. Unassigned stat points: shocked. Hidden stats: luck, charm, infamy, 0. Status: healthy. Equipment: pirate armor set, LV40. Doom bracelet. Shoulder pads: epic. Weapons: unnamed, semi-legendary. Common bow. Quiver of arrows. Assassin's daggers. Kunai knife. Skills: slash, jab, wind slash, dark devour, black rune attack. Class specific skills: supreme assaulter, supreme mage. Mount: gray wolf. Pet: none. He leveled up to 58. But the main point was not that he leveled up. The main point was that a part of his mentality changed. He started to see the Beast Tide as a huge opportunity for farming EXP. If used right, he could easily level up to level 62 or 63. There was no stopping him anymore, as he turned from a guarded squad captain into a berserk warrior in a matter of moments, brandishing his black rune sword as he sliced through beast hides as if it was paper. But trouble came knocking on his door soon. His exemplary fighting style had alarmed some nearby adventurers from other guilds, who wished to eliminate this merit farming machine. Although humans were supposed to fight beasts as common enemies, the primary reason why all guilds participated in this event was because of selfish motives. Victory was the only important destination, and the journey did not matter. A group of 5 adventurers from the guild elementals saw Neatwit's exposed back as he fought a mutated leopard and wanted to take advantage of the situation by backstabbing him. They were silently creeping up on him, when one of the party members said, "Jack, I think you should use Cutthroat. It will be done and dusted with one move." However, no response came from Jack. The adventurer found it weird as he said, "Did you hear me, you moron?" But as he turned around, he saw that his other 4 members were lying dead on the floor. Before he could scream or even blink his eyes, a dagger slit his throat using the skill Cutthroat. He fell on the ground dead. It was SMG who wiped the party members trying to sneak on Neatwit. He was in the area when he saw them sneaking up on a focused Neatwit. Alas, they died without making a sound. Only now did Neatwit notice SMG and he said, "Oh, SMG, did you know killing beasts gave you EXP? It's a good chance to increase levels." SMG gave him a thumbs up sign in response and escaped in the shadows. He had no intention of farming for EXP right now. His task at hand was far more important. About 2 hours passed since the event started, and the elite still had a small lead. However, it was only marginal now. Merit board rankings. 1. True Elites, 22,000 points. 2. Frozen Thorns, 21,300 points. 3. Eternal Rebels, 20,600 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 20,594 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 12,294 points. 6. Elementals, 11,150 points. 342. Seed of Life, 250 points. 343. Pizza Lovers, 230 points. 344. Here to Stay, 220 points. For 20, Never Say Never, eliminated. The others were catching up. They needed to pick up the pace. Johnny's POV. Johnny was roaming the streets of Sector 5. With his epic rated sword in hand, he was looking for players to kill. He was walking alone on the streets when he saw a giant mutated rhino. Mutated Rhino Chief, LV-55. Its skill charge and penetrate are devastatingly strong. A slightest contact will send you flying. Avoid at all costs. Johnny saw the beast from far. Then he checked the surroundings. There were a few adventurers here and there, but none were elites. He sighed in relief. He quickly turned his steps and ran. He had faith in his terrible luck. If the rhino even got a whiff of him, he would undoubtedly charge towards him in this entire crowd of players. If nobody was watching, then he had no shame in running away. However, unbeknownst to him, the rhino had already locked him on as his target. And although it was 50 meters behind Johnny, everyone in between Johnny and him were unfortunately in the violent rhino's rampaging path. Whatever street Johnny passed, soon players would be seen flying left and right. Screams could be heard wherever he passed through. Johnny had no idea that the bull was chasing him. He was running casually as he reminisced his time in Country F. He would often go for morning walks there while he was on the assassination mission. In the 10 minutes that he jogged, the rampaging rhino had sent over 1,200 players flying. Formations were broken. Even more players died because of the surrounding beasts gaining the upper hand. Only when 50 men teamed up to kill the beast that he met his end. Unbeknownst to Johnny, he had caused other guilds a massive headache to deal with. An assassin from True Elite's guild, who was watching the scene from the start, was but in awe of Sir Johnny. It was true that the guild leader had assigned them the role of disrupting other guilds. However, he believed that it meant to silently assassin some enemy guild members and run away. Never had he thought of such a novel way of disrupting others, especially while looking so calm as if it was a routine morning jog. His respect for Elder Johnny skyrocketed that day. Bonus chapter for hitting golden ticket target. Keep up the good work. Also join the Discord channel if you guys have not already. Link in synopsis. Chapter 206 Beast Tide 3. The fighting at the inner city wall became intense. Waves of beasts started to try and attack the massive wall in front of them. The rhinos would repeatedly ram into the walls, whereas the leopards would use their claws to directly scale the height of the walls. Alas, the wall was not made from reinforced concrete bricks. It was made from normal stone blended together by a holding paste. Under the repeated assault of the rhinos ramming in, it was slowly but surely cracking down. At this point, a massive wyvern flock entered the sky as a purple haze, easily having 20,000 members or more. And with all the sectors being busy with fighting the land troops, they flew in towards the inner district almost unhinged. Rudra saw the massive flock coming his way. As he unsheathed elven sword and Excalibur, he thought, so it begins. When the wyverns came close to the inner city skies, not wasting a single minute, Rudra activated the special ability of the elven sword. 10,000 cuts. 10,000 energy swords formed in the air, as Rudra launched them towards the wyvern flock. 12,000. 12,000. 12,000. 3,000. 1,100. A super effective move. The wyverns had inherently weak defenses. They were just birds with slightly thicker skins. They could not withstand the attack of the energy blades. Close to 3,000 wyverns perished, whereas 4,000 more got their wings clipped, causing them to lose their flight skill, while 3,000 more suffered injuries. Just like that, Rudra effectively took out about 30% of the wyvern flock out of action. The kills gained him a massive increase in HP, as he needed only 30 more to level up. The commander of royal forces, who was watching the scene preparing his own attack on the wyvern, saw Rudra's feat and nodded in appreciation. Plus 1,000 military assist points? Rudra smiled at the notification. In addition to the kill points, he also secured additional military assist points. He was quite happy. It was at this moment that the wall was breached by a charging rhino chief as he smashed a hole through the inner district wall. Waves of beasts poured through the opening. The real fight started now. Rudra nodded towards Karna, who understood his task. Karna immediately took 400 elites and went towards the direction where the wall was breached. Rudra kept close to the military commander and Rahim. His goal was not the small merit points gained by killing the beasts, but it was the 100,000 merit point bonus hanging around Rahim's neck. The token was supposed to be taken by adventurers, as stated in the rules, and hence, it was on display out of Rahim's neck. However, the token was more of a curse than a boon. Others only assumed the token to be a game's trope, a way to spicing things up for the city supremacy event. However, their assumption was far from the truth. Omega was a very rational game. Although it had an entertainment and gaming side to it, there would never be a mindless part in a storyline. The token was actually the reason behind the Beast Tide, and why the beasts were charging the inner city madly. The token was a part of the soul of the Beast King, the fallen immortal Phoenix. It was the cause behind the event. At the time of the second update, the Phoenix had reached the end of his life. When he died, his immortal soul broke into countless smaller pieces and scattered across the world. The power emanated by the Beast King's soul was the reason behind the Beast Tide. Any beast who were to consume this soul would gain a portion of the Beast King's power, while the Beast King's soul scattered throughout the world. Only the human kings were foolish enough to hold onto the tokens. The other races had long relinquished the tokens, as they did not wish for unnecessary trouble. And indeed, it was human greed that led to the incoming Beast Tide. Now the king wanted to use the adventurers to secure these tokens, and agreed to keep possession of the 100,000 merit points token. The adventurers will fight tooth and nail against the beasts, and after the fight, to gain the city management rights, turn over the token back to the king to encash on those 100,000 points. Hence, taking the token from Rahim was a double-edged sword. While it was true that if he managed to keep possession of the token till the end, the 100,000 points would help him a long way. However, it would also put his guild under immense pressure, as all the strong beasts would have their attention on the token holder. More and more holes were being punched into the walls, while existing ones had widened up. Many portions of the wall outright collapsed because of the lack of structural integrity. The inner city had turned into an all-out battlefield, with the strongest beasts concentrated here. At this time, Rudra looked at Yum, who smiled back at him in his monk robes. As he said, Amidba, I am ready when you are. Rudra grinned. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Taking the remaining 100 elites and the infantry troops from the One Night Division, Rudra charged straight into the flood of beasts as he made his way towards Rahim. Rudra's goal was clear. He would take the possession of the token right from the start. If the beasts wanted to come, then let them come. He had the greatest equalizer, Yum, by his side. Yum activated the Collector of Yin and Yang bracelet as he buffed every ally in the area of effect and sapped the strength of all the beasts in his vicinity, with a 20% increase in strength as well as a constant influx of stamina and mana. The elites started to run wild on the battlefield. as the weakened beasts were subjected to a massacre. // Today will be a 3-chapter day, as both Power Stone and Golden Ticket targets have been met. I have contracted the flu, hence I am down with mild fever. I also have ongoing external Viva exams since the last week. It has been a hard few days juggling between the story and my studies. But I have never failed to deliver on the due bonuses. I apologize for the shorter length of chapters, as well as a bit delay in giving the bonuses. But I hope you guys pardon it for this week // Chapter 207 found his match. On average, the beasts that breached into the inner district were between LV 47 LV 52. The average guild player's strength was constantly improving in the beast tide. As the more beasts they killed, the quicker they leveled up. However, with the average guild member's strength being only around level 49-50, they would have had a hard time fighting the beasts on equal grounds. However, with him providing a 20% stat boost to allies, while clipping the same from the enemy beasts, the beasts lost their edge as they were on the losing side. This became even more evident in the NPC soldiers of the One Knight Infantry Division, who were already level 70. For them, the battlefield turned into a slaughter field as they ran wild through the beasts. Ridra observed the situation for a while also participating in actively slaying the beasts. He leveled up. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus One Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus One Knight. Limit Breaker. Class: Knight. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 55. Tier: 1. Stats: AGI: 390 plus 195 IT, 390 plus 195. INT: 390 plus 195 STA, 390 plus 195. PHY: 390 plus 195 HP, 47,000/47,000. Unassigned stat points: Shocked. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Healthy. Equipment: Pirate Armor Set, LV 40. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Mysterious Egg, incubating, 145/200. He was using this opportunity to its fullest. He realized that such a leveling opportunity would not come often. Hence decided to make the most of it. Maneuvering the division into parts where the clash was the highest. He was testing whether they could hold on against the intense pressure for long. He had his doubts, especially when the group came very close to where Rahim was fighting. However, after half an hour of intense fight, when the group showed no signs of exhaustion, he got clarity that this group could make it. Rudra had heard the tales of the ultimate equalizer, the Monkium, and his battle control skill. However, he had never personally experienced it in action. Seeing its effects here today, he now understood why he was given that title. Not moving a single muscle on his body, he was the backbone of the entire division. His skill could be considered borderline game-breaking. Rudra thanked his lucky stars that he managed to recruit such a man into his guild, or the fight would have been infinitely more difficult to engage. Rudra approached near Wizard Rahim, who was using fire blasts after fire blasts in rapid succession towards beasts. It was a basic tier 1 spell that had very low mana consumption. However, when casted by a wizard of Rahim's caliber, it one-shot every beast it hit. Rudra fought shoulder to shoulder beside him, and when the chance came, he asked, "Sir Rahim, let me relieve you of that token on your chest." Rahim was chanting continuously, hence did not speak a word in reply. However, had a smirk on his face. Then he used a spell that Rudra was all too familiar with. Medivh's special spell. World of Fire. Flames erupted from Rahim's feet as violent streaks of fire incinerated the beasts around him in a 50-meter radius. Not a single ally was hurt. However, not a single beast was left alive. What exemplary control. What power. Rudra was left reminded about the glory of higher-tier wizards. Medivh could barely cast the spell under special conditions. However, neither was the power so powerful, and neither was the control so precise. He was left in awe. Rahim turned towards Rudra and said, "Sorry, Sir One Knight, but I cannot give you the token even if it is you." Only the strongest on the battlefield may carry this token. The consequences of a beast eating it would be devastating. If you want to gain this token, you would have to take it with your own effort. Saying so, he went back to casting basic fireballs against more and more beasts. Rudra understood the situation now. He also understood why nobody in his past life was able to get the 100,000 merit point token in Purple Haze City. He had assumed that because the Demolition Boys never needed it to gain management rights, that they never tried to take it. But only now, he realized that nobody claimed the token. Because nobody was capable enough to do it. However, Rudra grinned. He was not afraid of a challenge. If he had to sneak his way up to gaining the token, then be it. That's what he was going to do. Focusing back on the beasts that were closing in, he started his fight again. While in his mind, he started thinking of scenarios to get that token off of Rahim. However, unbeknownst to Rudra, a man was silently observing his actions. His movements were fluid and his sword art was exemplary. It was not a sword art based from the game, one based on flashy skills and wild swings, but a genuine sword art learned in the real world by fighting many sword masters, effortlessly killing beasts, sometimes even two with a single sword move. He was outperforming even the level 70 infantry soldiers in his kill count, all the while not even completely focusing on the battle. He was a character that Rudra would recognize instantly if he were to see him. His name was Edge, the guild leader of Eternal Rebels Guild, the man who sat at the throne of Hazelgrove Kingdom after toppling Emperor Amon in his past life. He was deemed as the ultimate opportunist, and he was eyeing Rudra currently, as he was waiting for the right time to strike. / bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Good job, everyone. Another bonus for the tickets coming up soon. / Chapter 208. Remember the name. The fighting had grown intense now. It had been 10 hours since the event started, and the elites still managed to keep a slight lead in the event. As Rudra expected, when other guilds took notice of the elite archballistes dishing out arrows after arrows coupled with the fact that they were on the top of the merits table, many guilds decided to take action and destroy the ballistae. However, Rudra had already given explicit instructions to deal with such situations. The entrance had long been sealed off with reinforced concrete, and the surroundings had strong elite patrol. If the attacking party did not attack from directly under the building, they would come inside the attack range of the ballistae, and the archer was instructed to redirect his fire towards the players if any hostility was shown. This made it very hard for opposing players to attack the ballistae. However, even with all these measures, 3 archballistae had been damaged and put out of action in the last 10 hours. And Rudra could imagine the number piling up over time. The rankings after 10 hours were as follows. Merit Board Rankings. 1. True Elites, 122,000 points. 2. Frozen Thorns, 111,300 points. 3. Eternal Rebels, 101,600 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 101,004 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 52,294 points. 6. Elementals, 25,150 points. 342. Seed of Life, 1,250 points. 343. Pizza Lovers, 1,230 points. 344. Here to Stay, 420 points. For 20, Never Say Never, eliminated. The beast tide showed no signs of slowing down, and slowly, but surely player numbers had started to chip down. The casualties had started to mount as many parties had 1 or 2 members whose lives were claimed by beasts. If in a party of 4 members, 1 member died, it increased the pressure on the other 3 considerably. It would only lead to a faster party wipe in due time. Luckily for the elites, their own superior skills as well as equipment, coupled with the advanced health potions they each had in their inventory, that gave a huge health boost quickly. The causalities were minimal. Only 4 elites had lost their lives in the first 10 hours. The teams were performing well, and the farming of merits was going at a decent rate. Rudra wanted to seal the merit gap by gaining the 100,000 merit points token. He had been eyeing Rahim for a long time now, but the wizard showed no opening for Rudra to exploit. After a long time, Rudra decided to create his own opening and stop waiting for it. He called over Karna for help, as he told him his plan. Rudra's plan was simple. In his observation, the only opening to exploit and get the token was when Rahim just finished casting a tier 2 or above spell. There would be a momentary pause. Rahim needed about 5 seconds to recover from casting such a heavy spell before he could continue with the barrage of fireballs. Rudra asked Karna to purposefully channel a few beasts towards Rahim. Facing a surge of beasts in his direction, Rahim was forced to dish out a heavy spell. As the single-shot fireballs were not cutting it out, Rahim casted the tier 2 spell. Earth Lance. As he put his palms together and placed them on the earth, spikes of earth rised up in an instant, impaling 25 beasts at once. For a moment Raheem took a breather as he straightened back up. Rudra saw his opening and instantly casted his blink spell to teleport right under Raheem. Clutching the token with one hand, Rudra used all the power in his feet to create distance. Raheem's eyes widened in shock. Rudra had appeared under him out of nowhere, and he still needed time to recover from the effects of casting the previous spell. Rudra immediately bolted, running as fast as he could, and gained the possession of the 100,000 points token. Purple Haze City notification. The Guild True Elites is in possession of the 100,000 points merit token. When he put sufficient distance between himself and Raheem, Rudra raised the token in his hands proudly as he let out a battle roar. He smiled looking at Karna, who was giving him a thumbs up. Things were seemingly going smooth, until out of nowhere some guy grabbed the token from Rudra's hands. Seemingly out of nowhere, Rudra was jolted to reality. He could see the guy steal his token as if everything happened in slow motion, however was powerless to move at all. The guy had a smirk on his face, and even winked at Rudra. Rudra knew that face very well. He was Edge, the guild leader of Eternal Rebels, the one who was the emperor of Hazelgrove Kingdom in his past life. He took the token and ran towards the edge of the inner city wall, where he paused and looked towards Rudra. He had a cold and mocking look with a sinister smile as he said, "Sorry kids, playtime is over. The real elites are in town now." Saying so, he jumped down the wall. Purple Haze City notification. The Guild Eternal Rebels is now in possession of the 100,000 merit points token. The rankings had seen a massive change. There was a new leader. Merit board rankings. 1. Eternal Rebels. 102,600 plus 100,000 points. 2. True Elites. 129,000 points. 3. Frozen Thorns. 112,300 points. 4. Twisting Serpents. 101,004 points. 5. Eternal Darkness. 52,594 points. 6. Elementals. 27,150 points. 342. Seed of Life. 1,250 points. 343. Pizza Lovers. 1,230 points. 344. Here to Stay. 520 points. For 20. Never Say Never. Eliminated. The Eternal Rebels just gained a massive lead in rankings. They went straight from third to first. Rudra was stunned. He never saw the man coming. He was sure that unlike him who used Blink, the man used no teleportation skill. Yet he managed to sneak up unnoticed, stole the token and even managed to taunt him before running away. For the first time since being reincarnated, Rudra was on the receiving side of humiliation and disbelief. He got bested by Edge. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Enjoy. / Chapter 209 Things Going South. Edge grabbed the token from Rudra and had started to mount his escape. Although Rudra was a bit shocked momentarily and unable to respond, Karna was not. Hot in pursuit, he followed Edge. Edge was running towards his guild stronghold in Sector 6, but was amused to see someone tailing him. Edge knew who was tailing him. He had been briefed about the man, the Vice Guild Master of True Elites Guild. A good swordsman with a heavy attack style. Without slowing down, Edge said, "Vice Guild Master Karna himself. What an honor." Karna sneered. He did not know who the thief was, but his cocky attitude was pissing him off. Karna increased his speed and was closing in on Edge. Edge understood his situation well. He was not an agility class player. He had chosen the class swordsman. Although his agility was not as poor as barbarian or wizard, it was not as good as thief, ranger or assassin. Then he thought of a devious plan. He grinned as he stopped running away and pulled out his sword. Karna was shocked to see that the thief had stopped running and had adopted a battle stance. Karna drew out Slaughterer and assumed a battle stance of his own. He said, "Surrender the token, thief!" His voice full of dignity and power, worthy of the stature of Vice Guild Master. Edge laughed as he said, My, as if you can beat me in a sword fight." Karna squinted his eyes. It seemed as if the enemy was an arrogant, boasting prick. Words would not work on such people. Sense needed to be beaten into them. Karna closed in and slashed Slaughterer at full power. The heavy epic rated blade collided with the thin one that Edge carried and sent him reeling back 5 steps. Karna smiled. As expected, the opponent was all talk and no fight. However, Edge seemed calm and unaffected. Karna charged in again, and this time so did Edge. Edge sidestepped Karna's swing. and pierced in his sword into Karna's gut to inflict a bit of damage, but quickly retreated before Karna's swing could hit him. 5,000. Karna was hit. Karna's eyes widened in disbelief. The opponent's movement as he dodged him was so sublime. He attacked and retreated in the perfect time. He realized that he better take this guy seriously, or else he would be in a lot of trouble. Karna took a more reserved stance, and now gauged the opponent more seriously. Edge laughed as he mocked. Getting serious too soon? Why don't you amuse me more? Dance for me! Saying so, he stepped in again to hit Karna. It seemed as if he was going for a lateral slash through the left. Karna decided to parry it with his sword, but at the last second, the sword changed angles. It still hit Slaughterer, which took the brunt of the attack. However, it managed to just graze the surface of Karna's waist. 200. A chip damage appeared. Ho! 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 I'll chip away at you till you die. You are not my match. Just by calling oneself elite doesn't mean you are one. Edge mocked Karna more. Now Karna was genuinely enraged. He could still tolerate personal insults, but he could never tolerate insults about his guild. And this was his mistake. As in his rage, he was too focused on Edge and forgot to scan his surroundings. Swoosh. 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 3 arrows impaled Karna. Edge smiled. The reinforcements from the guild had arrived. 10,000 critical hit. 10,000 critical hit. 10,000 critical hit. 35200 of Karna's max HP of 38,000 had been clipped. He was on red in the HP bar. As he immediately became vigilant, he looked at Edge with hate and distaste. The B***** mounted a sneak attack. Karna closed his eyes and used his mind's eye skill in the open for the first time ever. He summoned his other sword and Zoro's sword and used triple wielding. He deflected all the incoming arrows, as he assumed a very conservative battle stance made for defense. Edge frowned. How was the guy not dead after taking 3 arrows? And seemed like he had even more tricks up his sleeve. He could let him be and get away, but the chance to kill him was too tempting for him to pass up on. So you have a few tricks up your sleeve. You may have been my match if you were not so foolish to fight me alone. Who said this would be a one-on-one fight? This is a battlefield where numbers count. Your little guild and its 2,000 members may appear like a novel concept, but come real world, it's a pointless decision with no merits. Let me show you the power of a true first-rate guild. Vice leader, consider it to be a favor before you die. Saying so, he signaled his guild members to go all out. And 25 assaulters, 3 tanks, and 2 wizards charged towards a weak Karna with barely any HP left, while 5 archers covered the area from rooftops. Karna knew his time had come, but even so he fought valiantly, killing 17 assaulters, all 3 tanks, and 1 wizard with such low HP, before succumbing to a dastardly arrow by an archer. This was the first time since Omega started that he had died. He swore to remember this day and this attack, and pay it tenfold someday. His only regret was dying before he saw through the winning of the elites and his failure at retrieving the token. Before he died, his last words were, I leave it to you, guild leader. An information network assassin from True Elite's guild, who had been observing the situation from afar, contemplating on whether he should interrupt the enemies or not, while already have called for reinforcements, said in a pained voice, The Vice Guild Master is dead. The reinforcements stopped in their tracks, shocked. But Noon was as shocked as Rudra, who just thought Karna died. He was in denial. His mind was disoriented. Things were not following the intended plan. Things were going south. Chapter 210 Edge Rothschild. In the ancient times in the 1900s, there were 4 brothers in the Rothschild family in 4 cities that grew the family empire tenfold. Namely Nathan Mayer Rothschild in London, James Mayer de Rothschild in Paris, Karl Mayer von Rothschild in Naples, and Amschel Mayer Rothschild in Frankfurt. These 4 brothers grew the Rothschild family fortune from millions to billions of dollars in the 19th century. After that, strict inheritance laws and cousin marriage ensured that the family bloodline remained pure and untainted by outside influence. By the year 2050, the Rothschild were the richest family in the world, eclipsing the $100 trillion mark. After that, they were no longer in the public eye. 50 years had passed, and the total net worth of the family was a mystery. However, with over 100 male heirs in the family, the overall wealth was fairly equally distributed. And to stand out, one needed to gain merit on their own strength for the family to invest more into them. However, each Rothschild member still remained to be educated in the same manner that the ancestors were. Trained in traditional sword art as well as world-class secret martial art techniques collected over years of stockpiling by the family. The male members had genuine fighting experience. The Rothschild family was even tutored maths in the old-school way of using a piece of paper and pen, while using mental maths as a calculating device, and not graphic calculators. Even if it was considered an outdated practice and a futile thing by the world, the Rothschild believed it to train the brain muscles, hence emphasized on it. The result was a batch of high IQ male heirs who were business prodigies, as well as formidable fighters. However, none as prominent as Edge Rothschild, the black sheep of the family. An orphan whose both parents died in a car crash. A hungry wolf who clawed his way up the family ladder using only his wits and brute strength. He was given nothing. Every Rothschild member was entitled to $1 trillion the day they turned 15. However, his uncle only gave him $5 billion, withholding the other money. When he complained about it, none of the elders paid him any heed. The boy learned it early that he was entitled to nothing, and everything had to be snatched away. Dabbling in minor businesses here and there, Edge slowly built up his wealth. However, when he saw the potential in the Omega market, he immediately decided to go all in with his money in this project. He had spent $10 billion of his own money to start the Eternal Rebels Guild, the name suggesting his own life story. It was a first-rate guild, but his ambition was as big as making it above a super guild. While playing the game, Edge quickly realized that his swordsmanship and skills were far superior to the skills in the game. He needed no flashy moves. His understanding about the sword placed him in a league of his own. Originally, he never wanted to compete for the supremacy of Purple Haze City. However, when the true elites toppled the Alliance in the Miracle of the Century War, his hunger grew. Many members of the disbanded Alliance got recruited by his guild, and he experienced a good strength increase. Coupled with the fact that doing the maths, he realized that taking on the true elites was not as hard of a task as it seemed. He decided to fight for the territory. He was angered to know that 2 other first-rate guilds had the same idea. However, he was confident in his skills to pull this one through. Arrogant, domineering, but with a sound mind and excellent sword skills can be used to describe Edge Rothschild. Called the ultimate opportunist, he was a true wolf, and an elite by blood. Now that he had a 100,000 point lead, he was 80% sure of his victory. Through great intuition and observation, he took about 10 minutes to discern that there was more to the token than just the points. It served as a beast attractor, as a lot of beasts that were previously moving towards the inner city now rushed towards the 5th sector. Thinking quick on his feet, he recalled 100,000 guild members from various sectors to bring them back in the fight in Sector 5. With the beasts attracted by the token, there were perpetually endless beasts in Sector 5. While having so many members would make it that much more difficult for other guilds to take the token from him. Inside the sector, setting up a tight formation around himself, in the center of a 8-way massive wide crossroad, he deployed 10,000 troops to block each entranceway, while having 10,000 troops as reserve, and lots of archers firing volleys from range. Edge created an impregnable defense formation that constantly farmed merit points. It seemed as if the only thing they had to do now was to keep going as they were, and they would definitely win the event, widening the gap with other guilds. The final merit score at the end of day 1, 24 hours. Halfway into the event was Merit Board Rankings. 1. Eternal Rebels, 222,600 plus 100,000 points. 2. True Elites, 199,000 points. 3. Frozen Thorns, 192,300 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 171,004 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 92,594 points. 6. Elementals, 77,150 points. 342. Seed of Life, eliminated. 343. Pizza Lovers, eliminated. 344. Here to Stay, eliminated. For 20. Never Say Never, eliminated. The guild had widened the gap with another 130,000 merit points ahead of number 2. And if they managed to go at this rate for another 12 hours or so, he was sure that Noon could catch up to them at that rate. Since that was the case, he decided to disrupt the opposition. He gave instructions to 40,000 members. 20,000 to disrupt the workings of the True Elites Guild and 20,000 to disrupt the workings of Frozen Thorns Guild. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Enjoy / Chapter 211 Picking themselves back up. Rudra kept fighting half-heartedly ever since Karna died. He took charge of the entire inner district forces and fought valiantly in his massacre of the beasts. Even then, the gap between them and the Eternal Rebels was slowly but surely increasing. Rudra had never faced such a situation before. According to the scouts report, approaching Edge was impossible unless Rudra pulled out his entire army from all districts to barge into his stronghold. Even SMG could not go past unnoticed by the thousands of soldiers that guarded the 8-path crossway that lead to the circle where Edge was camping. For a moment it seemed like everything was going south, as Ridra had no answer to Edge's problem. Or so it seemed to the world. As more than 14 hours passed, and the first day of the event was over. Only 24 more hours till the event ended. Ridra admitted his mistake. He was careless. The token should have never slipped past his hands. He admitted that it was his mistake to be too stunned to take action and chase the fleeing Edge, when he had the opportunity to do so. With his stats, catching him before he went too far was not impossible. He admitted that it was his mistake that Karna got killed. He admitted them all, and resolved to improve in the future. This was not the reality that he once lived in, and not everything would always go as it was planned. He needed to learn to think on his feet, and behave like a true guild leader, and not just a damn reincarnator with future knowledge all the time. He needed to learn to face the present, and decide strategies based on present. Only then can he truly become a leader worthy of leading the true elites. Bouncing back, Ridra started to think on his feet. How could he turn this situation around? The current gap between themselves and the Eternal Rebels was created as they had the token. The token served as an attraction for all sorts of beasts, and although the formation set up by Edge is a stroke of genius, it would eventually be the cause of their downfall. Ridra planned to take the token because he planned to stay very close to the royal palace. And hence when that creature would come around 12 hours before the war ended, he would have forced Amon to fight it for him. However, Edge was in Sector 5. His army would be decimated if the creature went after him instead of being fought by Emperor Amon. Ridra thought about this rationally. He knew that nobody could match that beast here. Not one man. Not 100 men. Not 10,000 men. Not 100. 000 men, and not 1 million men. In front of that creature, Tier 1 troops were not even ants. Only powerhouses like Rahim and the Emperor could face that beast. Maybe Patricia and some other hidden big shots would also emerge. But one thing was for sure, that no player was coming even minutely close to fighting it, since that was the upcoming scenario. Ridra decided to wait for the creature to come here first, and only to act later on. He ordered the guild to continue farming beasts at the current rate, and that everything was under control. Although the guild members were worried after seeing the current situation on the merit board, they did not question the leader much. Most assumed that Ridra would somehow manage to gain the 100,000 points token, and they only needed to work hard towards filling the 30,000 point gap. Hence the guild members worked hard and killed beasts with all the effort they could muster. In the 26th hour, they managed to scale back 5,000 points, shortening the lead of Eternal Rebels by only 125k points. The merit board was like, merit board rankings. 1. Eternal Rebels, 230,000 plus 100,000 points. 2. True Elites, 205,000 points. 3. Frozen Thorns, 197,300 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 181,004 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 102,594 points. 6. Elementals, 87,150 points. 342. Seed of Life, eliminated. 343. Pizza Lovers, eliminated. 344. Here to Stay, eliminated. For 20. Never Say Never, eliminated. If they could keep this pace up for the remaining 22 hours, and the guild leader managed to get the token somehow, then they could still win this thing. Not giving up until the last minute. The guild fought with more intensity than ever. Ridra was focused on his fighting, when a disturbing piece of news entered his ears. A spy under SMG informed him that 20,000 troops were marching towards the sector where Neatwit was in charge, the most weakly guarded area for the elites, where they were most vulnerable. And it seemed they were there to kill the elites, as scuffles at the boundaries showed that they preferentially killed the elites and Frozen Thorn members. The spy cursed after delivering the information. It was unprofessional. However, he was too caught up in emotion. He had seen Vice Guild Master die, and now the rebels were killing their own. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He was supposed to be a cold and aloof assassin, however the elite were his family. And seeing them in trouble, he lost his cool. Ridra furrowed his eyebrows. This was a serious problem that needed to be handled immediately. He did not expect Edge to spare troops to focus on eliminating the opposition rather than widening the lead. Another error he had to learn from. Being someone with the future knowledge, he always had a solid plan A. However, his plan B was shaky, and plan C was garbage. He needed to learn this lesson that not everything would go as he thought it would, and that he could not always accurately predict what the opponents would do. Just because he himself was in Edge's place would not send troops to disrupt opponents. Does not mean that Edge would not either. He was not him, and he thought differently. Hence now that he had no answer or plan for the incoming assault. He had to think of a way to deal with it, and fast. // Shout out to KingSpy25i for the 1000 coin gift. Thank you so much for the patronage, brother. I'm happy to announce that my exams are over. Can get back to writing on time now. My health is still a bit on the low side. However, I'm on the road to recovery. // Chapter 212 The Making of a True Leader. For a minute there Rudra grit his teeth. Why did they choose to attack the sectors underneath Wit? Those sectors had no reinforcement centers. Sending troops as aid was impossible. He was really frustrated. Things seemed to get worse and worse by the second. He had hit the lowest point in his career as a guild leader right now. Just when things seemed to be in his control, something unexpected would happen. It was at this point that an unexpected memory flashed in his mind. He was playing with his little brother Max, who had asked him a new math riddle he had learned in first grade. Rudra had thought hard and logically about the problem, but he could not solve it. It was hilarious as little Max kept laughing and teased his big brother to not know something so simple. Finally, the answer to the problem was so simple and out of the box. It just needed to be approached with a bit of creativity. That day Rudra had learnt that not everything had to be done logically. Sometimes creativity could be the solution to a problem. As this memory flashed across his mind, he calmed down. The face of an innocent smiling Max with one teeth broken flashed in his mind. He smiled. He was back in control of his emotions. Rudra thought, that's right. Why am I thinking about reinforcements? Agreed that it is the logical approach to this problem. However, since it won't work, let's try a creative approach. Thinking about it for a while with a calm mind, Rudra realized a crucial detail. A single district was currently filled with members from hundreds of guilds, and lots of solo adventurer parties, who were here to farm EXP. The battlefield was not a warfield where there was only allies and enemies. Here there were bystanders, strangers and other parties present too, and the only way to recognize an elite was by the guild robes and insignia. If the members just discarded the guild robes and insignia, they could just blend in as a solo adventurer group. This was especially true for the districts Neatwit was in charge of. Its structure composed of parties of 4 guild members. They could easily disguise themselves as small adventurer groups. Rudra grinned. This plan was brilliant. Such a simple solution to a seemingly complex problem. He would make sure to hug little Max once he went back home and buy him tons of ice cream. That kid was a lifesaver. Rudra said. Relay the command to Neatwit's unit. Remove all items carrying the guild insignia and blend in as solo adventurer parties. Let's see how long they take to sniff our members out, and how many groups they piss off in the process. The spy nodded and immediately acted upon the order. He was inwardly highly impressed by the guild leader's strategy. It was commendable. He felt reassured. The leader was someone with vision. With him at the top of the guild, it was only a matter of time before they rose to even greater heights. The information about the attacking enemy had already long reached Neatwit. He was worried sick, as he had no methods to deal with the 20,000 troops without leaving the areas assigned to him and retreat completely. But that would only mean that lower merits would be farmed by the guild, as the archballistes would be destroyed as well as the guild would lose a strategic location for farming merits. He was hoping Rudra found a solution to this problem. When the information spy relayed Rudra's instructions to Neatwit, Neatwit just laughed for 1 full minute. Such a simple method. Yet he knew he could have never thought about it. He quickly passed the information as within next 20 minutes all the elites had removed all identifying items and began to fight as solo adventurers. The members from Eternal Rebels swooped in street by street and passed straight by the elites, not having a single clue it was them. A few of them guarding the archballisti also created a ruckus about how the Eternal Rebel Guild members were asserting domination and bullying solo adventurer groups. The small spark soon turned into a massive flame, as elite members disguised as solo adventurers began calling out the passing Eternal Rebels. Little by little the actual solo adventurers started to get riled up, as fights started to break out in some parts. Then a third-rate guild party somehow lost a member in the crucifier between a scuffle, and little by little the fights became more and more profound and began to break out with everyone. Everyone was already pissed at the Eternal Rebels for holding the #1 spot. Hence when the chance came, absolutely everyone started attacking their members like hungry wolves. Things did not go well for the 20,000 troops sent by Edge then, as although they entered the sectors to hunt the elites, not a single one made it out alive. Even the existing members in those sectors, who had been fighting there since the start, had been killed by the public outrage because of their association with the Eternal Rebels Guild. The tables had turned because of a simple event. As the predators became the prey, the number became outnumbered, and the strategy that Edge made to disrupt other guilds backfired into him losing his members for nothing. causing the elites to gain back the merit point lead and shorten it to only 110k points. The Frozen Thorn Guild had suffered losses, as they had chosen to fight the Eternal Rebels head-on. In the clash of those two guilds, both lost lots of members, causing even the Frozen Thorn to slip in the rankings. Finally, with 34 hours into the event, the merit board was: Merit board rankings. 1. Eternal Rebels, 310,000 plus 100,000 points. 2. True Elites, 300,000 points. 3. Frozen Thorns, 290,300 points. 4. Twisting Serpents, 271,004 points. 5. Eternal Darkness, 122,594 points. 6. Elementals, 107,150 points. 342. Seed of Life, eliminated. 343. Pizza Lovers, eliminated. 344. Here to Stay, eliminated. For 20. Never Say Never, eliminated. / bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Good job all. / Chapter 213. The Dragon Arrives. The next few hours were bad for the Eternal Rebels. At the 36th hour mark, the elites had shortened the gap to under 100k merit points, meaning the only thing that the rebels had over them now was that token. The guild members had worked hard in the last half day. The collective sentiment of the group is what had pushed them to get to this point, where they came back from a very disadvantageous position up to here. Now they had to maintain this position and trust that their guild leader would somehow get his hands on the 100,000 point token. All eyes were on Rudra now. Even Edge figured out so much that the moment where he lost the 100,000 token would be the moment he would lose the management rights to the city. He did not expect that his move to send out troops to cause trouble for the elites and Frozen Thorns would backfire on him. However, thinking quick on his feet, he recalled more and more troops towards the base in District 5. He calculated that he only needed to somehow maintain the current rate and keep the 100,000 point merit token somehow safe. And victory was assured. The elites were indeed gaining about 5,000 merit points on them each hour. They had about 95,000 point lead. Normally, without the token at this rate, it would take the elites about 19 hours to fill the gap. But the event ended in 12 hours. Hence, the best strategy was to keep the possession of the token as the highest priority. What he thought was not illogical. It was very much the best way. Retrieving troops and reinforcing his current location into a swarm of players seemed like a good idea to keep the token safe, as the beasts would keep flooding towards their direction for the token. Merits could still be farmed. However, in reality, it would turn out to be their death knell. As just a few minutes past the 36-hour mark, a deafening roar was heard throughout the city. You have been affected by Dragon's Intimidation, all stats reduced by 70%. You have been paralyzed in fear. Movement unavailable for 5 seconds. A massive beast could be seen in the sky. Its individual wings were as big as 747 jets. As massive as a football stadium in air. With scales as red as blood. And spikes on its back. It looked ferocious. However, instead of the calm, intelligent eyes of a true dragon, it had the eyes of a bloodlusty beast. A mutant. Mutated Fire Dragon Estidor, power level, Tier 4 LV 180, HP, 10, 000, 000/10, 000, 000, threat level, Calamity class, a fire dragon. That mutated at a young age. It has gained infamy as the ruthless beast that burns everything to ashes. If you encounter it, just pray and run. Do not engage. A named monster. A mutated dragon. A Tier 4 creature. It just made you feel inferior when you looked at its massive frame. Humans were to dragons what ants were to humans. The small insignificant beings that did not even need effort to be trampled on. The sheer presence of the dragon reduced the stats of normal Tier 1 adventurers by 70%. While even looking at it could paralyze you in fear. Noon under Tier 3 could hope to engage a dragon, while only beings in the Tier 4 could actually have a chance while fighting against it. Even then, it would take about 4 or 5 such people giving their 100% in the fight to take such a beast down. Edge had a bad feeling in his chest. From the moment he saw the dragon. If the dragon was also here for the token, then he was screwed. He wanted to move. He wanted to run away. But the moment he glanced at the dragon, who was looking towards him, he accidentally looked into his eyes. You have been paralyzed by dragon's fear. Movement disabled for 20s. He was paralyzed in fear. He could feel the dragon closing in. The Eternal Rebels Guild members started to scream when they realized that the dragon was headed straight towards them. Some struggled to run away with 70% stat reduction, while some chose to fight. However, the pitiful tier 1 spells and arrows could not even scratch the dragon, while some did a pitiful damage of 1. Then it happened. The dragon inhaled air and spewed out a massive fire through his mouth. A powerful fire blast by a tier 4 fire dragon wiped out the entire 120,000 members of the Eternal Rebels Guild gathered in one location. In one single move, the once wide 8-way crossroad, after the aftermath of that attack, now looked as if lava had just flown through the streets, with charred ground everywhere and ashes of the once alive players. It seemed as if the chapter of the Eternal Rebels Guild was sealed and done for, with only some pitiful 30-40k members still alive. And however, the dragon roared in frustration. It seemed as if the man with the token was somehow alive and now running away. Edge, with his half-burned body and a critically red HP bar, was now running for his life, clutching onto the 100,000 point token. Even burnt, he was not deterred. He believed in himself. He would somehow see this through. However, unbeknownst to him, the predator had now become the prey. Just as how he had eyed Rudra before, now it was Rudra's turn. Not only was the dragon on his tail, but even Rudra was only waiting for a chance to take back the stolen token. // Shout out to KingSpy25, I for the 1,000 coin gift, and to Cervantes91 for the 5,000 coin gift. Thanks a lot, guys. You have filled the gap needed for hitting the golden ticket target, hence a bonus will be released soon. Good job, golden ticket department. // Chapter 214 Twist. The dragon was not only a destructive presence for the players, but for the beasts as well. The beasts, who were once ferocious and charging towards the beast token, now whimpered away in fear. The alpha of the entire jungle had arrived. They could only give way or die. The single fire blast that took out hundreds of thousands of Eternal Rebel members also killed lots of beasts unfortunate to come in the crossfire range. Now that it sensed that the ant-human was running away, it roared in anger. The dragon needed time to get its massive frame to flight. It chose to run behind the fleeing adventurer. It took a step forward. Thump! A small vibration could be felt throughout the city because of its weight. Thump! The dragon closed in to about 50 meters distance between himself and Edge. Thump! The dragon was now only one street away from Edge. The dragon took in a huge breath and then let out a devastating second fire blast. Boom! Building melted. Innocent citizens died. Not even traces of beasts that were out in those streets was left, while some unfortunate adventurers who came in its crossfire died. But even so, somehow Edge had avoided the blast and was still going. The dragon was really frustrated now. This is exactly why Rudra did not go after Edge immediately after he saw his HP to be so low, but waited for the dragon to act first. He wanted to see Edge's hidden cards. It seemed as if Edge also had the blink skill, as at the last possible second, he would blink himself away from the range of the fire blast. Rudra laughed. What a sneaky bee ********. However, that changed into a cold look of a predator very soon. Rudra, now that he knew Edge's hidden card, he no longer hesitated in killing him. Edge had to pay after all. Pay for mocking his guild and pay for the death of Vice Guild Master Karna. Rudra chased after Edge, and when he thought he was sufficiently in range, he used Blink to teleport right in front of a running Edge, his blade moving for his neck. Edge was shocked to see the incoming attack, but he used Blink to avoid the strike in the brink of the time. He teleported to the nearby building top. However, Rudra had long expected him to do so, as a massive thunderblast was waiting for him at the spot he teleported. Edge was shocked to see that Rudra had accurately predicted his response and set up such an intricate trap for him. He knew it at that point that he was going to die. He was a bit frustrated and regretful, to say the least. He thought he could win the management rights to Purple Haze City. It would have expedited him and put him on the fast lane to achieve his goals. However, now he would not even have a developed town as his base. His sure-shot plan B was a place called New Water County. It was a relatively small village near a beautiful waterfall. The management rights of that place would not give him much, as the guild's population would be larger than the NPC population of the location, and he would need to spend much effort and resources developing the place. He looked towards Rudra, whose eyes only had a cold look and face had a confident grin. It was the same look his father would have when he was about to fleece a major business deal. The look of a predator in control. Interesting, was his last thought before the thunderblast zapped him out to death. Rudra regained the possession of the 100,000 merit points token as a system notification followed. Purple Haze City notification. The Guild True Elites is now in possession of the 100,000 merit points token. The elites were back in possession of the token. The merit table saw a huge shift. Merit board rankings. 1. True elites, 330,000 points, plus 100,000 points. 2. Eternal rebels, 317,000 points. 3. Frozen thorns, 316,300 points. 4. Twisting serpents, 291,004 points. 5. Eternal darkness, 125,594 points. 6. Elementals, 109,150 points. 342. Seed of life, eliminated. 343. Pizza lovers, eliminated. 344. Here to stay, eliminated. For 20. Never say never, eliminated. The true elites members all over the map breathed a sigh of relief. The guild master did it. Some broke out in cheer, while some hugged the members around them. It was just a joyful moment for all. It would be a lie to say that nobody had no doubt whatsoever. However, everyone hoped for the guild leader's victory. And the guild leader did indeed pull through. Neatwood looked at the notification and grinned, saying, "Alright, you did it." Johnny looked at the notification and said, "Took your sweet time. Didn't you?" "Bah, whatever." Yum looked at the notification and said, "Bah." SMG looked at the notification and said, "Never had a doubt." Pink Lotus looked at the notification and said, "That's why I like him." KYA? Being in the elites is so much better than being in the dumb alliance. Naomi looked at the notification and said, "I hope he's fine." She was more worried about Rudra's well-being than the merit points. To her, that was more important than winning or losing. And her worry was not pointless, as currently Rudra was being tailed by a massive tier 4 monster. As much as Rudra wanted to see, how much has the dragon gained on me? He resisted the urge to look towards the dragon, as he knew that the moment he did, it would be game over, and he would be paralyzed in fear, running towards the inner district with all his might. Rudra had only one goal in mind, which was reaching the royal palace. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Enjoy, you guys. You deserve it. The next bonus chapter is only 50 tickets away. Kami and you all we can get there today itself. / Chapter 215, a narrow escape. Rudra ran with all his might. Although he was a tier 1 player, his stats rivaled a normal tier 2 players. He was incredibly agile. Even so, the dragon was slowly but surely closing in on him. And Rudra kept twisting and turning and changing lanes to keep him distracted. Then Rudra heard it. The annulling of air. It signaled that the dragon was preparing for the fire blast. Rudra counted to 3 in his mind, and then instantly used Blink to teleport 2 streets to the right, and boy did that decision save his life. A wicked fire blast covered the place where it was initially at, the entire street being melted down. Rudra could feel the heat of the attack even from 2 streets away. Rudra had goosebumps at that moment. He understood that the margin for error here was non-existent. It was either make it or break it. There was no way that he got caught in the fire blast and still made it out alive. Taking some turns, Rudra bolted towards the inner district. Rudra needed 5 more minutes to reach the walls of inner district. While he was running, however, his eyes flashed for a second with a guild member whom he was all too familiar with. Sir Johnny, who gave him a small nod. From the moment that the giant dragon appeared in the sky, Johnny had been trying to move as far away from it as possible. He was initially at the exact location of its first fire blast, near the Eternal Rebels camp. From there he ran and ran. However, wherever he went, fireballs followed. In the last fireball attack from the dragon, he felt humiliated that a small piece of clothing on his bomb caught fire, and he had to run around town with his on fire. He decided then and there that enough was enough. He would no longer take this humiliation. Turning around, he made up his mind that he would no longer run from the dragon, but face it. He started to move towards the dragon. Midway, he was shocked to see the guild leader running away from the dragon. Johnny felt nostalgic. The kid was facing the same troubles he did. Hence he gave him a nod. The nod said, "Don't worry. I'll handle the big lizard." The dragon was closing in. It was only interested in chasing Rudra. Hence, it was bound to follow his trail. However, the dragon was unexpectedly met with a shout from another man. Johnny shouted, "Listen up, you big stinky lizard. In the ancient country of China, there were 0 lizards left, because the moment they saw one, they would grill it and eat it. Just imagine if you actually appeared there instead of Purple Haze. Currently an entire city would be hunting for your meat." Ha 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 ha. The mutated dragon was a dragon. Nonetheless, it had immense pride in itself. When the insult landed its ears, it was clearly angered. Johnny continued, "Come! Use that nasty fire attack of yours. Others may be fooled by it as a genuine attack. But I know for a fact that it is just stomach acidity. You have not digested your meal, and now are burping fire. Ha ha ha, what an uncultured beast. The dragon was enraged now. It started to big inhale, but seemingly waiting for this moment. SMG appeared out of nowhere, and used a stinky mist potion, and threw it at the dragon's face. The stinky mist exploded in its face, and the extremely unpleasant odor caused it to cough. Cough. Cough cough. The entire ground tremored violently at its every cough. SMG appeared beside Johnny and said, "You did a good job of distracting it, sir." Johnny replied, "Of course, kid, who do you think I am?" SMG smiled, and said, "Let's go, sir. He would recover soon." Johnny shook his head and said, "You go, kid. I got to see this through to the end." Saying so, Johnny tried to look cool as he walked towards the dragon with the sword in hand. SMG, sensing the situation, quickly bolted. The moment Johnny actually looked towards the dragon, though, he was paralyzed in fear. You have been paralyzed in fear for 10 seconds. The dragon breathed an enormous fireball that destroyed not only Johnny's body, but even the ashes were not left after the attack. SMG, who saw this, was like, Johnny was dead. However, the fact of the matter was that he bought Rudra valuable time. Rudra was almost at the inner city wall now, and with the distance between him and the dragon, it was safe to say that he would make it. While SMG found Johnny's death to be pointless, and it pretty much was, a certain onlooking spy misunderstood his death as a noble sacrifice for the guild. He believed that Sir Johnny took the attack so that the dragon would not go after other members of the guild, and that the guild leader would have enough time to escape. He sacrificed himself for buying the guild a few seconds of time. His heart moved, and he swore that the sacrifice of Sir Johnny would not be left unnoticed. He would tell everyone of his brave deed. The dragon, after taking care of the pesky human, focused back on the human who had ran away with the token. It was pretty much frustrated at this point. The human in possession of the token kept running away, since the distance between himself and the human was more than 3 kilometers now. It decided that chasing on foot was not going to cut it out anymore. Hence it flapped its giant wings and took a huge jump to cover the distance in one fell swoop. It felt like a hurricane had hit District 5. As when the dragon flapped its wings, the generated wind speed sent beasts and humans flying. The dragon with its massive frame took a jump, and the moment it landed inside Inner City, it caused the earth to tremor under its weight. It landed in a good spot just 20 meters away from Rudra. Rudra seemed cornered, as he was not running away anymore. The dragon felt like it did it. It caught the human, inhaling lots of air. It was preparing for its fire blast to kill the puny human, when a thunderous voice boomed. The voice was of Emperor Amon, who said, "Know your place, livestock. // Today will be a 3-chapter day, as bonuses for both Power Stone and Golden tickets are due // Chapter 216, The Fight of the Big Shots. Rudra was trying to reach the palace as soon as possible. He did not for how long he had been running, but he kept running at a frenzy. Only a few minutes had passed, but it seemed like eternity to him. Finally, just as he reached the palace walls, he felt the ground tremor below his feet as if an earthquake had arrived. Rudra turned to see the feet of the dragon, not so far away from him. He could hear him inhaling air, preparing for his signature fire blast. Rudra was calm. Amon should react. However, if he did not, he was ready to blink and transport right on the dragon's head to avoid the blast. But Amon did interrupt as his voice boomed when he realized that his palace was in danger. A deep voice reverberated in the air which said, "Know your place, livestock." Amon emerged out of the palace. His once vibrant face full of vitality before he ascended to the throne was now pale and lifeless. He seemed more of an undead than a living at this point, as he had the aura of death around him. It was at this moment that Rudra noticed a critical detail about Amon. Emperor Amon, LV 200, Tier 4, the undisputed ruler of Hazel Grove, who took the throne by force, dethroning his father, a practitioner of dark arts and the forbidden class of necromancy. He is someone you cannot offend. Amon had reached Tier 4. He had progressed since the last time Rudra saw him at Tier 3 a few months ago. A huge boulder then smashed on the head of the dragon, who reeled from the impact of the attack. It was a spell by the wizard Rahim. He had come to the aid of his liege. Amon clicked his tongue and started to chant. After a while, he casted the Tier 3 spell Life Drain. A hideous-looking plant bloomed from under the dragon's feet and covered its body. The plant seemed to suck the vitality out of the dragon, as he was losing HP and strength constantly. The dragon struggled to get the plant off itself. However, the plant only continued to grow larger, in contrast to the dragon who was losing life. Amon's complexion seemed to improve, as his skin devoid of nutrition started to look more like a healthy human again. Amon's body recovered at a visible rate, as seemed to absorb the life of the dragon. Rudra was shocked to see this happen. He had never seen this spell being cast before. Amon was unfazed as he smiled and said, "It's not half bad that I came out to meet this livestock. It's good for nutrition." Rahim bind the beast. He was enjoying his meal, rather than killing the dragon. Now he hoped to drain it of its life completely. Given the order, Rahim immediately started to cast binding spells. Vines started to constrict the dragon's wings, and the ground it was standing on turned into quicksand, sinking its feet inside. The dragon seemed to struggle under these conditions. However, it seemed to go berserk at this point. Instead of the normal fire blast where it would inhale air to spew out fire, the dragon started to mobilize the mana in the air. Rudra had heard about this move, the fabled move of the dragon race, the dragon breath. He had absolutely no intention of being on the receiving end of such a devastating move. But he made the mistake of looking the dragon in the eye, which caused him to be paralyzed in fear for 5 seconds. The dragon was looking towards Emperor Amon, who was frowning. However, Rudra was close by as well. If the dragon casted the dragon's breath successfully, that would be it for him. Rudra started to pray to the gods to save him at this point, as he thought, "That's it, folks. I'm dead." However, at the last possible second before the dragon could complete its move, a scream could be heard. Aghai. Splash. Patricia, who was somehow falling from the sky, fell right on the dragon's face, impaling her sword into his eye. The dragon screeched in pain, while she coolly bounced off from his head and landed before Rudra. She gave her brother a small wink before taking a knee before Amon as she said, "Patricia, one night reporting for duty." Amon glanced at her and smiled, as he nodded. What followed was a one-sided dragon slaughter. Rahim casted spells after spells, while Amon casted spells that Rudra had never seen before. They were probably the skill sets of dark faction players, as more and more nefarious spells inflicted damage on the dragon. The once mighty dragon, who had over 1 billion HP, was being mauled when facing the 3 tier 4 humans. Rudra, looking at the scene, thought, "Well, I might as well contribute something," as he used Thunder Blast to zap the dragon. A pitifully low damage of 35 appeared on its body. Rudra sighed. It was pretty much pointless, but still kept attacking from range. Rudra kept a close eye on the HP of the dragon, as he was holding his most powerful move in hopes of getting the last hit. After 15 minutes of fighting, the dragon's HP hit below 1 million. Rudra became incredibly anxious now, as he waited for the right time to fight back. A tier 3 mountain breaker spell by Rahim sent the million HP of the dragon down to 500,000, followed by a move Rudra had never seen before, as about 50,000 small needle-like swords manifested themselves in the air. As they hit, they pierced the dragon. The dragon's HP hit critically low value, with only 2,000 left. Rudra grit his teeth. He might not be able to make it, but with Amon chanting the finishing spell, he knew it was now or never. Gambling everything on his most powerful move, Rudra aimed at the neck of the dragon as he unleashed the full power of the elven sword. World slash. To be continued. / bonus chapter for hitting the power stone target. Good job, you all. / Chapter 217. The event ends. Rudra aimed for the dragon's neck. He closed in the distance as much as he could, and when he felt he was close enough, he jumped and used the best technique in his arsenal for the hit. Rudra unleashed a strong world slash, as the elven sword seemed to disrupt space itself as it sent a strong slash towards the dragon's neck. 2,100 critical hit. Rudra saw that damage notification as he fell towards the floor, off balance after unleashing that strike. His mind yelped in joy as he saw the dragon's HP hit rock bottom. The dragon's body lost all life force as it limply fell towards the ground. Crash! A loud crash shook the earth when the dead dragon's body hit the ground. System notification. You have killed a dragon. Acquired title Dragon Slayer. You have achieved something that is not easily achievable. Received title The One Who Defies All Odds. You have gained 50,000 merit points for killing the dragon. You have gained 50,000 merit points for assisting the military in the beast tide. You have slain a beast more 100 levels above you. Total EXP bonus will be increased times 100. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Rudra leveled up 16 times before he stopped at 90% of level 72. This was an unexpected windfall. Rudra earned 16 levels in a single shot, not to mention the 100,000 merit points bonus. If Rudra was not enough of a beast before, he was absolutely terrifying currently. being 12 levels above Nitwit. It was safe to say he had successfully claimed the highest ranker spot in the game. Also 2 new titles. Dragon Slayer passive. As a tier 1 player you have made history by slaying a tier 4 dragon. Effects. Plus 25% stat bonus upon leveling. The one who defies all odds passive. Your deeds have defied the realm of possibility, as you have achieved a near impossible feat. Effects. Plus 10% critical hit rate. Rudra obtained 2 titles. And both were passive ones that would show their effects throughout his gaming career. They were a very valuable addition to his strength. Rudra's greatest strength over all players currently was his out-of-the-world stats. And with a 25% stat bonus upon every level up would only serve to widen the gap in the future. Rudra was extremely happy. His gamble had paid off. He called for his new stat panel. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 72. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 590 plus 295 VIT, 590 plus 295. Int, 590 plus 295 STA, 590 plus 295. PHY, 590 plus 295 HP, 77,000/77,000. Unassigned stat points shot. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, pirate armor set, LV40. Lich's ring. Concealer mask, not equipped. Retractable shield, epic. Weapons, wind cutter sword. Common bow. Quiver of arrows. Excalibur sword, replica. Elven, sword, semi-legendary. Skills, darkness bind. Summon Night Durahel. Wind slash. Critical absorb. Berserk. Darkness blast. Death slash. Eyes of truth. Earthquake. Critical block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Mysterious Egg, incubating, 145/200. His stats were insanely high. It was not at all a stretch to say that with his current stats, he could run down pretty much any tier 1 player. No matter how skilled she was. Rudra looked around still smiling to see the smiling face of his sister Patricia, who gave him a thumbs up. Rahim raised an eyebrow, as he knew Rudra had killed Steel from his Majest. Amon, however, was not the least bit concerned. He said, "Good job. As expected of the One Knight family." Patricia immediately kneeled. However, Amon instantly said, "At ease." Amon looked at the dragon corpse and started to chant a weird spell. Moment later, the once dead dragon opened its eyes. The eyes, which were initially yellow with a scary pupil, had now turned pitch black. The dragon's wound started to disappear at a rate visible to the naked eye, as it soon got up and flew away. Rudra eyed towards Amon. He knew that the Emperor had probably turned the dragon into his own undead slave. His tired face and drowsy way of moving made it all too clear that he had used a spell extremely taxing on his mind and body to tame the dead dragon. Rahim and Amon went back into the palace, as Rahim supported his lord to his position back on the throne. The fighting against the beasts continued, although the elites now held a huge lead in points. The only thing they needed to do now was safely farm for the next few hours, after which they could successfully put this event to rest. The current situation on the merit board is: Merit board rankings. 1. True elites, 440,000 points plus 100,000 point. 2. Frozen thorns, 337,000 point. 3. Eternal rebels, 329,300 point. 4. Twisting serpents, 300,004 point. 5. Eternal darkness, 135,594 point. 6. Elementals, 119,750 point. 342. Seed of Life, eliminated. 343. Pizza Lovers, eliminated. 344. Here to Stay, eliminated. For 20. Never Say Never, eliminated. The elites held a huge point lead. And even if the enemy somehow managed to get their hands on Rudra's token, the elites would still make it at the top. It was a great feeling for Rudra, who understood that becoming the overlords of Purple Haze City was only a matter of time now. Only a few hours were left till the end of the event, and he was sure that the guild at number 2 The Frozen Thorns would definitely try get the token. However, Rudra with his newfound strength was more than confident about holding his ground. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Shout out to KingSpy25i for the 1000 coin gift. Thank you brother for the patronage. / Chapter 218 Overlords of Purple Haze City. In the last few hours of the war, the Frozen Thorns Guild were desperately trying to steal the token from Rudra. Not that it would change the outcome of the event in any way, as the elites would win despite not having the token. However, they were trying the best to turn the situation around. The guild leader of Frozen Thorns, Yeti, and about a group of 100 soldiers confronted Rudra for the token. Yeti said, "Surrender the token, Guild Master Shikuni. I admire your guild to have progressed so far and admire you more as a guild leader. You have all my respect. But I need to have that token. I need to win this event. Please cooperate, and we would not need to kill you. Think reasonably, Guild Master. We outnumber you heavily." Rudra smiled as he said, "Well, I'm glad you respect me. However, I will not surrender the token. You know, I am quite tired of the same thing again and again and again. The elites are outnumbered. Arrogant guys come and ask for us to surrender. We fight back. We kill them. We win. Sigh. When will you all learn from your mistakes? A single elite is better than 1,000 of your players. Not just a pitiful 100. Saying so, Rudra sprung into action. He was currently unstoppable. After slaying the dragon and gaining 16 levels at once, nobody was his match at tier 1 anymore. Yet he squinted his eyes. Being a tank, he braced for impact against Rudra's sword. However, to his surprise, Rudra did not attack with his sword and kicked the shield he had square with his foot. Bam! Yeti was sent flying as he crashed into the soldiers behind him. Rudra, dual-wielding Excalibur, an elven sword, made short work of the surrounding players. Rudra was a death god on the battlefield as he absolutely overwhelmed 2, 3, even 6 enemy soldiers attacking at once. Within 10 minutes, 99 party members had been killed and Yeti stood against him at 1000 HP. Yeti's eyes were wide in shock. He had seen the clips. He had heard the rumors about the elites being able to always overcome the odds. That a single elite was an army of his own. However, he always took it with a grain of salt. He found the very idea ridiculous. However, facing Rudra today, he really understood. It did not feel like a tier 1 player fighting another tier 1 player. It felt like an adult fighting 104-year-old children. No matter how skilled the children were, they were no match for the one adult. Rudra said coldly, "I have no personal grudge against you, guild leader. However, let this be a reminder to you. Never set your sights on my Purple Haze City." 5,000 critical hit. Yeti died under Rudra's elven sword. With only 30 minutes left till the event ended, and over 200,000 points in lead, Rudra could feel that the victory was in the air. He became excited as he slaughtered beasts like a madman. He was absolutely elated, and hence his moves flowed more naturally as he broke out singing, "I've got fire a heart. I'm not scared of the dark. You've never seen it look so easy. Nobody can drag me down." In his killing spree, he gained the remaining 10% EXP required to level up as he leveled up to level 73. Level up. The event countdown hit 10 seconds 9, 8, 321. Purple Haze City notification, the beast tide is over. The remaining beasts will retreat back into the wild. Congratulations to the true elites guild to have gained the maximum merit points in this event, hence gaining the management rights to the city. Please meet the Emperor in the Royal Palace to take up the official duties in 2 days' time. The event was officially over and Rudra just sat down on the ground after hearing the notification. Tears were flowing out of his eyes, as he could not believe what he achieved here. "We did it!" he screamed. He did it! He came through. Winning the management rights to the city was probably the most significant achievement he had made in the game. And not many would understand the actual ramifications of this, but Rudra did. The 1-year piece before the city war started was the make or break year for every guild all across the game. For this 1 year, he needed to strengthen the guild immensely. He needed to properly develop Purple Haze City into one of the best cities to live in, and prepare his members for the big daddy of all competitions in the world. The VR Olympics. Real world. Gray International Tower. The upside. Mithun and Bonnie sat across Ethan Gray. Tense atmosphere could be felt all across the conference room, as the negotiations seemed to have failed. There were many high-level officials in the meeting room, including government officials from Japan and Pakistan present in the meeting room. And Bonnie said, "You have cost me enough damage, Ethan. Pull out of Pakistan and don't meddle in my business anymore. Or else the ramifications will not be as simple as me ruining your business. It will lead to war between our countries." The Japanese officials were a bit worried by this remark. But the Japanese were not pushovers who could be threatened with empty words. Ethan glanced at the government official, who nodded in affirmation that the government had his back. Ethan scoffed as he replied, "Do as you please, Mithun. I will not stop until I throw you out of your own corporation." Mithun stood up as he said, "Very well. Enjoy your little island country while you can," he threatened as the holographic projection ended. Ethan grit his teeth. Ethan had been a hungry wolf ever since he blew up Ambani's oil mine. He had gobbled up businesses previously owned by Ambani, one after the other, as he had established a firm foothold inside Pakistan. After Ambani's oil field exploded, the oil prices in Pakistan skyrocketed. The country was 100% dependent on the oil field and supplies from Ambani Corporation. Hence the economy had stagnated following the company's fall, and had almost caused economic crash. In such a time, Ethan had entered the market, becoming a white knight, opening petrol pumps and investing in development projects, creating employment. Pakistan was a brutally corrupt country, and bribing a few officials here and there, Ethan had his way of getting projects passed by the government. However, his actions angered Mithun Ambani. Mithun was in Pakistan since the last 40 years, and he had a lot of connections in the country, especially in the military. Using his influence, he planned on strong-arming Ethan out of Pakistan, albeit on the threat of a full-fledged war. / Author's notes. Change to the country naming system. As the VR Olympics would be upcoming in the next few arcs, it is important to use real country names to avoid confusion. Here's a list of reference. Country J Japan. Country U USA. Country X Pakistan. Country B Britain UK. City T Tokyo. The MC previously lived in Pakistan, but now lives in Tokyo, Japan. / Chapter 219 The Winners. There was an incredible celebratory atmosphere at the guild hall. Barrels of booze had been brought over, and the NPC soldiers, guild members, and even the elves were partying with the others. Those who had died in the war had rejoined the guild mates after reviving, and they were the ones who were most thrilled about the victory, especially those who died when the guild was still behind in terms of points. Hence they wanted to hear about all the details and the epic action. When Karna walked into the joyous atmosphere, he could not help but smile. He always knew that Rudra would pull through. Hence the moment he saw Rudra, he launched into a bear hug to meet the guy. Rudra too did not shy away, as he understood the sentiment. While for others this war was a great victory for the guild, for Rudra and Karna, they knew that they had very obvious flaws that they had to work on. Karna had contemplated a lot about his death at the hands of Edge. Karna was a very prideful man, and he knew that he let his emotions get the best of him in the moment. He needs to be more rational, and he needs to work on his skills more. He is not invincible, and he needs to start behaving that way. Also, he needs to realize that he is a vice guild master first, and an assaulter for the guild second. His role is not just to slay more enemies, but to lead the guild. He needs to think twice before jumping before enemies. All of this Karna swore to improve upon. He had matured a lot from this experience, and he would use it as a fuel for his growth. For Rudra, the lesson was to not rely on plan A, and to have a plan B, C, D and foo ******** Z plan ready. Also, if even plan Z fails, he needs to not panic and think about a plan that's out of the box. More rational and more decisive is what he needs to be. However, in this moment, he and Karna could be said to be truly happy, as the guild was now the damn overlords of Purple Haze City. The exact mechanics about being a managing guild of a city was not clearly mentioned, but Rudra knew that it meant that pretty much everything was under their control. If they black flagged a player, that player could never enter Purple Haze City legally. If they tried to illegally infiltrate the city and get caught, it would be a 7-day prison minimum, and could go up to 30 days. Also, the guilds were authorized to make their own military unit to maintain security, not more than 8% of total city population. However, for Purple Haze City, that had more than 30 million residents, the 8% number translated into a 240,000 soldiers. It was by no means a small number, and no guild could hope to remain calmly in Purple Haze if they provoked the elites. Hence Rudra knew that for the coming year the guild would face no more guild wars, and until the countdown for city wars was not lifted 1 year from now, there would be no territorial conflict either. This was a time for rapid growth and consolidation, the time to become so strong that when the VR Olympics open, they could make an impact on the world stage. It was also a time to mint money while managing the city. The next system auction would be continent-wide, and would need a lot of money to bid for the top items. The biggest change that Rudra wished to bring was that he no longer wished to be a leader of a small guild. Numbers was the biggest problem with the true elites. and their low numbers had them rely on tricks time and time again. Hence, he wanted to increase the numbers of the guild significantly, although he would not expand it to the scale of 300,000 members or so. He wanted to at least expand to 20,000 main guild members, 5,000 lifestyle members, and 2,000 logistics and intelligence members. But his ideals for the guild would not allow anyone below the elite level to be recruited in the guild. Hence, in a moment of inspiration, he decided to create an academy. He wished to create the elite school of esports in the upside, where students who graduated school could join as a career option. The course would be a 6-month course, and upon graduation, you would be directly enrolled into the main guild with a fixed pay and housing in the elite tower. His vision was to create an esports school, where students who just cleared school could join. These 18-year-old youths would be trained in the institute and helped in being power leveled by senior guild members. They would be guided since the start of the game and have teachers from the main guild teaching them. Even he himself would take some lectures for this purpose. He would have a school set up here inside Purple Haze City, as well as in the real world in the upside. And the course would require students to take practical classes in game, as well as physical classes in classrooms. And hence in this way he wished to enroll the 27,000 members into the guild, and keep the process recurring for every 6-month cycle, with the guild accepting 27,000 new members every 6 months through the academy, and 3,000 members directly based on performance as per recruitment standards. The guild would recruit about 30,000 members every 6 months. This way they could slowly and stably expand the guild's foundations without deviating from the original core values. After the 1-year gap, if all went to plan, the elites would have 60,000 new members, about that of a third-rate guild, and not be so pitifully low-numbered. While he was thinking all this, he did not realize that he had zoned out. When his eyes regained focus and he scanned his surroundings, he realized that Naomi was very close to his face, staring at him. There was less than 3 centimeters distance between their lips, and Rudra instantly backed off and blushed. His mind could not process how Naomi suddenly got there. Naomi puffed her cheeks as she said, "Are you listening to me?" She looked extremely cute while throwing a fit. And only then did Rudra realize that she had probably been talking to him as he had zoned out. He said, "Apologies. Can you please say it once more? I did not pay attention." Naomi sighed. It seemed Rudra did not listen to a word she said. She repeated, "The Elven Princess has been wanting to talk to you since a long time. You better go talk to her." "You Dumbo." Only then did Rudra realize that even Ruby was here, and she was glancing in his direction. // We missed the 4,800 mark by 100 PS, ending the week with 4,700. However, I'm still releasing a bonus chapter because of all the summoning pins for received. Because why not? Honestly, I was only contemplating today about how I have great fans supporting my book. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. Hope you enjoy the bonus. // Chapter 220, A New Beginning. The party continued in full force as Legolas and Gimli could be seen constantly bickering. Apparently Legolas, having 8 times more kills than Gimli did, hurt Gimli's pride a lot. However, Legolas's pride was also hurt, because he did not have 10 times more kills than Gimli. Hence both kept constantly bickering. Drunk Gimli said, "You elf only know hiccup. How to shoot hiccup arrows. You don't fight like a real man. You fight like an elf." Legolas, who was also a bit flushed, replied, "You have no grace, no class, just an uncouth barbarian. Be grateful that I, Legolas, the first commander of Elven Division, defeated you." It seemed like things would spiral out of control, as Gimli raised his hand in fury. But instead of hitting Legolas, he smashed it on the table and said, "Come, let's arm wrestle. It's a real man's sport." Cheers could be heard all around them, as troops from both sides encouraged the fight. Fight! 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 The crowd motivated the duo, and Legolas accepted the challenge. He was confident in his victory as he said, "Very well. I'll put the musclehead in his place." He too smashed his skinny hand on the table and locked hands in an arm wrestling position against Gimli. Rudra, who was silently watching the scene, was barely holding in his laughter. However, Princess Ruby beside him sighed. She said, "I'm sorry. The elves cannot handle their liquor well. We are not this unruly usually." Rudra replied, "Don't worry. It's not unruly. I'm actually quite entertained. Alcohol reveals a man's true character, and I can see that Legolas has a good heart. Don't worry about him and Gimli. They both are good generals. None would take anything tonight to heart. That's just how men are." Ruby blinked in confusion. The sight of people she had seen while outside the elven country was quite different from what she observed inside. The elves under Legolas were so open and fun. Unlike the nobles she socialized with, the humans whom the elves considered inferior were also a kind and hospitable race. Everyone in the guild treated her warmly, and she could tell that it was not because they wanted any benefits or to flatter her. It was because they were genuinely like that to everyone. This made her more curious about Rudra as a person. Someone who could create such an amazing guild. He was worthy of respect. She wanted to congratulate Rudra on his victory. Hence she made him a wood-carving charm of the elves. However, she felt really shy to give it to him. She just followed him throughout the party, as he warmly took her to every group, as he socialized with everyone and celebrated the victory. She could notice how everyone was respectful of him, how they borderline revered him as a figure. She could see that this group wholeheartedly followed Rudra as they trusted in his skills as a leader, and not because he was the strongest in the group. The more she observed Rudra, the more she felt like he was the ideal man. Slowly, but surely she began getting infatuated with the man. It was not a stretch to say that he was her first crush. She kept stealing glances of his face. He was quite handsome. Not by elven standards, but he still had a unique charm to his face. He had well-defined muscles and a toned body. She could not help but blush when she saw his muscular arms. Unfortunately for her, he also looked at her while she was checking his arm out, causing her to blush an even deeper red, because she was caught in the act. However, Rudra did not understand that she was checking his arms out. He thought she was feeling shy because there were so many people around. Hence he said, "Do you want to go to some place where we would be alone?" The princess's blush turned an even deeper red, as she was now as red as a tomato. The maids around her giggled. Only then did Rudra realize that the question he asked could have a second meaning attached to it. He wanted to quickly apologize, but was interrupted by Pink Lotus. Yua arrived at the scene and tugged into Rudra's arms as she said, "Congratulations on the victory, guild leader. Let us celebrate with a fine cup of wine." Rudra thought for a moment before he said, "Sure, give me a moment." "Okay," said Yua as she went away happily. Ruby did not understand why, but she felt annoyed with this development as she said, "I would like to excuse myself to my quarters. I am a bit tired." Rudra did not realize that she was mad at him, and thought she was genuinely tired as he said, "Have a good night's rest, princess." The maids around the princess sighed. They all turned and started to walk towards their own quarters. Midway, Ruby paused and looked for Rudra, and saw him drinking with Pink Lotus. She puffed her cheeks and said, "Flirt," and walked away in anger. On her way back, she again saw Gimli and Legolas, who were now standing shoulder to shoulder quite drunk, as they started to spout cheesy romantic words. Gimli said, "It's an honor to meet you, great elf Legolas. You are my brother for life." Legolas replied, "Although you are a muss ahead, you are a good guy. I accept your brotherhood." Ruby could not figure out how in a span of 1 hour, they went from competitors to brothers. She understood one thing today, and that was men were idiots. They were simple-minded and fickle creatures who did not know how to hold a grudge. And over alcohol, their behavior took a 180 turn. Enemies could turn into best friends over a barrel of rum. // new week. Same bonus targets. 100 golden tickets equals 1 bonus chapter. 1200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. We ended at 4,700 last week. Hopefully we hit 4,800 this time around. // Chapter 221 back in real world. After a full day of partying, the guild members decided to lay off for the day. Rudra gave everyone the day off, as he logged off to spend some time with his family. Rudra grudgingly took his gaming helmet off. It was 8:30 a.m. in the morning. He stretched a bit to relax his stiff muscles. He was in comfortable loungewear. After drinking a glass of water, he went downstairs to join his family for breakfast. The moment he saw little Max on the breakfast table, he ran up to him and gave the kid a bear hug. Little Max had saved him from a perilous situation back in the game. He remembered about giving him a hug the moment he saw him. The little guy squealed and laughed as he could not wiggle free from his brother's embrace. Only when Rudra let him go did he show him his broken teethy smile, and went back to eating his favorite Fruit Loops cereal. Mama Rajput was happy to see the brotherly display of affection from his eldest son. As she said, "Seems like things are going well for you in the game." Rudra nodded as he poured himself some orange juice. He said, "Yeah, I achieved a milestone today. It was a satisfactory win for the guild." Rudra's dad smiled. He would not show how proud he was of his son, so he would bury his head in the newspaper to hide his smile. Rudra noticed this and smiled. However, his joy was cut short by his mom's question. Mama Rajput asked, "Sue, since everything is going well, When are you planning on getting married? PFFTT. Rudra spilled the orange juice out of his mouth at that question. As he started to cough, Mama Rajput continued. I am getting old now. You are already of age, earning well, and settled in an urban area like the upside. It's time to get married now. I wish to play with my grandchildren before I get old. Rudra was absolutely stupefied by this question. He had no answer, so he looked towards his dad for moral support. However, the old man sold him out as he said, Your mom is right. I want 3 grandchildren. 2 girls, 1 boy. I want to pamper them a lot. Little Max clapped at the idea as he said, Cousins! Rudra did not have the heart to explain to Max that his children won't be his cousins, but his nephews. Rudra replied, What nonsense! We already have Max to pamper. We don't need more. Mama Rajput was having none of it though as she said, My Maxie is a big boy now. Are you Maxie? Max looked up and said, I'm a big boy now. I clean my own potty. Mama Rajput cheered on. That's right. He does. He is a big boy now. Who's a good boy? Max shouted with his hand raised. Me. Me. Rudra sighed as he slapped his face. It was time to make a timely exit from this house. Rudra said, I have work with Mr. Gray. I'll be back for dinner. Bye. Saying so, Rudra bolted from the house. He did not wish to be anywhere near his mom and dad, who were hell-bent on marrying him off. Only when he was out of the house and on the streets of Upside did he realize that he had walked off the house in literal loungewear. It was embarrassing to go around with nothing but a robe on. He thought about buying some clothing from nearby store before making his way to the Great Tower. Rudra called for a caddy with his mobile, who picked him up and took him to the nearby clothing store. Rudra rejoiced. The living conditions at Upside were top-notch. One call and a chauffeur would pick you up and take you anywhere you need to go. Rudra walked in the store, only to instantly walk out of it. That was because Naomi was in the store. Rudra cursed. Why is she in a men's clothing store? He desperately hoped she had not noticed him before he made his exit. However, his hopes were crushed when she came rushing out behind Rudra and shouted, Guild leader, can you please help me out? Rudra cursed as he thought busted. He could not leave now. Even if he wanted to, he would be forced to meet Naomi with only his robe on. Rudra turned around to greet her. He said, Sure. Only then did Naomi notice that the guild leader was out wearing only a linen robe. She giggled. She understood that she had caught him in a bad time. Before she asked anything, Rudra said, My mom brought up the marriage topic, so I ran away from house. I was here to buy clothes too. Naomi nodded. She had a faint smile on her lips, but she said nothing related to his dressing. Instead she said, My and Naman's birthday is coming soon. I wanted to make a gift box for him. Can you please help me choose clothing for him? Rudra nodded. Inwardly he felt amazed. It was very thoughtful of her. He was impressed. Also, it explained why she was in a men's clothing store. Rudra chose his own clothing, while he helped Naomi pick some up for Naman. His biggest mistake was that when Naomi bent to pick a shirt from a lower rack, he accidentally peeked into her outward shirt to look at her gorgeous God-gifted mounds. Instantly his little brother sprung to life, which was evidently visible in his thin robe. Rudra panicked. He needed to bolt into the changing room immediately. He did run away very fast. However, not fast enough. What he did not know was that Naomi had been secretly checking him out too throughout the shopping session. She had relished the chance to steal glances of his lean body. However, she was not ready for the movie called Dark Knight Rises. Hence her face turned into a very deep hue of red. And there was only one thought on her mind. Yelp. It's huge. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job. / Chapter 222 Meeting Ethan Gray. Rudra changed into a proper suit, while he stayed 5 extra minutes in the changing room to calm the raging thunder in his pants. He came out and tried to act as normal as possible around Naomi. And to his delight, she seemed to be unaware of what transpired. Rudra sighed in relief as he helped her complete her shopping and went his way to the Great Tower. As usual, when he entered the Great Tower, all employees stood up from their workstation to come greet him. He had apparently become a celebrity around the tower. He had came unannounced, and without a scheduled meeting, so he was worried he would have to wait. However, to his pleasant surprise, he was able to directly meet Ethan in his office. Without waiting at all, Ethan was as usual fidgeting with his crystal ball. When he saw Rudra and smiled, Rudra could see the dark circles under Ethan's baggy eyes. He understood quickly that Ethan was under a lot of stress lately. Ethan said, My brother visits unexpectedly. Come! I hope you bring good news with you. Rudra wanted to cheer up Ethan, so he said, Of course. I do. I am happy to announce that the guild has won the management rights of Purple Haze City. According to my reincarnation knowledge, it is the most significant achievement we have made in the game so far. And if my estimations are not wrong, if we properly manage the city, we can easily make over $3 trillion in a year. With you owning 30% stake in the guild, that would translate to an additional revenue of $1 trillion for you this year. Had anyone else told him about such ridiculous numbers, he would have probably fired them on the spot here. However, coming from Rudra's mouth, these words were credible. He arched an eyebrow. The Omega market seemed to be more lucrative than his wildest imaginations. He was very happy to have invested in the elites so early in the game. The returns the guild was generating was beyond his scope of expectations. Ethan laughed. Good. Good. Just the kind of news I wanted to hear. Ha! You are my true brother. Always here with solutions, rather than problems. Rudra just smiled. After a while, he gagingly asked, Is something the matter? Ethan sighed as he said, That Mithun Ambani is stirring trouble. He would probably wage a war on Japan should his demands not be met. Rudra knew little about world politics, but it seemed like a major problem. However, with the VR Olympics coming soon, Rudra was reminded of an important event that would take place in the future. UN was currently under a lot of pressure, as multiple countries were asking for veto rights, and the demand to be added as a permanent member of Security Council was increasing immensely, especially from countries like South Korea, Japan and India. Under immense pressure, they needed to pass a reform soon. This reform would come with the launch of the VR Olympics. UN would declare an important decision in the coming future, that the top 5 countries in the VR Olympics with the most medal tally would gain veto rights for that year in UN. It would be a yearly event, and winners every year would be given a spot in the Security Council with veto rights for 1 year, hence not knowing if it would help Ethan or not. Rudra blurted this piece of information to Ethan. Ethan was shocked for a while, but his brain got to thinking real fast, and he said, So you were telling me that if Japan somehow manages to land a top 5 spot in the VR Olympics, we would have veto rights in the UN? Rudra nodded. That was about right. Ethan went into deep thoughts as he said, We need to win anyhow then. If we can gain veto in the Security Council, then we can make Pakistan be placed in a very unfavorable position. We will have all the bargaining power once that happens. However, explain to me why did the UN place so much importance with the VR Olympics and not the real Olympics for this? The real Olympics was also an event that carried great meaning even till date. Countries would participate with the spirit of sports and showcase their best talents and efforts to win medals. Ethan's question was very valid, as he genuinely did not understand the importance of VR Olympics. Rudra said, Even I do not know the deeper meaning. However, my understanding is that Omega Gold has become the de facto currency of the world, toppling dollar. The convenience of conversion of in-game coins to any currency in the world without any processing fee has made it the most popular choice. Second reason is that the deaths in game are not real. Hence, events such as large-scale warfare can be staged in a way that countries can fight wars without destroying terrain and losing lives, hence reducing victims of war, while having a conclusion to the fighting. The most important reason is that the laws in Omega are above all countries. The Cuber Corporation is not curated by any government. Hence, they provide an unbiased platform for the event to take place, and there is no chance of using unfair means to one's advantage. Also, the contracts in the game are binding and impossible to break. Hence, without choice, the losing side has to obey the rules of the victors. Ethan nodded in understanding. While vague, Rudra's answer held merit. While in Olympics, the hosting country will always have an home ground advantage, as well as referees and officials could make mistakes and could be bought off. In real life, same could not happen in Omega. The fairness of contest was guaranteed. Hence, it was a superior option for a decision of such a scale. Ethan had a lot of thinking to do. Rudra had dropped a lot of important information on him at once. Before he got to thinking, however, he asked Rudra about the reason behind his visit as he said, So, while I'm glad about the good news and the VR Olympics, I'm sure you came here with a different agenda. So what is it that you came here for? Rudra realized that he almost forgot his reason for visit here as he said, The reason I came here is because I want to create an academy. Chapter 223 The Academy. Rudra said in all seriousness, I want to establish an academy for recruitment and training of the elites. I want students from 18-21 age group to enroll. I will provide them with a stable income guaranteed job as a part of the guild once they join. Ethan thought for a while before saying, What exactly do you mean by academy? Rudra replied, I want to build a university, but for recruitment into the true elites. There will be 3 main courses offered. A. Elites Lifestyle Course. B. Elite's Combat Course. C. Elite's Logistics Course. The courses would all be for a period of 6 months, with classes scheduled both in-game and in real life. There will be limited seats, and guaranteed 100% placement upon graduation. Ethan nodded as he said, "Good idea. What about the faculty?" Rudra said, "The elite members will be the teachers. SMG will be the stealth and assassination class teacher. Karna would be the heavy weapons class teacher. Mediv can be the wizards class teacher, and so on and so forth. The other elites could be visiting faculty, while Neatwit can become a leveling teacher, who could guide the students in-game. I will become the principal, and occasionally take classes too." Ethan nodded. He liked the idea. However, the plan had many flaws. He said, "Those who are good players may not necessarily be good teachers. Everyone may not have the talent to groom students. In my opinion, we can hire professional assistant professors. They can prepare the lectures and do the teaching, while the elites can focus on the practical approach of things." Rudra found the suggestion to have merit, hence he agreed immediately. Then Ethan raised the million-dollar question. "What exactly do you plan on teaching them?" Rudra was ready for this question as he said, "I plan to make a comprehensive course. The game mechanics would actually be taught to all 3 schools. Information about all the classes. Actual breakdown of all the strengths and weaknesses of all the characters. Different playing styles, and best way to level up. Actual battle formations and tactics in Omega. A compiled list of all items and their uses. And all the different skill tomes and their prices. The students in the academy will have a wide range of knowledge. They will be a different breed, who can tactically analyze any situation before them. Their academics would propel them to being one of the best players in the game. Period. I will personally compile the digital textbooks and notes. I will also personally set a training regimen exam for all students. One needs to do that regimen compulsorily for 3 times a week, to develop reflex and muscle memory. I will start working on my end. Hence I need you to start working on your end. Please start making the academy in the upside and get it ready by 20 days. I will ready the other stuff." Ethan nodded. He had a lot on his plate currently. However, he still agreed to help Rudra on this one. He promised to create a world-class facility in the next 20 days. In the virtual world, True Elite's headquarters, the residential quarters, the maid surrounded Princess Ruby, whose face was as red as a tomato. After the constant teasing of the maids, she had finally admitted that she did have a crush on guild leader Rudra. This had sent the maids into overdrive, as they all helped and screamed in joy. The teasing intensified as all sorts of inappropriate comments were passed in the room, causing Ruby to turn deep red. A maid teased her. "Well, he is an oracle. He can probably tell if you both are fated or not. All you have to do is ask him." The other maid said, "Well, of course they are fated. Don't you see the dreamy look on his face when he looks at our princess?" Ruby blushed at the remark. Her heart was very happy to hear such words. She wanted to hear more of it, but contradictory words came out of her mouth. Guild leader Shikuni is a dignified man. He won't ogle over women, especially not an unattractive elf like me. He was having such a good time drinking with the Pink Lotus girl. The maids all cut her off. "No. He is blind if he can't see your beauty. Not only ogle. He should only have eyes for you." Maid 2 said, Yes. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in my life. He is bound to like you back." Maid 3 said, Yes. Compared to the ugly girl in the guild, you are 1,000 times more pretty." Maid 4, "What Pink Lotus? It's just a dirty flower in a muddy pond, while you are a white lily in the open plains." Maid 5, "Men are very fickle and simple. The guild leader had no affection for the Pink Lotus girl. He would have drank with whoever called for him. Men are like that. They live in booze." They all tried to console the princess, who was happy to be reassured. However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being overheard by the very same Pink Lotus they were bad-mouthing. She was apparently passing by in the corridor when she stopped to eavesdrop on the conversation. Yua sneered, listening at their conversation as she muttered under her breath in a way that it was inaudible to anyone but herself that, "You think Rudra would ever fall for an NPC like you? Huh? Fat chance. I don't even consider you competition. Unlike that Asian girl Naomi, you are no threat." She merrily walked off. She was not worried about the NPC princess. If only she knew how Rudra felt about that princess. // bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Today will be a 3 or maybe even a 4 chapter day, as the golden target is also met. Good job, everyone. We are going good. Hope you guys keep up the pace. // Chapter 220 for the Overlord of Purple Haze City. Virtual World. Purple Haze City. The Royal Palace. Back in the virtual world. Rudra, Karna and the other elders were all present at the Royal Palace. Today was the day that they would be conferred the management rights of the city. In a court full of court officials, Rudra stood in the middle, surrounded by other winners of major cities. All of them called here today to be conferred their official management rights. By the king, the court official said, the great eminence, the son of the kingdom, the mighty, the kind, the merciful, Emperor of Hazelgrove Kingdom, Emperor Amon, had sent a decree to call on adventurers for help against the beast tide, and for those who performed exemplarily well, promise a reward of managing rights to the city they protected. Hence today, here, at the royal court of Hazelgrove Kingdom, the emperor will stay true to his word. Come forward as your names have been called, and you shall be conferred your title as mayors of your respective city, and your guild will be given the administration authority. First, Macho Boy from the guild Dizzy Ship has been conferred the title of mayor of Nighttown. Conan from the guild Paperbags has been conferred the title of mayor of Hidden Mist Village. And lastly, the capital city of Purple Haze, Shakuni of the True Elites, you have been conferred the title of mayor of Purple Haze City. For your merit for the kingdom, come and hand over your merit token to encash on the 100,000 points. Rudra bowed slightly towards Amon, as he said, I'm sorry, my emperor. A foolish guildmate has lost the token. I will be unable to encash the token. The courtier immediately frowned. He said, how irresponsible. Are you even capable of managing Purple Haze City? The courtier had said this statement at the wrong place at the wrong time. As when this remark was made, Patricia rose from her seat and unleashed her killing intent towards the courtier. Amon, who was silently watching the situation, understood that Rudra's excuse about losing the token was bull ********. He had probably understood the real worth of the token and decided to keep it for himself. The token was overall not as valuable as the ties with the One Night family. He also had a bone dragon under him now. Hence, he did not need the token per se. Amon shouted, impudent. Dot? As a small flick of his finger brought the courtier to his knees. Mercy, my lord. Mercy. The courtier shouted, terrified of the development. Amon looked squarely at the man and said, know your place. Baron. The man peed himself under pressure, as a small pool of slightly yellow liquid surrounded the place where he was. Amon continued, even without the token. Your guild is rightfully the #1 contributor. Hence I will let this matter slide here. The court is concluded. Everyone bowed, as the court was concluded, and Amon left his throne to leave the room. Only after Amon had left did the others start to leave. Rudra looked at Patricia as a thankful expression came on his face. He never had an elder sibling. But looking at Patricia he felt like maybe this is what the protection of elder siblings felt like. He was not a one night only in name anymore. For Patricia, he would wage any war necessary. Patricia rolled her eyes when he saw Rudra's puppy face. She said, Ara. Act with the dignity of a mayor now. You kept the family name afloat. Did so well in the beast tide. Even Gimli only has high praise for you. Be proud, little brother. You've done well. And I hope you keep it up and make this city a better place. Saying so, she took her leave. The only people left in the courtroom were the courtier in his own piss and the elites, who were waiting for Rudra to leave with him. The courtier tried to talk to Rudra, as he said, Aye. But Karna cut him off as he pinched his nose and said, You stink like piss. Saying so, he grabbed Rudra and went out of the royal palace. The guild members stopped for a while outside the royal palace, as the high view sprawled across the entire city. Rudra sunk the scenery in. After a year, this place would be so much more developed. He felt nostalgic and proud at what he was able to achieve. He looked at his other companions and proudly declared, This is our city now. The city of the elites. Fatty Kalash got the vibe as he shouted, WOO, Purple Haze City. You have a new dumb mayor in town. He said and punched Rudra in the gut. Rudra chuckled as he looked for the last time at the scenery. Determination in his eyes. The next 1 year would be defining for this city and its people. Today would be the day where he would officially take his seat as mayor of Purple Haze City. With him long have hired the professors from various great universities. The laws for the city and the administration structure had long been finalized. What construction plans to undertake. How to increase public security. How to create a strong military. Every plan was ready. Only the execution was left now. Rudra was pumped. He may lose guild money to sustain growth and development of the city for the first 6 months. But now that there were no imminent wars to fight, he knew it was the golden time to do so. Going in the mayor's office inside the inner district, a grand building being temporarily guarded by the royal guards. Rudra took a seat at the mayor's table. Then, in what would become a daily routine for him later, he said, "Open City Stats panel. // today will be a 3-chapter day, as 2 golden ticket bonuses are due. Great job, the golden ticket department. A big shout out to Cervantes91 for the 500 coin gift. Thank you for the patronage, brother. // Chapter 225 Purple Haze City." Rudra called up the status panel for the city. City name, Purple Haze City. City area, 464 km². Total population, 12 million. Security index, 45/100 neutral. Culture, 30 out of 100 poor. Public order, 35 out of 100 poor. Military, 0 enlisted. Education, 72% literacy good. Unemployment rate, 33%, very high. Public sentiment, 25%, very poor. Tax income, 0 gold. Overall evaluation, the city is yet to fully recover from the beast tide. The citizens have lost faith in the administration in the wake of the destruction left behind in the city. The citizens are yet to fully accept a necromancer as an emperor. Hence the public sentiment is at an all-time low. Note, if the public sentiment value drops below 20%, there will be riots. To say that Rudra inherited the city in a good state would be extremely wrong. The city was in a mess, and he had to clean the mess up. The unemployment rate was very high, hence leading to crime. Crime lead to a poor public order, and a low public order translated to a low public sentiment value. It was a vicious cycle, and improving on 1 or 2 parameters would not work. One needed to work on all the parameters to make the city a better place. To handle the unemployment, Rudra immediately took 2 important measures. 1, he started the citywide wall building project, with a fixed salary of 30 coppers a day. There were currently about 8 million people in the total population that were in the working age group of 25-55. Out of these, about 33% were unemployed, meaning 2.64 million unemployed youths. Rudra wanted to build a citywide wall, about 30 meters in height, and double layered with space in between 2 walls all across the perimeter of the entire city. This project would help the city twofold. 1, it would provide employment and work for the unemployed. And 2, it would create a good defense around the city. The city could then hold off against any major attacks. Rudra planned to make the entire city walls with reinforced concrete bricks to have extra strength and durability. The total time to complete the project was estimated to be 120 days, and assuming about 1 million people took up the job, the funds required to complete the project would be about 20 million gold. The project would only have costed about 7 to 8 million gold if Rudra did not use reinforced concrete. But the sheer cost of making a single brick of reinforced concrete almost triples the budget. The cost is inclusive of wages, materials, transport and food costs, and other miscellaneous costs. Rudra decided to get architects and engineers from the Lifestyle Guild and make a core committee responsible for the project. This would be his first decree as a mayor. A massive employment and city safety scheme. On the first day of assuming office, Rudra declared his plan. Many people were skeptical about the whole plan. However, many signed up for the ride. The public safety index went up by 1%, and the unemployment rate dropped to 30% at the end of day 1 as mayor. Day 2, Rudra introduced the military enlistment program, where interested parties would need to sign up for military camp, graduating from which they would become Purple Haze City Military. The military would only be answerable to the managing city administrators, and not the kingdom. However, the enrolled soldiers cannot exceed 8% of total population, which would be 960k soldiers. Rudra would have recruited the entire 960k, if he could afford to do it. A soldier's pay was 1 silver coin a day, which meant 30 silvers a month. The guild could only sustain about 100,000 troops currently with its bank situation. If the guild's financial situation improved in the future, they would hire more soldiers. Rudra got the 100,000 enrollment into the military camp on the very first opening day. Hence the training and development of those troops started today, setting the graduation criteria from the camp to be level 70. Rudra made sure that he would at least get peak tier 1 or tier 2 soldiers. The camp would last for 90 days, aka 3 months. Day 3. Day 3, Rudra declared revision to public safety laws. Selling liquor now needed government permit, and only authorized taverns were allowed with the sale of alcohol. Also, blacksmiths were now required to keep a strict log of every weapon sold to anyone. The moves were well received by the masses, as the public security index went up by 2%. Days went by and Rudra started to pour his heart and soul into developing Purple Haze City. However, he could not let his personal development stagnate, knowing that his work as a mayor had rendered him unable to go farming in the wild at all. However, he still needed to find time to attempt the tier promotion quest. Rudra had to score a perfect score on tier promotion quest, as only a SSS score was acceptable for the one nights, while the second tier promotion was not as massive as the first and third promotion. However, it had its own use as it gave a massive stat boost and a few useful class-specific skills. Rudra had resolved to attempt the quest as soon as possible. He needed time to adapt to his new strength, as the notice for the preliminaries of the VR Olympics should come any day now. Putting his focus back on managing the city, Rudra stamped documents after documents that needed his approval. Being the mayor was a thankless job. Reforms after reforms. Meetings after meetings. Going from one location to the other. Rudra had never been more busy his entire life. He was losing a lot of guild money daily. He needed to work hard and turn Purple Haze into his dream city. Only then will it get big enough to milk it. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Sorry I'm late. However, I wrote this chapter at 4 a.m. and made sure that I gave you guys something before I sleep. The other bonus would be given tomorrow. Again, apologies. / Chapter 226 The World Changes. World News Channel. Real World. News Announcer 1 Mike. Today is the second day of the International Summit in the United Nations. Today is a historic day, as voting about the permanent seats and veto in the Security Council will be done today in the General Assembly. What do you think, Lee? News Announcer 2, Lee. The permanent members of the Security Council needs to change, Mike. The world is not the same as it was 100 years ago. The dynamics of power have shifted. The once developing countries are now superpowers in their own rights. Japan, India, Korea, Germany, UAE, all these countries are taking the world stage by storm. They will not accept the rule of the 5 great countries anymore. News Announcer 1 Mike. Absolutely, Lee. I think the other smaller countries will also support their cause to have changes to the structure of the United Nations Security Council. The 5 great nations have exploited their veto rights enough already. In one sense, some people may say that this unfair advantage is holding back the growth of many countries. Well, at least most of them are. The United States of America has surprisingly been a supporter in the rise of the other nations. The United States is without a doubt the strongest power in the world since the last century. And with their support, the bill might just pass, Lee. News Announcer 2, Lee. Well, about that. Wait. We are getting breaking news. A new draft has been signed. With a majority signature of 192 countries, a new bill has been passed to revoke the veto rights of the 5 great countries, and a new system would be enforced to elect the Security Council members. Breaking news. The 5 great nations are no longer the masters of the world. A change to the world power dynamics. News Announcer 1 Mike. What a shocking turn of events. Today is a historic day. I repeat, historic day, Lee. The world we live in right now is a different world than 5 minutes ago. Will China be able to hold their trade supremacy without the veto available? Will the embargoes actually be placed on the 5 great nations now? Will the unruly actions of the great nations actually be punished now? It is left to be seen in the future. News Announcer 2, Lee. Well, Mike, I have just received the recently approved draft. And let me read it out for the people all around the world. The new method of appointment of Security Council members. Undraft. Clause 1. The nations France, UK, USA, China and Russia will no longer be given the right to veto any substantial decision made by the General Council, and will no longer be permanent members of Security Council. Clause 2. The new Security Council will only have 5 members, elected yearly. The tenure of these members would be of 1 year, and re-election is possible. Clause 3. The Security Council members will be appointed fairly through a competition in the virtual reality game Omega, where a yearly event called VR Olympics will be held every year in the month of December. The top 5 medal winners shall be given a spot in the Security Council. Clause 4. The Cuba Corporation will now be a direct division of the United Nations. The competition will be governed by the all-powerful AI Gaia. Hence, the fairness of the competition will be unquestionable. Note, the first ever VR Olympics will be held in 90 days' time from 1 st December 2100. The inaugural competition will feature 50 competitions. The detailed rules about participation will be shared soon. News Announcer 1 Mike. My God, Lee. Can you believe this? The VR game is no longer a game. First, it dominated the world economy. Digital gold coins from the game erased cryptocurrency, made the game's currency a world standard. And now, not even a year into its launch, it now changes the world political scene. It would be wrong to call it a game anymore, Lee. It's a second reality. The Gray International Tower. The upside? Ethan Gray, just like everyone else in the world right now, was watching this news conference. Although Rudra did give him some details. Watching it on TV was still shocking to say the least. Indeed, the world had changed. Following today, the professionals entering Omega would be astronomical. Countries will get their best prodigies to go prepare for the VR Olympics. And win and loss will no longer be just a sport. The games would have devastating consequences. A medal for your country would make you a hero. A loss would make you public enemy. The world changed today. Ethan thanked his stars that he met Rudra. His link with the elite is proving more valuable than he could have ever imagined. Although he also has Adam working for him in the main guild. Adam is after all an American national. He is not a domestic player like Rudra, who lives in the upside. Without Rudra, Ethan would have been lost in the fast-changing world. He understood today that going forward Rudra would be a key figure in the world and could take Ethan to heights that he never imagined before. Calling in his secretary, Ethan said, "Use as much funds as you need. Billions. Hundreds of billions. Hell, even if it's $1 trillion. Use it. Make the best academy ever within the next month. I need it to be completed within 30 days, get it? Also get the best tutors in the world. Martial artists. Physical education teachers. Professional athletes. I want them all. Fly them to the upside. Poach them. Buy them out. Buy their 7 generations out if you need to. But I need them here. And I need them yesterday." / bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Enjoy. Shout out to KingSpy25i for the 1,000 coin gift. Thank you for the patronage, brother. Readers like you are why I power through to write chapters at 4 a.m. in the morning / Chapter 227 Tier 2 Quest. Virtual World. Purple Haze City. Rudra had just wrapped up his duties as manager of the city. He would probably be out for the next 7 days on the tier promotion quest. Hence, he made sure to complete enough work for that period of absence. Rudra knew about the Tier 2 promotion quest for the Knight class. It could be issued from the Knight Training Hall in Purple Haze City. However, unlike Tier 1 promotion, it did not involve a series of tests, but a single pass or fail quest, where the evaluation of the quest would be done on the basis of completion. For others, Tier 2 promotion was probably the easiest of all tier promotion exams. However, for Rudra, who needed to only get SSS rating, in accordance to his promise to Patricia, the Tier 2 promotion quest was a nightmare. As a single mistake, and he would fall down to a SS rating, while most players would mistake the Tier 2 promotion quest as a regular quest. Rudra knew better. The Knight Training Hall evaluators would disguise themselves as normal people and meet the quest undertaker at various parts in the quest, evaluating the decisions made by the quest undertaker. The evaluation criteria was based not only on skills and actual completion of the mission, but also had hidden tests such as Test of Valor, Test of Honor, and Test of Courage. And in all such situations one could not make a single mistake. One could not break the appearance of a dignified knight for a single moment. Else the evaluation would drop from SSS to SS or below. There were basically only 3 types of missions given. 1. Firstly, there was the escort mission, where a noble was supposed to be escorted to a neighbor city. The catch was that the noble would be a member of the Knights Division, playing the part of an arrogant young master, who would constantly abuse and mistreat the accompanying adventurer. If the knight undertaking the test lost his temper and attacked the noble, they would fail the test. 2. Delivering precious goods. A sealed box would be given to be delivered to a location in a nearby city. At the time of taking the quest undertaker would be informed to not open and check the contents of the box. If the adventurer succumbed to basic desires and opened the box to see its contents, they would be failed. This test was to determine the mental strength of a knight, to check their mental strength to resist basic desires. 3. Bandit Camp Eradication Mission, the toughest of all 3 missions, as the quest undertaker had to go to a nearby bandit camp to get rid of the bandits there. The challenge of the mission was that, although the bandits robbed people, they did so because they lived in utter poverty and had no food or farmland. They needed to hunt to survive, while seeing their poverty with his own eyes. The adventurer was supposed to handle the situation. The ideal way out was to arrest the wrongdoers and turn them in to the law enforcement, while also helping the poor tribesmen some way. And the easy way out was to just kill everyone in the camp. Rudra knew that the moment he killed a single person, he would not be able to get a perfect evaluation. Only by turning the culprits, who were actually in the wrong, to the local authorities, as well as helping the poor tribesmen in their absence, could one get the complete SSS rating. Rudra felt the pressure to perform. He knew that it was either go big or go home, as failing to get SSS rating would spell the end of the aspiring one-night special class dreams. Rudra already had his subclass useless, since he chose the Explosion Artist class, and decided to sign the agreement with Cuber Corporation. He was already at a massive disadvantage because of that in-game. Hence things like the tier promotion quest became even more important than normal for him. Only by getting a SS or above rating could one learn one of the best class-specific skills. To be a great player in Omega. And to dominate the world scene in the Olympics. These innate class traits would take a player a long way. After completing Tier 2 promotion quest, one would have plus 200 all stats bonus. And one special skill, and one class special skill as a completion bonus. If the clear conditions satisfy the requirements. Rudra knew he needed to take the class promotion quest. As although he was without a doubt as strong in the game currently. However, come to the world stage, where the Titans compete. He knows that in December, they all will be Tier 2 and ready to fight. Hence, he needed to use his advantage as much as possible and build strength. It was no longer about the flashy moves anymore. It was about consolidating the strength and be comfortable with it 100% before the tournament starts. Rudra walked in the night training center in Purple Haze City. Determination in his eyes. As he selected the option to take the tier promotion quest. He was desperately hoping to get the quest to safely deliver the package to neighboring city. That quest was probably the easiest of the three. While the hardest being the quest to eradicate the bandit camp. The attendant came out and after a while said, "Your mission, should you choose to accept, is to eradicate a bandit group seen camping near the village Talaknagar. The bandits are infamous to raid food granaries and other food-related items, and have received a lot of loot by pillaging traveling merchants. Your mission is to bring the bandits to justice. Good luck." Rudra cursed his luck. It turned out to be the bandit camp eradication mission. The toughest of the bunch of three. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone / Chapter 228 The Quest. Talaknagar village was about 35 kilometers out of Purple Haze City. The village had a small population of about 2,000 residents, and was currently being managed by a third-rate guild Galaxy Pegasus. The bandit camp was about 2 kilometers south of Talaknagar village, where they had settled near a freshwater lake. The bandit camp had reportedly 17 fighting male adults, 13 women, 10 senior citizens, and 18 children. The leader of the camp is a level 60 tier 1 fighter, and the average strength of the camp is at level 45. The crimes of the bandit camp include looting the harvest from the fields of nearby villagers, looting the passerby merchants, as well as a recent crime of taking 2 merchants hostage in exchange for money. The quest in itself was not overly difficult for Rudra, as fighting 17 men was not an issue for a player like him. For the average player trying to attempt the tier promotion quest at level 60, this would have been very difficult. However, for Rudra, fighting and defeating the men was not difficult. The difficult part was to capture them alive and turn them in to the neighboring village authorities. Rudra knew that the 2 merchant hostages were actually men from the Knights Training Hall, there to secretly evaluate his performance. He had to be very careful to uphold the honor of the knights, as the women and elderly would throw themselves at Rudra the moment he would gain the upper hand in the fight. Should he deal harshly with them, their evaluation of him would go down. Rudra needed to be very careful in such things. He rode out on his dire wolf mount, as covering the distance would approximately take him 1 to 2 hours. Rudra sighed. How he wished to set up the teleportation formation as soon as possible. Land mounts were great. However, they took too much time. The teleportation formation once set up would open so many doors for him. He could cross countries in just seconds. Even then, small villages like Talaknagar would never be connected to the teleportation array. Hence small journeys like these would always be needed to mate on land mounts. 1.5 hours later, Rudra finally arrived at the Talaknagar village. When he approached the entrance, he was stopped by a guild member of Galaxy Pegasus, who wanted to know his purpose for visit. The guy said, "Sir, may I know the reason of your holy S******. It's a true elite. The dire wolf mount. Those robes. You are guild leader Shikuni. Holy mother of God. I'm dreaming. The demon of Death Valley is here. I'm such a big fan of your guild. And your skills. Can I please have an autograph?" The guy spoke so much in one breath. He was left gasping for air. However, Rudra awkwardly scratched his nose. This was the first time someone requested autograph from him. Was he a celebrity with fans now? This was new for him. But he knew it felt great. Hence in the happiness of meeting a fanboy. Rudra gave him a dagger stamped with guild insignia, and tossed him a bag of gold to pay for his toll. Doing so, Rudra rode away on his dire wolf mount. As the fanboy was left speechless. His idol had just gave him a guild special item. He was beyond elated, as he vowed to treasure it for life. Rudra rode for another 20 minutes or so, before he finally saw the bandit camp. Rudra dismounted from his dire wolf mount, and decided to stealthily scout the area before taking any actions. Meanwhile, somewhere in Tokyo, Japan, President Abe Shinzo was in a meeting with all high-level officials of the country, including prominent business tycoon Ethan Gray. Minister A said, "We need to hold preliminaries. This is an international matter. Playing favorites will do us no good. The list of events is announced. There are 5 group events and 45 individual events. The maximum participation limit for a single player is 2 individual events plus 1 team event. We need to carefully gather our talent pool and decide the best path of action." Minister B said, "I disagree with this approach. We need to conduct a mock round of the coming events, where anyone who is willing to participate can take part. Then we can select the top 2 or 3 and have them train for the remaining days in the specific event. Then just before the event, the best performer should get the chance to represent the nation." Minister A said, "Do you even understand the working of Omega? We are together here in Japan as citizens. But inside Omega, one Japanese player may be in Hazelgrove Kingdom, but another be in Nine Clouds Kingdom. Some may not even be in the same continent. Some may be a part of Light Faction, while some may be a part of Dark Faction. How will we even conduct a mock event inside the game to hold the selections?" Everyone in the room fell silent. The method to choose the best candidates for every event was indeed a challenging task. If it were in the real world, one could just hold a mock race and see who is the fastest to select them for a track racing event. However, how to do so in Omega? Finally, President Abe said, "Other countries may be facing these problems too. Contact our Trans-Pacific allies, USA, India and Australia, and let's send a combined proposal to UN to have mock training grounds for all countries to practice." Everyone nodded their heads. It seemed like the best course of action. Ethan leaned back in his chair as he was lost deep in thought. He wanted to curse Rudra right now. The guy was a reincarnator. Yet he would only give vague details to Ethan. He told him about the VR Olympics, but not about how the selection criteria was in his past life. Had Ethan known the method, he could have proposed it in this meeting, saving so much time. // yes guys. The coming VR Olympics will see the first glimpse of the Darkness faction players. // Chapter 229 The Quest 2. Virtual World. South of Talaknagar village. Rudra had been scouting the bandit camp for about 20 minutes now, and had got the location for 16 of the 17 fighters, whereas one was missing. Rudra had also located where the hostages had been kept. If he wished so, he could sneak behind the guard's watch and free the 2 men. However, unfortunately, he was undergoing the knight's promotion quest. The sneaky way was not the way of the knights. A true knight always faced his enemies with honor. That was the way. Rudra sighed. He had one of the stupidest classes when it came to class IQ. Doing things honorably was so much more difficult than just murdering everyone and free the hostages. However, Rudra's thoughts were cut short as a small kid playing with pebbles accidentally discovered his hiding location. The kid was a little malnourished brat with a running nose. He was absolutely terrified when he saw Rudra squatting behind a bush in full armor. He screamed as he ran back to the village shouting, "MOM! MOM, a stranger is pooping behind the bushes. You said never let me poop there." Rudra. His honor as a knight went straight down the drain in a single minute. He immediately stood up. He did not want any misunderstandings about his squatting posture. Immediately the bandits were alarmed, as they gathered near Rudra to intimidate him and chase him away. Rudra saw the bandits gathering, as within a minute over 13 of them had gathered to Rudra's location. One of them said, "Begone, stranger, else this ground will be where you rest permanently." Rudra laughed as he said, "Bandits, release the innocent hostages and turn yourself into the local authorities in Talaknagar village. You have been reported to have stolen food from agricultural fields, and have taken 2 merchants hostage. Hence, in the name of the son of the kingdom, His High Eminence Emperor Amon, I Shikuni am here to bring you to justice." Rudra gave his best knight-like speech, one full of honor and pride. However, obviously it fell on deaf ears, as 3 bandits charged at Rudra. Rudra was not worried. The bandits were no threat to him. In a physical confrontation, he easily dodged their attacks, and kept using non-lethal physical attacks like punches and kicks to inflict some damage. When it became abundantly clear that Rudra had an absolute advantage in combat, another 6 bandits with swords joined the fray to attack him. Now against a 1v9 situation, Rudra became more vigilant as he started to feel a little pressure. Meanwhile, real world. Somewhere in USA, President Joe Biden was in a conference room with Elon Musk and the other cabinet ministers, having serious talks about the coming VR Olympics. Musk said, "The proposition sent by President Shinzo is not bad. I think we should sign it. Also, we should sign a treaty of alliance. If any one of the transatlantic nations have a spot in the top 5 yearly, they must enforce veto if requested by the other 3 nations. That way we will have 4 times the security, and so will they. It's a win-win for everyone. Minister A, I agree with Mr. Musk. We should add that clause. The transatlantic nations must ally with 4 powerful countries like India, USA, Australia, and Japan allying. We can easily form the strongest alliance. Minister B, there is already the Allied European Union. There is also a Middle Eastern Union. And recently it was rumored that Pakistan, China, Afghanistan, and Sri Lanka have formed an alliance. Minister A sneered. The most shady alliance of them all. For the first time in the meeting, President Biden said something. While relying on others is not the way USA does things, I have to agree that allying makes more sense. Send a proposal to the countries formally. I will have a personal video call with all the heads tonight. Elon Musk nodded. He said, I will also talk with Ethan Gray. See if us businessmen could cook up something to help the cause. With the VR Olympics drawing closer by the day, the time to select and train athletes was shortening. The ever-important first VR Olympics was less than 90 days away. Meanwhile, somewhere inside Purple Haze City, Skyla and Bo were walking down the street, with men often turning around and openly gawking at the beauty of Skyla. Skyla wore a very revealing armor that put her ample mountains in full display, and only a thin strap covering the essentials. She was the incarnation of a Norse Valkyrie with her long sword hung around her back. Bo asked Skyla, Are you never bothered by the looks these lewd men give you? Skyla laughed and replied, Well, not really. To be honest, it's a compliment. Not everyone has the natural charm that I do. I'm gifted with beauty by God. I am just trying to use that gift to perfection. Bo replied, I doubt anyone could resist your charms with the way you dress. Skyla looked down at her own outfit and gave a smirk. She said, I know, right? It's a honey trap. However, unfortunately, it does not work on the men I want it to work on. Bo was puzzled as he asked, Who is the great man who can resist your charms? Skyla pursed her lips as she said, Well, actually, many men can. Sir Johnny is one of them. Then, there is the Munkium. Guild leader Shikuni too. However, those don't bother me. They are great men and I respect them a lot. What bothers me is that Vice Guild leader Karna doesn't pay me any attention too. Bo teased. Oh, why you like him or something? Skyla blushed. It made her look like a true vixen. However, incredibly appealing at that moment. She said, Yes, I met him in the real world in the Elite Tower. He is so muscular and handsome, but has such a gentle personality. She licked her lips as she seductively said, A delicious snack. Bo gulped a mouthful of saliva. Being around Skyla for too long was dangerous. He said, Well, keep him near you for some time. I'm sure your beauty can melt even the thickest glaciers in one's heart. Skyla looked at Bo with discerning eyes as she said, Ah, aren't you a cutie? Bo rolled his eyes. This woman was hard to read. Whether what she was saying was her true emotions or her just teasing you, you could never truly understand. Bo secretly prayed for the well-being of the Vice Guild Master, as he had gained the affection of a very dangerous woman. Just the very thought of Skyla being committed and in a relationship with someone gave him goosebumps. She was pretty alright, but he doubted that she was girlfriend material. But then again, she was such a tremendous spy. Maybe beneath all this, she was truly just a normal girl. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone. Do join the Discord channel. I will take in suggestions about the coming VR Olympics event on the server. Join and drop the name of event you guys really want to see, and I'll make it happen. Link in synopsis. / Chapter 230 Quest 3. Rudra continued to fight the bandits. Only enough to cripple them, but not to kill. When the leader of the bandit group, the level 60 chief, came out to the fight with his axe, while dodging his first attack, Rudra quickly realized that this guy was trouble. Trying to parry him with bare hands was akin to asking for a quick death. Rudra immediately summoned Elven Sword and started to parry the enemy's attacks. Sword hit against axe. Metal hit against metal as sparks flew everywhere. Rudra was fighting an intense battle, as not only did he have to parry the chief at full concentration, but also dodge the other bandits' incoming attacks without retaliating or killing them. Slowly but surely, Rudra was getting frustrated, as this fighting was taking much more time than he expected. Fortunately, the chief made a mistake. He tried to slam the axe to cut into Rudra's legs, however Rudra jumped, causing the axe to hit the ground. Rudra stomped on the chief's hand as a result, and cut the axe's wooden handle off. Rudra then landed a kick, square to the bandit's face. Bam! He was sent flying. The kick caused him to bleed, as blood dripped from his mouth. The chief was hurt, as he staggered to regain balance. This was exactly the opening Rudra was looking for. Running straight in towards the chief, Rudra jumped and hit an elbow straight to the top of his skull. The powerful hit to the temple caused him to lose consciousness. The troublesome chief went down. Rudra then turned towards the rest of the bandits, who were sweating buckets now. Most were already battered by Rudra's bare fist attacks by now. With their chief down, they understood that they were hardly a match for the man in front of them, who was not even using his full strength to fight them. Rudra repeated in a deep voice, "It doesn't have to be this way. Surrender. Surrender and answer to your crimes. I will personally put in a good word to reduce your sentence. Live a life of honor, where you can hold your heads up high. The way you have chosen is wrong. Pillaging and looting from others will only make you hated and despised." One bandit sneered, "You don't know how we grew up, adventurer. Do not try to preach us right and wrong. We steal because we have no food. We pillage because the merchants from whom we steal can afford so, without their families starving. We do no wrong. We provide a stable environment for the kids to grow and the women to live in peace. It is you who is disrupting the peace of our settlement, adventurer. Go away, and we will let this slide." Rudra shook his head, as he said, "If you have no food, then you do hard work and earn money. Stealing to live can be pardoned once if it is the case when you are starving and dying, but it cannot be a way of life. No matter how you place your words, bandit, I will never be sympathetic to men like you who have no backbone for hard work. If you do not want to come by choice, then you will be taken by force." Rudra sprung into fight again, and the bandits roared to fight him back at full spirits. However, they again found out how they were no match for Rudra, who was absolutely mauling them. Within 10 minutes, all 17 bandits laid on the floor, unable to move. Rudra removed a large piece of rope from his inventory and started to bind the bandits. The women who were silent watching the fight up till now began to scream and cry. At the scene, some fell on their knees and started to beg Rudra to let their husbands go, while some threw kitchen items at him. It was a difficult position to be in, even for Rudra, even while knowing that this is just a game. The heart-wrenching scene of the women crying for their husbands made him feel like he was the villain here. The elderly of the village took up swords, as they thought about fighting Rudra too. But Rudra just glanced at them and said, "Please do not, sir. You have done no wrong, and I do not wish to hurt you. But try fight, and you will make an enemy out of me." The elders also started to cry. They were despairing at being so useless. They knew they were no match for Rudra, and that it was pointless. It was at this moment that a woman covered in tattoos came out of the biggest hut in the settlement. By the way, everyone started to bow towards her. Rudra knew she was someone important, either a shaman or the village chief's wife. She looked at Rudra and then at the fallen chief, as sadness could be seen in her eyes. She then said, "Adventurer, without the men, this settlement will not be able to last. We cannot fight against the wild beasts, and we cannot protect the children from slave traders. You taking them will spell the doom for us all. It's better that you kill us all here." Murmurs could be heard around the village. The other citizens had started to get agitated. This was bad. Rudra, trying to regain control of the situation, said, "Here, this is 10,000 gold. It is enough for your settlement to last at least a year in food. I will personally talk to the in-charge of the village of Talaknagar to take in your settlement as a part of the village. Then you can be assured about the safety of the village. If he does not agree to take you in, I will personally take you all in at Purple Haze City. I am the mayor, and I have many running employment schemes. Job, food, security, I assure you of all three." The woman's eyes widened in shock. She did not expect the adventurer to be so generous. He was also the mayor of Purple Haze City, and his promise carried weight. The others in the settlement already started to consider Rudra's words seriously. Maybe this could be their new beginning. Even Sue, the woman, had regret plastered all over her face. She said, "The chief is my husband, and I cannot let him go to jail. I accept your other conditions. I personally promise that we will leave the life of pillaging and start fresh. Please let the men go." Rudra shook his head. "Not possible, ma'am. If you do crimes, you must answer for them. They won't be executed. Community service or jail time will be their punishment. You will see your husband again in a maximum of 3 years' time." The chiefess still had a sad look on her face. Then she silently lifted her skirt to reveal her long legs as she said, "You are a man. I am sure we can discuss the terms for their release." This was a point in the quest where many undertaking the test failed. Their resolve wavered and their primal instincts took over. However, Rudra was not one of them. Rudra said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I am a knight. Such conduct is unbecoming of me." I have said all that is needed to be said. I will free the hostages and take the culprits to the local authorities now. Do not try to stop me. Saying so, Rudra cut the 2 hostages free from their binding against the tree. The 2 of them looked at Rudra with reverence and respect, as they thanked him for saving them. Rudra smiled and asked them if they needed food or water, and then about accompanying them to the nearest village. However, they refused the offer and chose to be on their way. Rudra tried to score as many brownie points as he could, as he kept praising the honor of the knights, and the valor, whether it worked or not, would be reflected in his evaluation. Rudra then mounted his dire wolf mount, as he guided the 17 men tied to a rope towards the village of Talaknagar. What was usually a 20-minute sprint on the mount took over 1.5 hours at the slow walking pace to cover. But Rudra finally reached the village boundaries. / Dear readers, yesterday I had the worst economic day for the book in over 2 months. My income is down by 40%. Instead of taking it lying down, I am prepared to fight back today and get back up strong. As today will be a mass release day. As many chapters as I can write, I will publish. Do support. / Chapter 231 Tier 2. Rudra reached Talaknagar and met the local governing authorities, aka the mayor of Talaknagar city, the guild leader of Galaxy Pegasus Guild Jenga. Jenga was very supportive of the fact that Rudra got rid of the bandit camp for him. It was troubling his management of the village anyway. He promised to try the bandits in the local court with accordance to the kingdom's laws and give a lenient verdict. He also agreed to let the women, elders, and children migrate to his village. Rudra nodded. His work was done here. He mounted his dire wolf and rode back towards Purple Haze City. Along the way, all that he could think of was that did he make a mistake somewhere in the quest? What could become his undoing in the entire quest? Will he be able to get a SSS rating? It was then that the scene of the little kid who blew his cover came to his mind. The kid saw him squatting behind the bushes and thought he was taking a dump. Stupid kids. If I lose out on a triple S rating because of a snotty-nosed milk-teeth brat, I will personally go back and annihilate his entire tribe. Except my cute little Maxie. All kids are snotty-nosed, irritable brats. I hate kids. Rudra muttered under his breath, frustrated. He was feeling very uneasy in his heart. The legendary class meant a lot to him. To get it someday when he reached Tier 4. He needed a SSS rating in all the previous promotion tests. That goal could not be compromised. A legendary class was miles above a normal class, and as in Omega everything was earned and nothing was given. Each holder of the legendary class was like the peak of supreme talents. After a few hours, Rudra found himself in front of the Knights Training Hall again in Purple Haze City. Taking a deep breath, he walked into the room and asked for the attendant to report the completion of his quest. The attendant came out and said, Adventurer Shikuni, you have successfully completed the assigned promotion quest. Your evaluation is real world. Somewhere in Pakistan. 3 Chinese government officials sat in a room with Mithun Ambani and a single Pakistani government official. The Prime Minister was not even present, as his presence was not required. This setting showed volumes about the dynamic of power in the country. In Pakistan, Mithun Ambani was the ruler. He was the dictator, and he was the law, single-handedly driving the GDP by more than 70%. He had bought the government top to bottom. Pakistan was his country, and his words were law in Pakistan. One Chinese official said stuff in Chinese, and the other started to translate it to English. The English version of what he was saying was, The VR Olympics is important to the Republic of China. We wish to poach the best talents from your country. Rest assured upon victory. We will take care of you guys as well. Mithun was shocked. The Chinese had made an audacious demand, directly wanting to poach talents from Pakistan. Such a scenario was not possible. Mithun said hurriedly, No, you cannot have our talents. We are here for cooperation, not for facilitating your growth, and rely on your mercy for support. The translator translated his words back to Chinese and informed the government official. The Chinese official frowned as he gave a furious reply. The reply was that, You guys do not know how to train talent. Pakistan has never won a single medal in any sport in the real Olympics. The country is soft in training its talent. Let China train them. We Chinese train with only gold in mind, and we forge talents into those gold-winning machines. It was true. From the elementary school level, talents were trained by the government to someday win an Olympic gold in China. It was their secret to success. Train, 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 and train more till you win. Mithun still rejected the idea. While China was his ally, he could not trust them completely. He instead suggested, We can ally on equal terms. China, Pakistan, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. Just like the European Union, even if one of us manages to get a spot in top 5, then all of us can use the veto rights. Silence covered the room for a while, before the Chinese official bursted laughing. He spoke in English itself for the first time as he said, "Alliance is between equals. You are our dogs. Know your place, Mbani." Mbani seethed with anger. He was a prideful man, and the words of the Chinese official was an insult to his pride. But what the Chinese official said was not wrong. Pakistan was a backward country. From the satellites they made to the missile technologies and military equipment they use, all are given by China. From managing their database and stock exchange to having a tight hold over their ports and trade routes. The Chinese were virtually the masters of Pakistan, and he had long since known it. However, to hear it so blatantly was still hurtful to his pride. Mbani swore that he would pour all the necessary resources into the members of his super guild that were from Pakistan. He did have some promising talents, and he would definitely nurture them to his fullest potential. He swore to get comparable results to China in the coming VR Olympics, and stuffed that smugness down the Chinese official's throat. There were 45 singles events and 5 group events. To enter top 5, the safe number would be 10 gold medals, as even if some other country wins 11, 12, or even 13 gold medals, with 10 medals one was sure to end up in top 5, while the minimum medals needed was 7 gold medals and lots of silver medals. One athlete could compete in a maximum of 2 individual sports and 1 team sport. Hence, technically a country could just rely on 10 outstanding talents to get them past the 10 gold mark and get them a place in top 5. Hence, even smaller unknown countries may have a chance to become top 5. From that stemmed the confidence of Mithun Mbani, as even though Pakistan was small, he was confident in finding at least 10 outstanding talents that could get him 1 medal each. // Chapter 2. I am starting to get into the rhythm. Enjoy // Chapter 232 Evaluating. Adventurer Shikuni, you have successfully completed the tier promotion quest. Your evaluation during the event is: time taken to complete the quest, 14 hours 58 minutes. Criteria, under 15 hours. Rating, SSS. Upholding Knight's honor. Criteria, behavior and conduct. Rating, SS. Mental fortitude. Criteria, mental strength during challenging times. Rating, SSS. Compassion and kindness. Criteria, helping those in need. Rating, SSS. Combat skills and proficiency. Criteria, bringing those to justice without using lethal force. Rating, SSS. Special Examiner's Evaluation, a true knight. A perfect representation of what a knight should be. Overall rating, SSS. Congratulations, you have successfully been promoted to Tier 2. Rudra yelped in joy as he made weird noises. A wave of strength entered his body, as a qualitative change occurred between himself at the same level before and now. He was far more stronger. Rudra's heart stopped when he saw the first criteria. Completion time. He was 2 minutes away from getting a SS rating there. Should he have known time would be a factor, he would have literally rode like the wind to and fro, and not so lethargically as he did. If he was even a tad bit slower, he would have. No, it was terrifying to even think about. He also got a SS in Knights upholding a knight's honor. It was most likely because of the damn kid. Thankfully everything else was SSS rated, bringing his overall rating to a SSS. A tear escaped Rudra's eyes. His dream to have a legendary class was still alive. He was not a wastrel like his past life. This time around he did have a chance to change everything. A chance to stand at the peak. The chance to one day be a legendary class player that could shake kingdoms. The attendant said, "You have had a SSS evaluation. You get to freely choose 1 normal skill and 1 class-specific skill. Here are the possible list of skills for Tier 2 promotion. Choose wisely, Adventurer." The skills offered in Tier 2 promotion would mostly be different from the skills offered after Tier 1 promotion. The skills getting stronger. There were hardly any repetitions in the list. List of normal skills. 1. Mega Punch. A strong martial arts skill that allows the user to deal a boulder-crushing punch. Could add to the versatility of attacks if used properly. 2. Leaf Blade Hurricane. A sword skill that mimics the fall of leaves in autumn. It is unpredictable and hard to defend against. It does not deal deathly blows, but chips damage against enemies and may cause a bleeding effect. 3. 3-Step Barrage. A deathly sword or javelin skill. It is a 3-step combination move, with the third one sure to be a critical hit if the first 2 connect. Deals heavy damage to the opponent. 4. Swift Retreat. A technique to tactically fall back while parrying enemies' attacks to create distance without taking damage. A great move to add versatility in the skill set of a knight. 5. Head On. a skill to head-on take the enemy attack head-on, with a 60% damage reduction. Can prove to be a great move to be in the possession of a knight specializing in one-on-one duels. Class-specific skills. Last Stand, Knight class-specific, gives the knight 5 seconds of immortality. After the HP hits 0. Take a stand against dark forces. And see through the battle to the end. Even after you die. Cooldown time, once a day. Full counter, Knight class-specific, return a magical attack sent towards you back to the caster with twice the power. Show those long-range attackers the terrifying might of a knight. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Note, choose one skill from each section. Rudra had a tough choice to make. What skills to add to his arsenal? All of them were useful. Cuber Corporation. Unknown location. Real world. Cuber officials meeting. The countries are requesting mock training grounds for practice for the coming VR Olympics. What should we do about this request? Cuber official 2. Well, I think it is a reasonable request. I think we should grant it. The mechanics behind it are simple enough anyway. We can make a semi-admin profile and give it to one government-appointed representative from each country and give them access to their country's mock training ground. They can also have the option to invite their nation's players to the mock training ground. The players would receive a notification that they have been invited to the country's training grounds, and if they choose to accept, they would then be transported to the place. The training and results can be monitored by Gaia, as she can provide each country with secure, reliable statistics but no opinions, only functioning as an unbiased referee. The players can then transport back to their guild halls at will. Cuber official 3. I'm in support of the proposal. It will hardly take a day's work to set up. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All 20 hands in the room were raised. The motion to provide mock training grounds to the countries was approved. Gaia was informed of her task to make the exact same training facility for all the countries, as well as provide with accurate measuring standards. She understood the assignment and got to work on building a model. Meanwhile, UN released a statement that the request of the countries to have a mock training ground was approved, and that a semi-admin account responsible for operation of the training ground would be handed over to one government official appointed by each country in 3 business days, with the detailed function training given to that appointed official. Another high-level official meeting hence commenced worldwide to decide the future direction and holding the selections for the nation's representatives in the VR Olympics. // Chapter 3. We are on a roll now. Comment below what skills you want to be chosen by Ridra as his tier promotion reward. Join the Discord channel to take part in detailed discussion. // Chapter 233 VR Olympics. The final list of events for the VR Olympics was finally out. The list of events was nothing like anyone expected it to be. The VR Olympics had almost none of the real-world Olympics events. There was no 100m, 200m, 400-meter relay-type sprint races. There was not even the traditional marathon or triathlon. The list of events was as follows. Individual events. 1. Triathlon, a 3-course race, with the first course being obstacle run. Second course will be a death run through the forest. And the last course would be a labyrinth. The first to come out of the labyrinth wins. 2. Beat the clock, inside the given time limit. Clear all the monsters in a given level. Climb onto the next floor to continue the challenge. The one to clear the most floors would win. In case of a tie where 2 competitors clear up to the same floor, the one that kills more monsters on that floor wins. 3. Prison escape. You have 24 hours to escape a high-security prison. The goal is to escape undetected. Being caught would mean certain death. The first to escape the prison wins. In case nobody is able to escape the prison, no medals will be given. 3. Blacksmithing event. Blacksmiths will be given a set of materials and a time limit to make the best item they can. The final products will be judged by the AI, and the one with the highest rating would win. 4. Archery. A traditional Olympics event with some rules tweaked. 5. Cliff fighting. Fight on a small 3-meter circumference, circular stage and duel with your opponent. The goal being to push the opponent off the stage into the cliff below. It would be a best of 3 wins to proceed style matchup, with the last 2 battling it out for gold and silver, while 3rd and 4th would get bronze. 6. 1v1 duel. Showcase your fighting skills with a 1v1 duel tournament. Fight your opponents till they admit defeat or till their HP hits 0 to win. The last 2 battling it out for gold and silver, while 3rd and 4th will get bronze. 7. First blood match. First to draw blood from the opponent wins the match. The last 2 get gold and silver while 3rd and 4th get bronze. 45. Equestrian. A traditional Olympics event, but with in-game mounts of any species allowed. Group events. 1. Dodgeball. 5v5 team event. Traditional event with a tweak of rules. For more details, click the link here. 2. Capture the flag. 2 teams will be spawned in a random map with a flag in the middle. Capture the flag and bring it back to base to claim victory. 10v10 event. 3. Rafting. Using only a single layered wooden raft. Cross a lake full of dangerous ocean monsters in the fastest time. 3-person event. 4. Baseball. Traditional sport enjoyed in the world. 5. National battleground. Teams of 4 players will be dropped using a parachute in an uninhabited island. There would be a safe zone. That would shrink by 5% every hour. HP would drain rapidly outside the safe zone. The last 1/team left surviving would win. The list of events was out, and the world was left scratching their heads at the best ways to win the seemingly bizarre events. Meanwhile, inside the Upside in Tokyo, Japan, the Lantern Festival was tonight. As the night drew closer, and the sunlight started to dim out, citizens could be seen coming out on the streets in the traditional kimono dresses and wooden sandals. The Lantern Festival in the Upside was always a blast. A special street would be set up with all sorts of traditional Japanese stalls to give the citizens a sense of rich culture and nostalgia. It was an event that was to be celebrated with friends and family, and the first time that Naomi and Naman would actually celebrate it in such a vibrant environment. Naomi dressed up in a beautiful pink kimono, and to pair up with her, Naman wore a pastel green one. Today happened to be their lunar calendar birthday, and Naomi had prepared gifts for Nitwit that she wanted to give him. She had made a full care package of clothing, cologne and bath products for his brother. Although it was not very expensive, it showed her care and effort put into it. She gave it to him and giggled, saying, "Happy birthday, brother." Naman looked surprised when he received the gift. He had totally forgotten that the Lantern Festival was their lunar birthday. Only when their mother was still alive did they celebrate this day with enthusiasm. It was one of his fondest memories, as his mother would make sure to gift both of them a little something on this special day. Naman hugged Naomi tightly and sobbed. He missed his mother, but was also incredibly happy to have a sister like Naomi. He said, "Thank you for the gifts. I love them. Sorry, I have nothing in return for you." Naomi wiped his tears and smiled. She said, "I don't need anything now, brother. I'm rich, you know," she said, pulling her tongue out. Naman laughed. Yes, they had more money than they needed now. Naomi continued, "You need to thank Guild Leader, though. I bumped into him in the men's store, and he helped me pick stuff for you." Naman was surprised, but he nodded. "It's the Lantern Festival anyway. Let us invite Guild Leader and enjoy the evening together." Naomi looked very happy at the suggestion, but sulked immediately as she said, "He must be playing Omega. I doubt if he even knows that there's a festival today." Naman thought for a while, then said, "Well, he does have a cute little brother. We can go to his house and invite him over. If Guild Leader joins, then it's fine. Otherwise, we can at least meet his family or take his brother out." Naomi nodded her head, her pony hair swinging vehemently, showing her approval for the idea. ////Chapter 4. Taking time before uploading Chapter 5, as I'm waiting for you guys to comment about what skills do you want Rudra to choose. Also, please do comment about what 2+1 events do you want to see Rudra take part in. I'm pumping chapters out today, guys. Seeing those comments will really motivate me for my work and help give you all content you guys want to see ///. Chapter 230 for the choice. Rudra was really in a pickle here. All the skills mentioned above were very useful for him as a fighter. However, after thinking for a long time, Rudra finally became confused between these 3 choices in the normal skills section. First was the utility skill Mega Punch. Mega Punch could be a key factor in a 1v1 battle. While the opponent would be expecting a weapon strike, one could surprise them with a powerful punch to send them flying. Rudra had no doubt that it would cause high damage. Second skill was the 3-step combo. It was an offensive skill that could absolutely devastate someone's HP if all 3 moves connect. It was the best offensive skill out of the 5. The third option he was thinking about was Swift Retreat. It was a versatile skill that could help someone regroup and put distance between themselves and a close-range attacker. The skill was as powerful as the situation it was used in, as parrying while retreating virtually meant one could retreat with 0 damage taken. Rudra was really confused between the 3, and he did not know how to break this deadlock and make a choice. Rudra finally decided to think about what he really needed. What was his next goal in life? And his mind went to the coming VR Olympics, the grandest stage of them all. The show of shows, the showcase of immortals, the ultimate world games. That event will be more than just a display of skill and strength. They're everything from one's mental fortitude to battle IQ, to strategy will be put to test, keeping the VR Olympics as his focus. He reevaluated the skills he could take. While Mega Punch was a great skill to have, For a dual wielder like Rudra, its use became more limited. If he was a long sword fighter, or a single sword fighter, he could have great use for this skill. However, being a dual wielder, he could only move on for a better choice. While 3-step combo was a great move to have, with the third hit guaranteed to be a critical hit if the first 2 hit, and the damage was devastatingly high. The move could be easily countered in the first 2-hit stage. Also, Rudra had offensive skills in his arsenal. He could do with one less at the moment. Hence Rudra finally chose Swift Retreat as his normal choice selection. The skill was very versatile, and could help Rudra a ton against close-range assaulters, especially the Dark Barbarians. In the VR Olympics, it could prove to be a valuable skill to have. It could help in both team and 1-versus-1 battles. Rudra made his mind and said, "I choose Swift Retreat." The attendant replied, "Okay. Choice has been made. Here is the skill scroll." Rudra opened the skill scroll and learned it. Swift Retreat had been added to his arsenal. Next, Rudra had to choose the class-specific skills: Last Stand and Full Counter. To be honest, both of them were absolutely amazing skills to have. If Rudra could trade all his wealth for a chance to learn both skills, he would do it in a heartbeat. There was nothing like one being superior to other skill-wise. However, Full Counter did have a huge advantage over Last Stand, and that was the cooldown time. The cooldown time for Full Counter was only 2 minutes, meaning it could potentially be used multiple times in a battle. Last Stand had its advantages too. In a fight between equals where only one move decided victory or defeat, someone with the skill could probably take a hit that would surely kill him, but kill his opponent too within the 5 seconds of immortality that came with the skill. If the enemy's HP hits 0 too, then it was a worthy trade-off for a win. However, compared to Full Counter, it was inferior because of the cooldown time. While Full Counter could become a permanent member of one's arsenal, the surprise brought by Last Stand could last for 1 or 2 battles at best before everyone knew that there was such a move in a player's arsenal, and they started to be vigilant against it. Hence, after thinking long and hard, Rudra chose the class-specific skill Full Counter. He said, "I choose the class-specific skill Full Counter." The attendant confirmed his choice and handed him the skill scroll, which Rudra learnt instantly. Finally, with this, his power-up as a Tier 2 player was completed. He had gained 200 stat points for successfully completing the Tier 2 quest, and got 2 good skills added to his arsenal. Rudra called up the stat panel. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class: Knight. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 72. Tier 2. Stats: AGI: 790 plus 395 VIT, 790 plus 395. Int: 790 plus 395 STA, 790 plus 395. PHY: 790 plus 395 HP, 100. 000/100. 000. Unassigned stat points: Shocked. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Healthy. Equipment: Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Night Durahell. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Mysterious Egg, incubating, 148/200. He was very satisfied with his current stats. With this, he could finally proudly say that he was a top contender for getting medals for his country in the VR Olympics. If his memory served him correct, the selections for the national representatives would start soon, and he planned to take this opportunity and get as many members of the guild as possible into the national team. The training and resources would help improve the overall strength of the team, whereas the VR Olympics would provide a platform that would help the players mature a lot in game sense and strategy. Thinking about what the future held for him, Rudra decided to log out of the game and go back to reality. Today was the Lantern Festival, and he had promised to take little Max out. He had hardly spent any time with his little brother because of Omega. He was always either in the game or busy with meetings in real world. He needed to take some time out and spend it with Max too. The kid missed him around the house a lot. However, as Ridra left his room, dressed up traditionally to take little Max out, the scene he saw shocked him. Naman, Naomi and Yua were in the living room of his house. / Chapter number 5. Continuing the flow. The choices with the most votes have been chosen. Thank you all for commenting and voting. The votes for the events where Rudra would take part in the VR Olympics are still open. So keep polling your thoughts. The highest votes would be given priority selection. / Chapter 235 The Lantern Festival. In his house's living room, alongside his full family, were Naman, Naomi and Yua. Rudra was surprised to see them here. He was not expecting guests today. The moment Max saw Rudra, he ran up to him and hugged him saying, "Brother." Rudra smiled. He patted little Max's head. His heart melted at the hugs little Max gave him. So pure and without any ulterior motives. Everyone's eyes moved towards Rudra, who was looking handsome in a kimono. Rudra was not a native Japanese, hence his way of tying the kimono was a bit messy. But it was workable. Same went for Naman and Naomi, who had oddly tied kimonos. It was in stark contrast to Yua, who had dressed up perfectly. Being a native Japanese born and brought up in the country, she was very experienced. Naomi and Yua's eyes perked up when they saw Rudra. They were disappointed that he was still playing Omega, but decided it was a good chance to get closer to his family. Sue tried their best to flatter Mama Rajput. Mr. Rajput was polite, but he was an uncaring man. He was not easy to impress. However, Mama Rajput was different. She was so happy that Rudra had friends now, and how she was worried that he would grow up to be some kind of a socially awkward person. Yua and Naomi chatted a lot with Mama Rajput, and while Yua would sometimes tweak her answers in a way that they pleased Mama Rajput, Naomi answered them in all honesty. She was polite, but she would not unnecessarily flatter Mama Rajput. While Mama Rajput seemed simple on the outside, she was internally already evaluating the two girls from the moment they entered the house as Rudra's potential brides. Her internal bride meter was already compiling data of the two girls in her mind. So far her evaluation of Yua was as follows. Looks, 3.5/5. Nature, 3 of 5. Tactical understanding, 4 out of 5. Housework skills, /5. Other talents, /5. Initial evaluation, a rich kid brought up by a doting father. While she is polite and can be considered pretty, with her expensive taste, she is high maintenance. And her evaluation of Naomi was. Looks, 4.2/5. Nature, 3.5 of 5. Tactical understanding, 3 out of 5. Housework skills, /5. Other talents, /5. Initial evaluation, good-natured girl. Who is honest. More data needed before evaluation is made. She was just observing the two girls when Rudra entered the room, while others looked towards Rudra. Mama Rajput looked at the two girls to see their reaction. And just as she expected, both of them had their eyes twinkling when they saw Rudra, while Naomi blushed and shyly looked down. Yua smiled and looked Rudra in the eye. Mama Rajput added 2 new points to their personality traits. One was shy, the other was bold. And both liked her son. Rudra coughed a little. He was embarrassed to come out wearing such an odd kimono in front of everyone. He said, "Sorry, I'm not sure how to properly tie a kimono." Naman just shrugged his shoulders as to show, "I'm not much better, man." While Naomi covered her face in shame. Meanwhile Yua saw an opportunity and said, "Here, let me help you." She came up close to Rudra and started to redo his kimono. She pressed really close to Rudra and breathed roughly, the strawberry scent of her cologne entering Rudra's nose, causing him to blush. As Yua moved her fingers all over Rudra's robes to tie them correctly, Naomi felt uncomfortable looking at the duo, while Nitwit turned away to look somewhere else. Accidentally he looked Mr. Rajput in the eye, who was also trying to avoid looking at the duo. However, Mama Rajput was the one who was the most shocked by the situation. Her evaluation of Yua changed in an instant. She had horrible thoughts flash through her mind as she saw Rudra blushing so hard. The girl was too bold for her orthodox understanding, and she believed that her boy was too simple to resist her charms. That if this girl would marry into the Rajput house, she would definitely seduce his son away from her. Little by little she would become more important than herself in Rudra's life. Her new evaluation of Yua was absolute by ******. Shameless and dangerous. Stay away from my son. She could no longer let this shameless show go on. As she said, "Look at you, Rudra. Being a grown man. Needing someone else to dress you up. Do you feel no shame?" Rudra felt embarrassed. As he moved away from Yua, he did the remaining fitting himself, as the kimono now looked much better than before. Yua smiled at Mama Rajput as she said, "It's okay, Auntie. I'm happy to help." Mama Rajput smiled back, but she was thinking, "Of course you are, you little vixen." Meanwhile, Naomi was totally rooting for Mama Rajput now, as she was showering her with praises in her mind. Between all this, Max said, Brother, I want to eat cotton candy. Can we please go now?" Rudra looked at his brother, and then to the people in the room. He wanted to excuse himself, but before he could say anything, Naman said, "Actually, we were here to invite you to join us in touring the Lantern Festival. Sue, if you don't mind, let's all go together." To be honest, Rudra did like that suggestion. He would enjoy much more with everyone's company. But he did promise to take little Max out alone. Sui asked him for permission first. He said, "What do you say, Maxie? Do you want to go with brother's friends?" Max looked at Naman, then Yua, then Naomi. Then he hugged Rudra's thighs as he said, "Brother's friends are pretty." Rudra laughed. He took that as a yes as he lifted little Max up. "Oof. Heavy. You have gotten heavy." Max chuckled. He loved when his brother carried him around. It had been a long time since his brother took him out, and he was very excited to go out with him today. So the gang set out from Rudra's house towards the street where the Lantern Festival was being held. Naman was all chill as he tried to entertain little Max. Naomi and Yua followed behind silently, although no words were exchanged. Any girl seeing the situation could have sensed the tension between the two. Sparks were flying everywhere. Today was going to be a contest. A contest for the guild leader's attention. / chapter 6 for today. It's 4 a.m. And hence I'll keep things till here. I did try my best today, guys, to give you all as many chapters as I could. Hope you guys enjoyed. And thank you for all the support. / Chapter 236, The Lantern Festival 2. The five of them went onto the street in the upside, where the festival was ongoing. Rudra was surprised to see so many people there. It seemed like half the upside was present on the festival street today. Rudra could see many familiar faces from the guild. He spotted Bo and Skyla. Apparently they were roaming with Vice Guild Master Karna. Karna also spotted Rudra and gave him a big grin, and made a yo sign with his hand. Rudra first looked towards little Max, to check if he could see what he was about to do next. But little Max's attention was apparently caught up in the nearby ice cream store. Assured that he would not learn bad habits from him, Rudra looked at Karna and gave him the middle finger with a smile. Karna bursted out laughing, and so did Rudra. They both needed no words to be exchanged to show how understanding they were of each other. Rudra then pointed towards little Max and rubbed his hair. Karna understood that he was out with his little brother, and made an okay sign, to show that it was okay for him to carry on with his business. Rudra nodded, and moved on. On his way, however, many guild, and even non-guild members stopped to greet him upon seeing him. Rudra was a well-known figure in the upside now. Everyone knew he was close with Ethan Gray, and the guild master of the guild that was the overlord of Purple Haze City. This was both gratifying and troublesome for Rudra. He loved the attention. However, not when he was out with Maxie. There he just wanted time with his brother. However, Max loved the respect his brother was getting. As he would say, "My brother," and hide behind Rudra's legs, as someone would come and greet him. After a while, Max said, "Big brother, you are famous. Like a king." Rudra chuckled. He wanted to deny the claims his brother made, but Yua cut in. She said, "Yes, your brother is a king. He rules over a city, you know." Max looked at Rudra with gleaming eyes when he heard this. He said, "Brother, I want to go to your kingdom. I will eat lots of ice cream there, and Noon will scold me as my brother will be king." Naomi and Yua together said, "Aw." The girls had already melted for the little guy's cute charms, and he was getting more and more adorable by the minute. Yua could not handle the overload of cuteness, as she bent down and pulled little Max's cheeks. Max was annoyed by this. Nobody can touch his damn cheeks. Hence, he made his best looking mean look, and stared at Yua. However, he looked like a harmless puppy. He did not deter Yua at all. After a few seconds though, he could not take it, as he complained to Rudra with a teary eye. "Brother, the big bad auntie is bullying me." Naman, Naomi, Yua. Hey, auntie! Rudra picked Max back up, and gave a death glare to Yua. Nobody made little Max cry. If someone did, they would face the wrath of his brother. Yua felt wrong, as she wanted to explain herself to Rudra. However, seeing the cold look on Rudra's face as he consoled Max, no words came out from her mouth. Naomi could barely control her laughter though, as she let out a little giggle. Yua glared at Naomi, who gave her a smug look. This was why kids were so dangerous. Because they were so innocent. They could end people's careers in seconds. And Max calling you auntie was one such career-ending moment. Naomi was on cloud 9. The look on Yua's face when she was called Big Bad Auntie was priceless. She wished she had this moment recorded on camera. It would be funny even 20 years from now. River wanted no more nuisance. He decided to part ways with everyone and weak a mask. He went and bought 2 traditional masks from a nearby stall, and put one on himself and one on little Max. He then said, "Guys, I think I want to spend some alone time with Max. I have to get him to eat cotton candy. I'll see you all later." Naman was cool with it. Suhi nodded, while Naomi and Yua were sad that he was going away. Naomi glared at Yua, who ruined her time with Rudra, while Yua did not back off and glared right back. If there was ever a chance of the two becoming friends, it was destroyed now. They both knew that they hated each other's guts and liked Rudra. The enmity was set in stone. Rudra took Max to the cotton candy store and bought him a giant mixed pink and blue candy. Max happily ate his candy as he was having a great time. He then looked at Rudra and said, "Brother, the blue candy is so much better than the pink candy. Betty is stupid. She likes pink candy more than blue candy." Rudra was intrigued. He asked, "Oh, I agree. Blue candy is the best. But who is Betty?" Max, eating his candy, said, "Betty is my girlfriend. I will marry her when I grow up." Rudra was stunned for a moment, as dark thoughts entered his brain. But then he remembered that Max was a long way out from puberty, and his tools were as good as useless for now. He sighed in relief and said, "How did she become your girlfriend?" Max looked at Rudra and said, "In school. She gives me grapes for lunch." Rudra bursted laughing at the reply. His little brother was so easy to please. Just give him anything sweet, and he will shower you with love. Sometimes he was worried. If a kidnapper offered Max a box of chocolates, he would probably abandon everything and live with them. However, when he realized that little Max was getting more action than he did, his mood sunk. Even 8-year-olds have girlfriends now. Sigh. When will I have a girlfriend? Rudra thought. Finally, after eating cotton candy, it was time for the main event of the Lantern Festival. Writing a wish on a paper lantern and letting it fly. Rudra took Max to the lantern stall. And to his surprise, everyone was there. Johnny, Yum, Karna, Bo, Skyla, Naomi, Naman, Yua, Fatty Kalash, and even Ethan Gray. Looking at the lineup, Rudra felt like he was back in a guild meeting. He grinned. All of them were family. Everyone started to write their wishes on a piece of paper and tying it to the lantern. Johnny wrote, "Bless flat women with more bust." Yum wrote, "I want to break my virgin status this year." Karna wrote, "I wish that my guild keeps soaring to new heights." Bo wrote, "I wish to be like Sir Johnny." Skyla wrote, "I wish that the blockhead Leo Crispy understands my crush on him." Naomi wrote, "I wish." Naman wrote, "I wish to level up faster." Yua wrote, "I wish the bit *** Naomi has a miserable year ahead." Fatty Kalash wrote, "Legendary hammer for forging." While Ethan Gray wrote, "Stupid fate. I am the master of my own destiny. You can go F *** yourself." Rudra wrote, 3 gold medals and ruby. While little Max made a drawing of a big lollipop. Everyone tied their wishes to their lanterns and let it fly. Everyone except Naomi's flew away. For some reason, her just landed back down. And the candle inside got extinguished. It fell right beside little Max, who opened the letter inside. Naomi panicked. This was bad. She wrote embarrassing things in there. Max opened the letter and started to read in a mechanical manner. I wish. Guild leader, happiness. I hope. He lick. Naomi rushed up to Max and put her hand on his mouth. As she refused to let him speak a single word more. Her face was as red as a tomato at this point. This was too embarrassing. Everyone gave knowing glances to her. The smart ones, Skyla, Bo, Yua, Fatty Kalash and Ethan understood what was going on. Whereas the blockheads Naman, Karna and Rudra were clueless. Rudra reprimanded Max. "Max, if you read someone's wishes, they won't come true. That's bad." Max looked at Naomi and said, "I'm sorry, big sister." Rudra looked at Naomi with a smile. He said, "Thank you for the well wishes. I hope you get all the happiness you want too." Naomi sighed in relief, while the smart one sighed at Rudra's stupidity. Seems like the secret stayed a secret for now. // Guys, the golden ticket department has slowed down. We are slipping through the ranks. Let's pick up the pace, you all. Shout out to KingSpy25 and Mitchell Harris for the 1,000 coin gifts. Thank you for appreciating my efforts. I put yesterday /////. Chapter 237 Japan Selections. A lot of deliberation had been put into what method is to be used for the Japan national team selections. The hype surrounding the VR Olympics was real. It was the most anticipated event in the history of esports, and every single player who played Omega, with a bit of professionalism in mind, wanted to get a spot for the event. The government had already compiled a list of the most outstanding players in the country. People who had to be given special attention. And almost the entire True Elites Guild made the list. It was natural considering the fact that the elites were a best of the best unit. A heated discussion took place as to how to make the choice about which player plays what event. But after a lot of deliberation, it was decided that the government would let the players choose which games they would take part in. The government gave a 3+2 option for players to try in for the tryouts. They gave an extra option to make sure that the players attempted every event that they thought they had the best shot of winning it. The government put the participation of the tournament as open for all, and open online registrations for all those that wanted to take part in the event. How it worked was that interested players were required to fill an online form about their in-game name and events they wanted to take part in. And when the selections for that event would start, they would get an invite in-game to join the event. However, special players that were on the government list, like Rudra, Karna and almost all the elites, did not have to go through this process. They were directly sent government mail forms to only select events of choice. It was mandatory for them to attend the selections. Rudra did not mind this one bit. He chose his 3 individual events as 1v1 fighting, Beat the Clock Challenge, and Cliff Fighting. For team events, he chose Capture the Flag and National Battleground. The selection was in 2 days' time, and the final decision for selection remained in the hands of the government. The selection would feature players from both light and dark factions, and it would be the first time ever that the 2 factions would face off. Rudra was pumped for this. In his previous life, he had never been good enough to participate in the VR Olympics. And during his gaming experience, the light and dark faction players never mixed up in the actual game. Hence he never had the chance to fight one. Although there were no inherently stronger factions, whether it be light or dark, the skill sets both possessed were way different. For example, the exact opposite class of Rudra's Knight was the Dark Knight. While the Dark Knight had the same normal skills, the class-specific skills were totally different. And the evaluation criteria for tier promotion was totally different. If a Dark Knight was given the mission of eradicating a bandit camp, the best way to go with it would be to slaughter the entire camp. The difference between Dark Knights and Knights was that Dark Knights only cared about the results, while Knights cared about the journey taken to get the results. One skill that Rudra was aware of for the Dark Knight class was absolute defense. It would reduce the incoming damage of attack by 99%, saving the user from a sure kill strike. It was not better than full counter, but it was a different reward offered for a SSS rating. Apart from the Dark Knight class, there was also the Necromancers, the Blood Mage, the Zombie Mancer, the Dark Paladin, the Dark Barbarian, and many more classes. Note, there is no Dark Mage/Wizard class, Healer, Priest class. Rudra was pumped to maybe be in a team with a Necromancer and a Zombie Mancer, as he took on the team events. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Japan's top player was a Necromancer. He single-handedly won a silver medal putting up a stand against 5 teams. If only he had more capable team members, he could have won it. Rudra wondered if he would be there in the selections this time around too. Meanwhile, real world. The upside? Ethan Gray's office. The secretary read a report to Ethan Gray. Sir, Ambani has started to use force. Yesterday, 7 of our factories were stormed by military forces and burnt to the ground. We lost about $700 million per factory, for $0.9 billion total. The sales stores of our endorsed products have been set on fire. There is a general panic that makes the consumer scared of purchasing our products, in fear of government retaliation. Many of our goods are seized by the government for quality check purposes. Ethan listened to the report calmly. Ambani had played a master move. Before the results of the VR Olympics came out, there was no reprimand for his actions. He could strategically cut the limbs of Gray International's business in Pakistan. Winning the veto rights had become even more important for Ethan Gray now, as once Japan got a veto, he could start retaliating back without concern. He had faith in Rudra. However, in the VR Olympics, assuming Rudra did indeed bring home 3 gold medals, it was still not enough for Japan to get veto rights. The Olympics won't be a one-man show, and many people needed to rise to the occasion for the country to succeed. It was because of this reason that he wanted to speed up the building process of the academy Rudra requested for. He wanted Rudra to nurture more players that could bring glory to the nation. Because at the end of the day, if Japan prospered, so would he. And if Japan fell down, so would he. He was the principal driver of the economy, and his company was tied to the roots with the country. Ethan had a lot of meetings with Rudra lately, and he was concerned as although Japan had won 5 silvers in Rudra's previous life, there was only a single gold medal for the country. It was not a top 5 nation. Although bringing Rudra and the true elites in from various parts of the world changed that dynamic. Japan's spot in top 5 was far from set in stone. However, Rudra was optimistic about the chances, and that gave Ethan some confidence as well. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone. Guys, because of the low income the last few days, I have decided to start a new bonus system. For every magic castle the book gets, I will release 1 bonus chapter. And for every spacecraft I will give 2. If you want bonus chapters, do support the book with gifts and I will gift back with bonuses. / Chapter 238. The selection begins. Inside the virtual world. Purple Haze City. The True Elites Guild Hall. Rudra had called for a full house attendance for today's meeting. He wanted to address the guild before the coming selections for Japan. Rudra looked across the room, as he could feel the excitement in the air. Today was supposed to be the Japanese selections, and every elite wanted to get a spot in the national team. Many elites were not native Japanese, and had migrated with Rudra's invitation. Hence they did not care about the national cause, but wanted to fight in the VR Olympics for personal glory. It was because of this mentality that Rudra wanted to address the crowd today. Rudra said, "Well, the VR Olympics is coming in December, and I am happy to see enthusiasm in the guild members for the event. The world will be watching every event closely, and it is a chance for those with ambitions to shine. Unlike other guilds which have members from all around the world, we are all Japanese nationals now. I know that most of us hail from different parts of the world and Japan is not our home country. I myself am an immigrant here. Hence, I understand the sentiment. With nationalism out of the picture, many of you may feel like competing for personal motives in the competition. Well, I won't say that it's right or wrong, but here is what I have to say. Yes, since every one of us elites are from the same country, in the national selections, we may end up competing against each other for the same spot. I want to make one thing clear, that any tension that arises because of lost position in the VR Olympics between guild members will not be tolerated. We are a family here, and the selections are fair. Those who earn a spot are not superior to you. They just perform better and earn their spots. We are all a family, and will cheer on the winners and motivate the losers. Everyone is equal in the guild. You win 1 bronze, or 3 golds. Your treatment in the guild will remain the same. Is that clear? Yes. Guild Master. A loud response came from the crowd. Rudra was relieved. He did not want the harmony of the guild to be broken because of petty things. He then continued, "It's no secret at this point. Ethan Gray has a 30% stake in the guild. He is a strategic partner and a native Japanese. From making the elite tower, to providing us all with great housing and living conditions in the upside. From funding the guild when it lacked funding, to helping us fend off the wolves in the real world. He has done a lot for us. Also, Japan has been very hospitable to us. I think we can all agree on that. We are indebted to Ethan Gray, and we are indebted to Japan. And we the elites are not someone who do not know how to appreciate a favor. I say we do fight for ourselves and bring ourselves glory. But remember the nation you represent, and also fight for its glory." Everyone felt this. Indeed, the upside had been very kind to them. And so had Ethan Gray. They needed to pay his favors back somehow. And winning some medals for the nation was the best way. Rudra continued, "I say, how will that look? If every single participating elite walks out with a medal, how will the world see us then? Do we have what it takes to make a global impression? Do we have talents that can compete on the global stage and still stand proud that yes, we are the best of the best? I want to find that out. So show me everyone. Show me that my guild members are the true elites. Not only in Purple Haze City, not only in Japan, not only in Asia, but the goddamn world. Today's selections, the elites take all the spots. One for all for one. Go elites go. One for all for one. Go elites go." Came a thunderous reply from the crowd. Everyone had goosebumps when they thought about the idea. One guild monopolizes the world stage. Could they become that guild? Rudra then looked at the elders in the guild and led them to a private conference room. He looked at them and said, "Guys, you are the ones I count on the most. Bring glory to the guild. The more medals you all win, the more benefits the guild will get. Fatty win the bloody blacksmithing competition. Neatwit. Karna, you both are exceptional fighters. I don't know what events you chose, but you guys have to perform. If we chose the same team events, then we will work together and show the nation what the elites are made of. Sir Johnny, I don't know what you guys wish to choose, but I also expect medals from both of you. From every single person in this room. I expect medals. Show me that I have the best players in the world. Rudra wanted to tell them that every individual medal winner would get prizes, but could not, as it was not yet revealed to the public. Bronze medal equals choice of any dark gold material / forging design / skill book from a choice of 1,000 item catalog. Silver medal equals choice of any epic material / forging design / skill book from a choice of 1,000 item catalog. Gold medal equals semi-legendary material / forging design / skill book from a choice of 100 item catalog. Or, you could trade 3 gold medals for 1 legendary item / forging design / skill book from a choice of 10 listed items. For every medal the guild members won, their individual strength would soar. For every key forging design they brought back with them, they would contribute massively to the strength of the guild. The guild right now would be completely different from the guild that would be 2 months from now. The VR Olympics was a stage where a player would truly mature and grow. The training behind each event and the subsequent rewards would widen the gap between the truly strong and the strong. And Rudra wished to make the most of this chance. Only 2 hours were left until the invite came, and Rudra planned to spend it with Ruby, as today was her last day in the guild. Legolas and the elves were set to move back to Elven Kingdom, as their assignment was over and Ruby would go back with them. Rudra had been very busy with becoming the mayor, the tier promotion, and the upcoming VR Olympics, and hardly spent much time with Ruby. Even today he regretfully had only 2 hours to be with her, before the summon for the national selections came. The more that Rudra thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a stage in his career where his work was his worship, and he did not have time for a fruitful relationship. Even if he had chosen to get engaged to Ruby, he could not have truly cherished her company. Maybe his decision had been for the best. Maybe later down the line, he would truly be able to win her heart and spend quality time with her. That would be the time when he was already the king and a tier 4. Maybe then, he would be worthy of her. Thinking about all this, he knocked on her quarters door. A maid opened the door and beamed upon seeing Rudra. She welcomed him to the room. Rudra stepped in and saw Ruby smiling at him. However, a tear was there in her eye. Rudra could not understand. Was she happy or was she sad? Ruby said, "I'm glad you came. There is something I wish to talk to you about." Rudra was all ears as he looked at her with full attention. // New week, same old targets for getting bonuses. Last week was an 18 chapter week. You guys got 7 golden ticket bonuses and 4 power stone bonuses. Good job. The bonus system remains as 100 golden tickets equals 1 bonus chapter. 1200 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 1 magic castle equals 1 bonus chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 bonus chapters. Big shout out to Jack Smith for the 1000 coin gift. Thank you so much for the patronage, brother. // Chapter 239, A Confession. Rudra attentively sat across from Ruby, while the maids that usually accompanied her silently left the room. Ruby said, "I do not know how to express what I feel. I have never felt this way in my life. But the days I have spent here in Purple Haze, amongst the elites, have been a much-needed breath of fresh air in my life." Rudra was shocked to hear this. Ruby was the princess of the Elven Kingdom. She had 5 attendants waiting on her every day. If anyone in the world was supposed to have a perfect life, it was her. Ruby continued, "While it's true that, in the Elven Kingdom, I am a beloved daughter and a spoiled princess, everything there comes at the cost of me being the perfect daughter and perfect princess too. Whether it is social gatherings or informal dinners with my father, I have to always be impeccably well-mannered as to not disgrace the Elven name. Never allowed to leave the Elven Kingdom. Never allowed to explore. I was nothing different from a caged bird. Until you came and changed everything." Rudra was heartbroken to hear all this, and also confused. What did he change? "You saved me from my impending death, from my maniacal brother, and I could not even properly express my gratitude to you before you left Elven Kingdom. For the first time in my life, I demanded that I be allowed to go to Purple Haze City to express my gratitude in person to you. I rebelled against my father and compelled him to agree. Only because of the trauma he thought I was facing with my fake brother dying. He agreed to me having a change of location for a while to get a breather, sending me with his best Elven commander Legolas and 10,000 men as escorts. I was finally allowed to leave Elven Kingdom for the first time in my life. Ruby wiped the tear from her face and smiled. She continued, for the first time did I see the flora and fauna of the real world outside the Elven Forest. Although the plants here are not as green as in the Elven Forest, and the vegetation and animals are different, I enjoyed the change of scenery. I enjoyed the human settlement and the hospitality of your guild members. As an elf, I grew up prejudiced against humans. I saw them as a greedy race who could do anything for their own benefits. Yet, coming to this guild, I felt more comfortable than I felt at home. Ridra was speechless by this point. He was just dumbly staring at Ruby, who continued her monologue. She said, then there was you. You made me feel things I have never felt before. When I'm with you, I feel safe and happy. When I'm not with you, I feel like I want to be with you. The way you sometimes look at me, the way you are looking at me right now, makes me feel like I'm the most precious gem in the world. And when you're not looking at me and are with some other girl, I feel like my insides are on fire. The guild you created, the atmosphere you have here, showed me what kind of a man you are. Your work is your wife, and I know nobody will ever be as important as your guild for you. Hence, I will never try take its place. However, your silliness, your personality, the sense of calm that you bring, everything makes me feel a certain way towards you. I'm not dumb. I know that friendship doesn't feel this way. It is something more, and it is something special. I don't know if you feel the same way or not, but I do know that leaving this city and leaving you is going to be hard for me. I'll miss you. Ruby said everything she wanted to say. She was panting at this point, her breathing ragged, as she looked Ridra right in the eye, waiting for his response. Ridra was thick-skulled and probably dumb-witted when it came to women, but he was not dumb enough to let this chance go. He looked at the flushed face of Princess Ruby and her soft tender lips that parted with a slight gap as she breathed heavily. Ridra's instinct screamed for him to kiss her. He was nervous. He was afraid. But he knew he wanted this. He said nothing and just looked Ruby in the eyes as he inched closer towards her. Slowly he placed both his hands on her face and came extremely close. Ruby understood what Ridra's intentions were as she closed her eyes, surrendering control to Ridra. Ridra did not hesitate any longer. He placed his lips on Ruby's and kissed her. It seemed like the world melted in the background as nothing mattered in that moment. That there was only him and her. He kissed her slowly and gently at first, but soon it developed into a passionate kiss that lasted longer and longer, leaving both gaping for air at the end of it. Ridra moved away, panting, and looked at Ruby's face. She was as red as a tomato. But she met Ridra's gaze and bit her lip. Ridra felt like his mind would explode at this point. It was very hard to control himself any longer. But he did. He had a million things to tell Ruby. About how he felt. About how much he wanted her too. However, no words came out of his mouth. Men were not made to express emotions easily. Instead, they made commitments. With determination in his eyes, he said, I will come for you, when I'm worthy of you. Ruby looked delighted. She was happy that her feelings were not one-sided. That Ridra felt for her as well. But at the same time was perplexed at Ridra's choice of words. She said, You are the oracle and the benefactor of Vanaheim. You are more than worthy. Ridra put a finger on her lips and said, Trust me, I'm not. Not yet. But one day I will be. And that day I will come for you. So wait for me. Ruby looked into Ridra's eyes, and she could see his will and determination. She believed him, and she believed in his decision. She nodded and said, I'll be waiting for you. Ridra found a new purpose in life that day. A goal he must achieve. Not for the guild. Not for anyone else. But for himself. And a goal he would achieve for sure. / Team Ruby. This chapter's for you all. Hope you enjoy it / Chapter 240 Villain. Real world. The upside. Just after the Lantern Festival. One night ago. Ethan Grey-Told walked alongside Ridra to drop Max home. Later the two continued their walk, as Ethan needed to talk to Ridra about something important. Ethan looked at the moon and the floating lanterns in the sky and said, The national selections are tomorrow. How prepared do you feel? Ridra replied casually, I should be one of the strongest if not the strongest. Ethan nodded. He said, Tell me, do you know the real story behind Shikuni? Ridra was intrigued by the question. He said, Shikuni was the ultimate schemer. His tales were legendary in the day. Not a fighter, not a king. Yet he was the most feared man in any battlefield. His opponent was God Krishna himself. Although he was no match for the god. Amongst humans, he was the best. Ethan shrugged his shoulders and said, You know the story, but you don't understand the essence behind it. Shikuni was sharp and his schemes were deadly. Yet the strength of Shikuni came from the fact that his enemies feared him, and his allies believed in him. Even the simplest tactics when used by Shikuni became deadly, because the opponent did not believe that Shikuni could use a simple tactic and that there must be a hidden layer to it. Also, when the allies suffered losses, they believed that it would be fine as long as Shikuni was on the battlefield, as he must have a plan. Ethan stopped and looked at Rudra square in the eye and said, Shikuni was the spirit and backbone of the army. He was despicable. He used underhanded tactics. However, he was also feared and revered. Rudra was not getting where Ethan was going with this example, hence, he decided to go with the flow and said, well said. Ethan continued to walk and said, the question is, are you willing to shed the skin of Rudra Rajput and truly become Shikuni? Rudra stopped walking. He looked perplexed. What did Ethan mean? Ethan said, don't get me wrong. You are a great guy. And that's what I love about you. And why I trust you as well. You are strong but humble. Strategic, but not dirty. A winner, but not a desperate winner. It is true that you have surmounted insurmountable odds before, but that just makes you a hero. My question to you, Rudra Rajput, is, are you prepared to become the exact opposite of all these qualities and become a villain? Rudra was shocked. Ethan wanted him to become a villain. Why? He asked him. Why do you want me to become a villain? Ethan smiled and said, because in the real world, it's the villains that win at the end of the day. Spreading his arms and raising his volume, Ethan said, I am a villain, Rudra. Cold, merciless, and always keep my appearance strong wherever I go. The world knows that Ethan Gray is a hungry wolf. That's why the world believes in the stock of Ethan Gray. If I was a goody two-shoes, the world would have long chewed me up and spit me out. It is because I am strong and hungry for more power, hungry for more money, that the world fears me. You are strong, Rudra, but you don't have the appearance of being strong. Being the underdog is good, but the legends are never the underdogs, Rudra. The legends are the top dogs. Become a top dog. Become a villain? Show the appearance of being so damn strong that your opponents fear you and Japan believes in your stock. Why? Not because you need it. It's because we Japanese do. You know how Japan performed in the past life. And I know that failure is not an option for us. A lot more is riding on shoulders of you players than you can think. And we need a strong figure leading us at the top. Although the strong figure leading at the top is depicted as heroes in the fairy tales, in the real world it is the mega boss. The villain that is at the top. Undoubted strength. Unquestionable power. Unshakable position at the top. That's what I want from you. Show Japan that you, Rudra, are the top dog of this country, and that they can rely on you to bring them glory. Pave the way, and I know that others will follow. But to pave the way, to make the masses believe, you have to become the top dog, become the beacon of strength, and become feared. You, Rudra, need to become the villain. Arrogance should drip from every fiber of your being. Become narcissistic. Put money in your stock, and prove it with results. Then, and only then, can we win this event ending in top 5. Become the undeniable number 1 in Japan. And do it in style and arrogance. Like you did not even break sweat. As a brother, this is my one request from you. Rudra was shocked by Ethan Gray's words. It was not possible for him to just wake up one day and change his very demeanor. Yet he understood that what Ethan said made a lot of sense. He himself had fought 2 guild wars, one against Orange Rock and one against the Alliance. Although he came out victorious both times, and it was no fluke or luck that he did, the public sentiment was never on his side. Nobody believed that he would win. For him to bring a sense of calm and belief to everyone, he needed to become the top dog, the undeniable king of the mountain, Japan's number 1. Only then could his victory have meaning for the citizens. The underdog winning would always remain as an upset, while the top dog winning would always be considered as squash. Back inside the virtual world, present time, Rudra bid his farewell to Ruby. He had to explain that he had important things to do ahead. Hence, he would not be able to bid her farewell, and that this was his farewell to her. He expected Ruby to be disappointed in him. However, she was very understanding and happily hugged him goodbye. Rudra looked at the time. Only 1 minute remained before the Japanese selection invitation would arrive. Hence, not wanting to teleport out into thin air in front of Ruby, he decided to regretfully take his leave. His chest felt heavy, but his heart felt light as he left the room. He was over the moon that Ruby liked him, even if it was just infatuation. She had feelings that were more than friendship for him. And for Rudra, that meant the world. He had been mesmerized by Ruby from the moment his eyes landed on her. And over time her mannerism and personality became even more endearing to him. Now that he knew, she also had some affection for him. His resolve to someday be worthy enough of her hand became stronger by thousandfold. Rudra had blood pumping in his veins. He felt burning motivation inside. A spirit to prove himself. He needed the 3 gold medals. He needed the legendary artifact. He needed every help he could get to the summit that he wanted to reach. As hard work alone was not enough to reach it. // First of all, a big shout out to KingSpy25i for the 1000 coin gift. And to Cervantes91 for the 16,000 coin gift. Guys, this has come to me as a great relief. Now I can finally focus on writing quality content again without being pressed for money. Especially Cervantes91 for being the top supporter of the book. And always giving me timely assists to keep my motivation going. As promised, this is the first bonus chapter out of 3 earned through the patronage of Cervantes91. Thank you for the support. // Chapter 241 The Invitation. Rudra was just outside Ruby's room, in the dormitory corridor, when the invitation for the Japanese selection came. He looked around to check if anyone had eyes on him. And after confirming that he would not scare some NPC needlessly, he accepted the invite. Instantly Rudra was teleported into a massive open ground, amongst a sea of people. Everywhere he could see, there were only people. People and more people. Some wore guild robes, while some did not. Some were chatting continuously, while some calmly stood without interacting to anyone. There was a massive screen in the center of the open ground, on top of a small stage, where a number was being displayed. The last 3 digits were changing constantly, as it showed the number of players joined. Players joined, 20,000. 125. Over 20 million players had joined. Considering that Japan had a population of 140 million. This was about 1/7 of the total population gathered in one location. Amongst these millions of players, barely a few hundred would be selected for the national team. And those few would carry the hopes of the entire nation. If anyone was not intimidated up to this point, standing here, between these millions of players, they would surely realize the competition they were going to face ahead. That this was just Japan. The world stage awaited them at the VR Olympics. He remembered Ethan Gray's words that were told to him after the Lantern Festival. He had thought long and hard about it. And right now, amidst his burning motivation, he felt like what Ethan said was indeed correct. He needed to pick up the persona of the real Shikuni. Rudra was not an idiot to reveal all the cards he possessed in advance in the national selections. However, for the first time in his life, he felt like absolutely destroying his opposition in the national rounds. There were 2 main reasons for this. 1, he wanted to declare to the world that this is the strength of the guild master of the true elites. That they should think thrice before messing with someone like the elites. 2, he wanted to become the anchor and the beacon of hope for Japan. That every event he was in, the country could feel safe. That if Shikuni was playing there, that meant they would win. Just like the elites depended on him. He wanted Japan to feel secure with him out there too. It was a tremendous responsibility to take. However, Rudra was willing to shoulder it. There was nobody who could shoulder it in his past life for Japan. But Rudra knew the effect a charismatic leader had on a team's morale. If his achievements could shine, then his peers would be motivated and perform as well. And to create that impression, he needed to make a bold display of strength. He needed to be arrogant. And he needed to put money in his own stock. Was Rudra truly the best in the world? Was winning 3 golds even possible? Was he being just a moron to dream about the impossible? Maybe. However, he knew firsthand how hard the national selections would be. And the world stage would only be exponentially harder. Yet he still believed in himself. He knew he was not the best in the world. He knew he was not the most skilled. He was not the smartest. And he was not the strongest. However, he was Shikuni, the ultimate schemer. And even if there was a 0.01% chance of victory, he would snatch it. Rudra decided to make this change in his personality. Going forward, the soft and beloved guild master would only be seen in the guild, in the national selections, and the world stage. Only the cold, arrogant and ruthless, yet a strong player Shikuni would be seen. Closing his eyes, Rudra thought about what this stage meant to him, and shifted his mentality. He thought about Ethan Gray, his demeanor, his aura. He thought about Emperor Amon. About how when he saw the behemoth dragon and said, "Know your place, livestock." He thought about that arrogance. He thought about that aura, and little by little he shed his own aura and adopted that arrogant aura. He opened his eyes again. Now cold. He no longer felt intimidated by the massive crowd, but felt pissed at having to wait. He clicked his tongue and thought, get on with it. I have not got all day for this bull ********. Finally, after 21.4 million people had joined, The admin and chief selector of Japan finally took the stage. Murmurs could be heard all around the crowd. However, given the sheer size of the crowd, the murmurs became deafening noise. The selector could not be heard over the murmurs. But he had the power of system on his side. He asked Gaia to mute everyone in the crowd. In an instant, the massive crowd fell deathly silent, as not a single noise came out of anyone's mouth. The selector then said, "Sorry for muting you all, but the noise is just too much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Elian. But all of you will address me as Sir Elian. I am a retired 7-star general from the army, and I am sure many of you will already know me. The responsibility that the representatives of Japan carry is no small responsibility. For those who don't watch world news, let me reinform you. The seats in the Security Council of the UN are at stake at the VR Olympics. Quite literally, the safety of the nation is in your hands. Hence, I expect seriousness and dedication in the coming selections. If you are an immature child, or an old retard, get the hell out of my selection ground right now. Only the best of the best may represent Japan. Do I make myself clear? The government will not leave its top talents without support. For everyone that does get selected here today, the government will provide the top of the top line equipment and resources, best training facilities, and intelligence reports before your events. We will train you to become the best in the world. So all you have to do is try your best to be selected." That being said, although we did allow anyone willing to participate a shot at being selected, those below Tier 1, we have no time to nurture you. Sorry, but your journey ends here. System boot the Tier 0 players from the ground. Following that command, over 10 million players were booted out. Elian said, "Congratulations. You have all survived round 1. On to round 2. // bonus chapter 2 out of 3 for Cervantes 91. Thank you again for the gifts. // Chapter 242 make way." Elian said, "In the next round, we will do a simple basic compilation test, a short 1-kilometer sprint, and a basic strength test. Only top 100,000 will move on to the next stage. That, or if one of your events of choice is equestrian, then it will be a simple test of your pets. The test will be taken independently by the AI, and rankings will be given. The moment you choose to accept the invitation, you will be transported into the sprint track, followed by the power machine tester. Do your best." Everyone panicked inside. Out of over 10 million participants, only 100,000 will move on to the next stage? Isn't this elimination rate too terrifying? However, with everyone muted, nobody could utter a single word. Soon, the invitation arrived. System notification. Japanese preliminary selections round 2. Please choose your event. 1. Equestrian. 2. Any other event. 3. Both. Rebirth chose any other event option and was instantly transmitted to the racetrack. A countdown was displayed in front of him, which was still at 20. The AI that displayed the set of rules for the sprint. It read, 1. There will be no second chases, so run at your best speed. 2. Only run on the given path. And don't go out to the white line. If you cross the white line while running, you will be disqualified. 3. No movement techniques can be used, or you will be disqualified. The challenge starts in 20 seconds. Good luck. The timer started to tick, and Rudra came into his running action. Rudra's tummy felt funny. It felt like butterflies were flying inside them. The original Rudra would have admitted that he felt nervous. However, Shikuni just snorted and said, "Calm down, body. I got this. 19, 18, 17, 16. 3, 2, 1. Go!" Rudra bolted. He did not dare reserve his speed in this stage, as the cutoff was not clear, and went all out. His stats, along with his inherent golden ratio skill and tier 2 boost, was already top-notch, even rivaling the best thieves and assassins. Rudra covered the distance of 1 km in 27.4 seconds. He had already crossed the realm of normal humans once he stepped into tier 2. However, even he was shocked that he was about 3 times faster than the fastest human. Man, did that sprint feel good? Going all out was sure fun. Rudra enjoyed the sprint. However, he had no time to savor it at all, as the next challenge started immediately. The AI said, "Detecting. Player is from the night class. Preparing appropriate test." Although the second test was about testing strength, it would be different for different classes, as it was normal for barbarians to have more points invested in strength stat, and less in intelligence. However, the necromancer had nothing to do with strength stat, and would have heavily invested in intelligence. This did not mean that the necromancer was inferior to the barbarian player. Hence, everyone was judged comprehensively according to their class and strength. Even the result of the race A wizard could never beat an assassin's time in a 1-kilometer dash. However, the system calculates the result according to the class, and comprehensively selects the top 100,000 players. A punching and a kicking machine spawned in the room, and the rules were explained. Rebirth could not use any skills, and had to punch and kick the two machines with full power. Rebirth got into stance. He was no professional boxer, but he knew how to throw a punch, putting weight on his feet. He rotated his hips, and struck the machine at what he felt was the best angle to display his full strength. A count of 1,300-pound force was displayed. It was a deadly punch. The strongest human could throw a punch of about 410-pound force, and that person was an internal force expert. Again, Rebirth's strength surpassed a normal superhuman by 3 times. He was beyond strong at this point. Next was the kick force. Rebirth was unsure about kicking techniques. He rarely used kicks in his fights. He also knew nothing like kickboxing or taekwondo. Assuming a stance like he was kicking a football of a half volley, Rebirth slammed his right leg right into the heart of the machine. Bang! The machine shook a bit at impact. 5,000-pound force. His kick was 4 times stronger than his insanely strong punch. That too with a wrong technique. With a proper one, who knows what he could have done. System notification. Initial assessment complete. Returning to base. Rebirth was returned to the open ground, as one by one people started to teleport back and occupy the training field again. After 10 minutes, Elian came to the stage again, and said, "I thank everyone who came here today to take time to represent your country. However, I'm sorry to inform that many of you won't be able to make it. And I teleport those who did not make the cutoff out, please." Out of the 10 million, only 100,000 remained on the field after that announcement, as a majority of the masses had been teleported out. The once crowded ground now looked empty, as once packed people now looked scarce. Elian clapped, and the ground shrunk to a much smaller size. Elian looked at the crowd and said, "Congratulations. You are top 1% of the country. However, it's still not enough. Only the best amongst you, the top 1% of the top 1%, may represent this nation. Hence, before round 3, let's take a look at your comprehensive rankings." AI started displaying the list, and the top list went like 1. Player name. To be continued. / bonus chapter 3/3 for Cervantes 91. Big shout out to Wolfie and Arcanum Black for the 500 coin gifts. Thank you so much for the patronage. Guys, the golden tickets department and Power Stone department has slowed down. I implore you guys to pick up the pace. / Chapter 243 Shikuni Unchained. The position on leaderboards is like this. 1. Player name Shikuni. Rating 99/100. 2. Player name Nero. Rating 97/100. 3. Player name Karna. Rating 96 out of 100. 4. Player name Patch Mori. Rating 93 out of 100. 5. Player name King Spy. Rating 92/100. 6. Player name Susano. Rating 92/100. 7. Player name Jean Mori. Rating 92/100. 8. Player name Neatwood. Rating 92/100. 9. Player name Payne. Rating 91 out of 100. 10. Player name Raijin. Rating 90/100. 11. Player name SMG. Rating 89/100. 147. Player name Reaper's Dream. Rating 88/100. 148. Player name Wars. Rating 88/100. 149. Player name Nikki. Rating 88 out of 100. 150. Player name Alicia Melchiat. Rating 88 out of 100. 151. Player name Mitchell Harris. Rating 88/100. 152. Player name Josiah Templeton. Rating 88/100. 1504. Player name Conan. Rating 86/100. 1505. Player name Itachi. Rating 86/100. 1506. Player name Kisame. Rating 86 out of 100. 1507. Player name Sasori. Rating 86/100. 1508. Player name Deidara. Rating 86/100. 1509. Player name Kakuza. Rating 86/100. 1510. Player name Haydn. Rating 86/100. 1511. Player name Orochimaru. Rating 86/100. 1512. Player name Zetsu. Rating 86/100. 1513. Player name Mediv. Rating 85/100. 99999. Player name Yum. Rating 81/100. 100. 000. Player name Johnny English rating, 80/100. The ratings were out. And Rudra was number 1. There were actually 3 true elites amongst the top 10, while 1,800 elites in the top 100. 000. Rudra felt proud of his guild. This was the strength of the elites. However, what shocked him was that Sir Johnny was dead last. Any later, and he would have been eliminated. What was he thinking conserving his strength so much? What was more shocking to Rudra, however, was the appearance of Nero, Patch Mori and Jean Mori, Susanoo and Rai Jean. All dark faction players, with Patch and Jean being blood brothers, while King Spy and Pain being light faction players that he had a bit knowledge about from his previous life. He was sure that they were not from Hazelroot Kingdom, meaning they must be on a different region or maybe even a different continent. But his memory was hazy about as to where. Pain was the leader of a 10-man independent adventurer group called the Akatsuki, while King Spy was a solo player who was a leveling maniac like Neatwit, the second highest rated player. Nero was a necromancer, the one that single-handedly got a silver medal in a team event for Japan. His strength was formidable. If possible, Rudra wanted him on his team for the team event. While Patch Mori was a zombie-mancer, an incredibly talented one at that. While his brother Jean Mori was a dark barbarian. Jean was a specialist in 1v1 fights while Patch was the crowd control guy. Together the Mori brothers were unstoppable. The ones Rudra had absolutely no clue about were Susanoo and Rai Jean. He had no memory about them. But to be a top 10 player rated above SMG, they must be formidable. While the crowd was still muted, everyone in the nation saw the 99 rated name at the top of the card. Shikuni. Those who were even a little bit informed knew about the guild master of the true elites, who made news time and time again. However, they did not know how strong he was up till now. Seeing his evaluation, everyone was shocked. The fact was just enhanced with 2 other guild members being inside top 10 along with him. Just how strong was the guild true elites? Elian looked at the list and said, "Just 10 players with a rating of 90 or above. I'm disappointed. Well, at least we have a few players above 95 rating. AI unmute the top 10 in the list. As a reward for coming at the top, I will let you guys speak 1 sentence each." The AI unmuted top 10, and Rai Jean was given the speaking chance first. Rai Jean said, "Glory to Japan." Pain was next, and he said, "Proud to say that all 10 Akatsuki members are selected to represent the nation." One by one everyone said something or the other, until finally it was Rudra's turn. Rudra stood with his arms folded, the True Elite's guild robe draped over his shoulders as he clicked his tongue. "TCH, the stupid AI is obviously broken. How did I get only 99? Doesn't make any sense." Elian. The crowd. Each and every one of the 100,000 present just had one thought in mind: how arrogant. Meanwhile, the real world, in a secure bunker, the President Shinzo Abe was present alongside many other important officials and Ethan Gray, in a secure bunker, overlooking the selections. The moment Ethan saw Rudra's name at the top of the list, he smiled involuntarily. That's his little brother, all right. It was no secret that the elites were Ethan Gray's project at this point. Hence, when 3 members including the top performer was from his guild, many eyes looked towards him. Ethan said, "I have eye for talent." President Shinzo smiled and said nothing. These were just preliminary selections. But he was happy anyway that Ethan managed to immigrate these talented people to his country. When the speeches were being made one after another, the entire bunker was silent, observing the personality of each of the top performers. While all were proud, none of them was overbearing. Until Rudra's turn came, that is. From his demeanor, to his expression, to his posture, everything screamed superiority and arrogance. Even his statement, "How did I get just 99?" stunned the room into silence. A wide grin appeared on Ethan Gray's face though. He knew that Rudra had decided to take him up on his advice. Every eye in the room turned towards Ethan Gray, who shrugged it off like what he said was natural. When everyone thought about Ethan's personality, and then looked at Rudra's, they thought brothers indeed. After a moment, President Abe bursted laughing though, as he said, "What an interesting guy." The attention of the room turned towards Rudra Rajput, as the generals requested his personal file. Today would be the day that Japan etched him into its memory. // special shout out to Warsis, Niki and Reaper's Dream for the 1,000 coin gifts. // Chapter 240 for the undisputed number 1. Elian coughed, clearly embarrassed by Rudra's comments. He then said, "Well, it's good to see the spirits of the top performers. Now on to the next rounds. I hope you guys can perform well there." He continued, "The next stage of selections will last a long time, taking about 1 day for 3-4 events. In the coming 2 weeks, we will regularly hold events and selections. For today, the events Archers, Prison Escape, and 1v1 Fighting has been selected. Please choose the events you wish to take part in and press Select. Please note that you can only participate in 3 individual events and 2 team events for national selections total. So choose carefully. Rudra chose 1v1 Fighting. He had no interest in Prison Escape and Archery. It would just add to the burden. Because of the limited time, if one selected multiple events, then they would be transported randomly from arena to arena. After rounds and rounds of selections to perform, one could be cliff fighting for 1 round, and be in a first blood match in another. One could have just died inside Prison Escape event, or maybe even have just won the event, and immediately be transported to the second selection. Rudra did not want such nonsense. He was initially planning on taking part in all 5 national events. However, if any coincided, he would only choose the one he was going to go with finally. Choosing the 1v1 duel, he pressed select. He was immediately transported into a battle arena against a random opponent. The beauty of the AI was that while inside the real world only a limited number of people could fight simultaneously, inside the virtual world any number of players could fight simultaneously without any issues. Even if the entire 100,000 players chose to take part in the selections, only about 4 or 5 hours were needed to complete all matches. This was because in 50,000 battlefields, 50,000 battles could take place simultaneously with the winner going up after every victory. Rudra saw his first opponent, who was terrified after seeing that his opponent was guild leader Shikuni, the number 1 player. Rudra sighed. The opponent had no spine. This was going to be easy. Not saying a single word, Rudra charged in with Elven sword at hand. In the 1 second that the enemy blinked, Rudra had covered about 20 meters of distance between them. What incredible speed! The enemy was a tank, hence he raised his shield in defense. However, contrary to his expectations, the sword never made contact. Instead, a roundhouse kick landed squarely on his liver. Splat! The guy coughed as saliva came out of his mouth. He had lost his balance and battle posture. Bam! A sword pierced right through his neck. As he was defeated before he could even understand what was going on, a system notification came. Round 1 cleared in 9 seconds. Proceeding to round 2. 11.10. Rudra sighed and said, I hope round 2 at least gives me a warm-up. Meanwhile, inside the bunker in Japan, the moment Rudra said those words, the entire room looked helplessly at the man. While they were troubled by his attitude, a sense of calm began to spread in their heart. If he was truly that strong, he was a blessing for the country. Ethan looked on as he raised 2 thumbs up. Great going, he murmured. The room's focus was glued on Rudra, who went on to round 2 now. Meanwhile, inside the UK, the selections in the UK were not like in Japan. The government actually decided whom to let participate and whom not to. There was a general tryout, where one only had to send their entire stat details and achievements as a resume, and they would maybe be called for interview. However, the shocking development was that Edge Rothschild had been selected for 1v1, first blood match and battle, and as the captain of Capture the Flag team event. Seemed like he made his mark. The Rothschild family, initially scorning him for losing the management rights of Purple Haze, were silent now, as he managed to land crucial spots in the UK's team. Edge himself was immune to all this. His eyes only set on the bigger goal. The bigger advantage of what if he won 3 medals for the nation. Meanwhile in the USA, had approached a different way of selections. They only had a set of basic tests and drills, and selected the top 200,000 for further training camp. The top performers of this camp were then selected for various events. Adam was selected for 3 events with his extraordinary talent, as he competed in Cliff Battle, Equestrian and National Battleground. He posted a tweet on the forums after being selected saying, Brew, here to represent the nation. Check it. The homeboy ready to train. And get that gold. Let's go. The post had 17 likes. Adam was a semi-star in the region. Meanwhile in Pakistan, Mithun Ambani sat with a team of analysts, and they picked the best players from the country to directly form teams and start practicing. There was no selections at all. Meanwhile in China, the Chinese had adopted a similar approach to the Japanese for the selections. However, they had much higher player numbers. Hence their selections would last 3 weeks as opposed to Japan's 2. Meanwhile in India also had fair selections. But there was no basic selections. Everyone could compete in every event. And the AI would give the list of best capable players by analysis. Every nation was currently undergoing the selections, as everyone wanted to have maximum time to train their players with a stable team. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job everyone. This is a small notice to let you know that a massive upgrade to the current privilege tiers would come under effect from November 1st. The advanced chapter count will go up from 5 chapters to 15-20 chapters. / Chapter 245 Prison Escape Event. Ridra continued to dominate the 1v1 fights. He had won 63 matches in a row, with none going over 1 minute, and without losing a single point in HP. He had an absolutely stellar performance so far, and the officials in the bunker were speechless at the talent of the man. He went on to the top 8 without losing a single point in HP. They had goosebumps watching Ridra's performance. Although all 7 others were also great fighters, none was as stellar as Ridra. They could predict that even in the top 8, he would not face much difficulty. If there was anyone who could rival Ridra in the top 8, it was Jean Mori, the Dark Barbarian. His brute strength was terrifyingly high. Amongst the top 10 overall performers from the basic test, only Ridra and Jean Mori chose the 1v1 event. Karna, Nitwit, Nero, Patchmori, none of them chose to go for this event, although they could have become a formidable force if they did choose to fight. For Karna, the reason was as simple as he did not want to fight Ridra. He was not afraid to fight Ridra, just simply that he did not wish to fight his friend, while a small part in him also believed it would be very tough to win. For Nitwit, he had his eyes set on the tower clearing event, and his second choice was first blood match. Hence, he did not wish to compete in 1v1. For Nero and Patchmori, they were Necromancer and Zombiemancer class. Hence 1v1 was not their strength. Hence they decided to take a pass on the event. Quarterfinals of the 1v1 battle. National selections. Japan. Kakuzu stood waiting for his opponent. However, he was shocked to see that it was Shikuni himself. Kakuzu said, Well, what an honor to fight the number 1 seed in the initial rounds. Sorry, but your journey ends here. Ridra, who had just spawned, emotionlessly stood there, and for the first time drew out Excalibur alongside Elven's sword for dual wielding. He knew Kakuzu was strong, however had no wish to drag this at all. Ridra closed in the distance between him and Kakuzu. Kakuzu too, unlike most who would go on defensive, chose to fight back and run towards Ridra for a slash. Kakuzu's sword slash was a tad bit faster than Ridra, and hence he smiled at the trajectory it was going. It would be a critical hit on Ridra. However, something unexpected happened. The moment where his sword was supposed to hit the neck of his opponent, he vanished. His swing missed completely as he cut air, throwing him off balance. At the last possible second, Ridra had used Blink, and was now vertically above Kakuzu, as his sword came down in a single movement and slashed Kakuzu's neck instead. The elven sword went clean through his neck, as it was an armor-piercing critical strike. Kakuzu was killed in a single move. Within 9 seconds, Ridra had won the quarterfinals in an overwhelming fashion. The onlookers were completely stunned. Winning the earlier rounds was easy. However, winning the quarters within 10 showed that he was a mile apart from the others. Jean Mori took 7 minutes to win his quarterfinal match, and after both he and Ridra won the semifinals, as well, the two of them were chosen to qualify as representatives of Japan. Each country had choice to send 2 representatives for each event. Hence, there was no point in them both fighting. Ridra had secured a spot for himself in overwhelming fashion for the first event. Meanwhile, in the prison escape event, the prison escape event in the national selections was a much easier and mock layout. That was not the final layout for the World Games. However, SMG and Sir Johnny were both participating in the event. SMG was a trained assassin in the real world, and prison escape was a part of his training. Although no equipment was allowed in prison escape event, he managed to stifle a piece of wire in his mouth, and surprisingly it teleported with him inside his prison cell. With this wire, he carefully picked the prison's lock, and took out the first guard from behind his back using stealth. The prison escape event only had 24 hours, and if nobody escaped the prison, nobody got a medal. The rules were simple. The moment a guard sees you and shoots at you, you are dead. SMG had no idea about the prison layout, and had no time to figure it out. He decided that his best chances were to take out the guards stealthily, and slowly try to get out, while gathering more information. After he took out the patrolling guards in his dorm, he found a room named Guard Room, and he entered that room, while making no sound. Inside the guard room, there was a map of the prison. SMG carefully studied the map, making his escape plan. Meanwhile, Johnny was also inside a prison cell. However, unlike SMG, he was very much still inside the cell. Johnny thought, Huh? So this is the inside of a prison, eh? Thank God I'm not in one right now. With the things foredone, I'd probably be in solitary. He looked at the bars, and then tried to bend them with all his strength. Ag! He shouted as he tried to bend the bars. But it did not budge at all. Huffing and puffing, he said, "So sturdy." Meanwhile, a patrolling guard looked at his antics like, "Is this guy nuts?" When Johnny looked at the patrolling guard, his face turned red. He hurriedly said, "I'm not trying to fleece her, guard. Believe me, I'm innocent. For been wrongfully put in prison. I deserve my freedom." The guard had enough of his nonsense and said, "Shut up, or no bath for you today, prisoner 655D. Johnny looked offended. He said, "Sir, I have the freedom of speech. How dare you impede on my freedom? I will sue you in court." The guard walked away, disregarding Johnny's words. Johnny looked frustrated. He said, "Jaws of steel," and started biting the steel bars. Of course, to no effect. The two patrolling guards of the floor now both came in to enjoy the show, as the other inmates on the floor slowly slipped by one. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the bunker were absolutely dumbfounded seeing Johnny. Ethan Gray had his head buried in his hands. He was ashamed. He had talked so highly about Sir Johnny, and here he was making a fool of himself. Most generals gave Ethan a sneaky glance like, is this buffoon really the world's greatest mercenary, Johnny English? After a while, Johnny gave up and started reading a book inside his cell while playing with a tennis ball. At this point, SMG had already completed half the prison escape. He only needed 2 or 3 more hours to escape. / Today will be a 3-chapter day as bonus for golden tickets is due. Good job, everyone. Come join the Discord for detailed discussion on the coming VR Olympics event. Drop your suggestions there, and I might just pick them up in the actual event. Link in synopsis / Chapter 246, The Prison Escape 2. Johnny was still in the prison cell when a guard came and informed him that it was bath time. He had to put his hands on the wall and be allowed to get cuffed. Johnny complied with this and got cuffed. He then thought how he had never had a bath in Omega and how it could be a worthwhile experience. He got escorted to the bath and went to a cell-like shower. He took off his prison clothes and hung it on the wall where the hook for clothes is placed. Johnny started humming, peacefully taking a bath. As others were trying to escape the prison, the generals in the bunker were dumbfounded. Ethan could not bear to make contact with anyone at all. WTH was Johnny doing? Ethan thought that the moment the guard would come in the cell to cuff him, Johnny would try to take him out and run off. However, he let himself be cuffed and was now peacefully bathing. This was too much. Ethan sighed. He could not comprehend what Johnny was planning. Johnny could not be a fraud, as he was the world's greatest mercenary. He was the one who completed his mission to strike the oil field of Mbani, as well as assassination of France as president. However, his actions currently were more pathetic than a normal player with no experience. Ethan decided to just peacefully watch for a while. Meanwhile, SMG had 75% completed his escape. He had stealthily climbed a barbed fence laced with poison barbs at the top. He had took down over 17 guards unnoticed, and was at the lead in escaping. The next closest player was Conan, who was still trying to climb the barbed wall. Luckily, or by coincidence, the bath area of the prison was the closest for escaping. Only a single fence surrounded the area outside the bath and the outside. SNG could not take that route to escape through the bath, as the travel to the bath inside the prison was the most dangerous, laced with guards everywhere. The safest option was to go to the farthest side, climbing many obstacles and escaping through many corridors. Contrary to his hard work, Johnny was applying shampoo to his hair and soaking in the warm water, but some shampoo accidentally fell in his eyes. Johnny winced as his eyes burnt in pain. He said, "Okay, I hate prison." With his eyes closed, he then tried to grab the towel to wipe the shampoo off, but he accidentally grabbed the grills of the window. Johnny pulled it full force, and the grill just came out unhinged. Johnny was shocked. This was not the towel. He washed his eyes directly under the shower, and when he saw the situation again, that the grill was out and he could climb out of the small window now, he said, "Just like I planned." The entire room of generals and President Shinzo were stunned to silence. WTH was that? What just happened? How? Even Ethan was dumbfounded. Rudra's arrogance was one thing, but Johnny's actions were just incomprehensible. If he planned this from the start, then his genius was beyond belief. Everyone watched with careful eyes as they saw Johnny trying to climb outside the window. However, Johnny stopped halfway and came back inside, as he remembered that he was naked and needed to put his clothes back on. Luckily for him, a guard that was patrolling just past the area below the bath. The bath was at the first floor, and the fence was about 5 meters away from it. Johnny, now dressed, stood on the ledge of the bath, as he aimed to go directly past the ledge onto the outside. In his best jump, he barely made it over the fence, with his prison jumpsuit getting scratched by the barbed fence. The barbed fence was laced with a paralytic potion, hence one scratch would have left him paralyzed. However, now free, he ran away from the prison. At about 30 meters out, he got a notification. Congratulations on escaping the prison. Johnny was the first one out. The experts and generals in the bunker were stunned to silence as they started to recall the actions of Johnny. Then one man said, "I think I understood the brilliant plan of Johnny English. His seemingly erratic actions were actually a calculated genius." Everyone looked at him. His hands were trembling as he spoke. He first played the jester, trying to make a fool of himself, so that the guards dropped their vigilance around him. He also extracted the information about the fact that there would be a bath time later on. He then watched leisurely as the others ran like monkeys in the direction where the prison is the least guarded, hence the easiest to escape, while he leisurely let himself get arrested and went to the bath, the closest point to escaping the prison, led by the guards themselves. He then took a bath, because he had enough confidence in escaping at that point. His plan was 90% complete, and when he thought enough was enough, he pulled the old rails and made an opening. He wanted to escape immediately, but he noticed the paralytics on the barbed fence. He did not want to risk it. He had an idea about his exact jumping ability. Hence he went back in and wore his prison jacket. Only then did he jump, with the jacket being scratched by the paralytic, and escaped. While others were trying so hard, Johnny put in 1% their effort to get 100% the result. He is pure genius. A super spy. I now know why he is called the greatest mercenary. He is just so experienced. From the start, he had no worries. He knew he had this in the bag. It is us who did not understand his brilliance. With things put this way, everyone looked at the screen where Johnny sat elegantly in the lobby, and swallowed back some saliva. This guy was in a league of his own. They looked at Ethan Gray, who had a smug expression on his face like "I told you so." They were terrified at how many monsters he was hiding. First Rudra, now Johnny, and even SMG, the current second place, was a part of True Elites, the same guild. They looked at Ethan differently now. The trillionaire had an eye for talent. Him bringing all these guys in was a great help for Japan. After 1.5 hours, SMG finally also escaped the prison. He was shocked at first to see that Johnny was already there, as he waved at him. But then, knowing Sir Johnny, he thought it was natural. He asked, "How long have you been here?" Johnny replied calmly, "About 1.5 hours. SMG was shocked. He thought the time would be shorter. He knew Sir Johnny was good, but this was more than he expected. He had struggled a lot to escape the prison in 7 hours. He thought he would be the fastest, but Sir Johnny did it in 5.5. His horizons were broadened. The two were selected for representing Japan in the World Games. Chapter 247, Second Day of Selections. Second day of selection saw selections for blacksmithing, beat the clock, and cliff fighting events. Johnny and Fatty Kalash were going for blacksmithing. Rudra and Neetwit were going for beat the clock, while Karna went for cliff fighting. Everyone was shocked when Johnny decided to go for blacksmithing event, especially Rudra, who had been raining praises on him, and SMG for being selected in prison escape. He knew that Johnny's subclass was blacksmith. However, he did not know if he had any real talent. But he did not pay the matter much mind though, as he believed that it was just a third event that Johnny was casually trying. Little did he know that Johnny was the most serious about this event. Rudra and Neetwit were going for beat the clock challenge, and both were pumped for the event. Rudra and Neetwit made a pact to buy lunch if the other cleared more floors than the former. However, they both vowed to come number 1 and 2 and take the spots for Japan. This event was also a mock event. The floors and the monster levels will not be the same in the actual VR Olympics, and would be more difficult. However, that did not stop Rudra and Neetwit from absolutely mauling their way through the first 20 floors. Both of them had absolutely no chill, although for a 5-minute clock timer. After clearing it in 3 minutes, they could wait for a next minute, drink some potions, and restore stamina before going up. The two just kept climbing floors like it was piece of cake. Neetwit was an absolute machine in farming mobs, as it was his full-time job and only passion in the game. For the first 20 floors, he was even faster than Rudra by a full minute in time taken to clear. Only when the monsters crossed level 40 did he start slowing down, and Rudra caught up. Rudra started to show his massive stat advantage after floor 20, as when Neetwit slowed down and had to take his time to deal with the monsters. He with his stats was still a slaughter machine. At floor 25 he overtook Neetwit, and by floor 30 he had a 1-minute lead over the guy. The monsters got level 55 at floor 31, and now even Rudra had to be careful. The clock timer now showed 4 minutes time for each level. And it was more difficult than before. For the first time, after clearing the floor in 2 minutes 50 seconds, did Rebirth stop to drink a stamina potion. He was still at 90% HP. However, he still drank a basic HP potion. Before going up, Rebirth became more sensible in his fighting floor 32 onwards. As he started to clear the floors only 30 minutes before clear time, he could clear it faster if he wanted to. However, he understood that this competition was about lasting the longest and not about going the fastest. Hence, he went into energy saver mode. At floor number 40, Neatwit had once again caught up with Rebirth. However, contrary to Rebirth, who was conserving strength, he was still going at full pace. Farming mobs was a sort of addiction for him, and he was a machine deriving pleasure from slaughtering them. He was physically burning out, but mentally in an ecstasy. Monsters became level 65 at floor 41, and the time limit was shortened to 3.5 minutes. Rebirth really started to feel the pressure now, as he started to climb the floor with barely 10 seconds to spare. Neatwit was barely hanging on, clearing floor 42 and 43 with less than 3 seconds to spare. At floor 44, Neatwit missed the timer and was teleported outside. His current rank was 1. However, it changed to 2 within 3 seconds as Rebirth cleared floor 44. Neatwit, who was panting, saw the leaderboards and saw that nobody else crossed level 40, and that some were still struggling at level 32, while most between 32 and 44 had missed the clock. He looked proud, firstly for himself, and next for Rebirth, who was still climbing at floor 49. Rebirth was out of breath at floor 49. He summoned Durahal and used 10,000 cuts. He started to use his big moves now, as he barely cleared the floor. At floor 50, he was forced to use Thunder Blast and Darkness Blast as he climbed with 1 second to spare. At level 51, there were 5 level 75 orcs, weaponized and with armor. Rebirth looked at the timer, which now said 3 minutes, and cursed, not holding anything back. Rebirth used World Slash and everything else in his arsenal, but he still missed the clock as he was teleported out at level 50. He got a system notification congratulating him on his first place, as Neatwit was smiling waiting for him in the lobby. Rebirth looked at the leaderboards and saw that at level 44 he was second, beating level 40 at third place. Rebirth grinned and said, "Yes, dinner's on you." Neatwit high-fived Rebirth as they chatted leisurely, catching their breaths. The people inside Tactical Bunker were now clapping at the performance of the two elites, especially for Rebirth, who had obtained first place in back-to-back 2 events. He appeared as a strong medal contender. Again, praises were showered on Ethan Gray for finding talents like them. Ethan was very satisfied with Rebirth and Neatwit's performance. It got his blood pumping with motivation. He felt like he wanted to crush Mithun and Bonnie into dust today itself. He laughed the urge off. If everything went good and Japan did obtain the veto rights, then that day would not be too far out. Meanwhile, in the forging event, the materials for the forging event had been given out, and the candidates had 18 hours time to make the best creation out of the materials they were given. The criteria for judging would be based on first the quality of product, i.e. the tier bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, semi-legendary, legendary, etc. Even the most basic silver item would outrank the most useful bronze item. Only within same ranks was the usefulness evaluated. Fatty Kalash was doing brilliantly, as he tried to forge a hammer for forging. Meanwhile, Johnny was trying to forge an assassin's knife. It had only been 2 hours since the event started. Hence, it was still a long way out to the finish line. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Enjoy! I hope you guys keep the flow of tickets going. With only 3 days till the month ends, I hope we can end with as many tickets as we can manage. / Chapter 248 Selections Day 2. Not many knew that Johnny had learnt a forging technique as a reward of a hidden quest. That technique guaranteed to produce epic rated assassin's dagger item. For basic steel forging, Johnny could literally forge any number of times with steel and always come out with an epic rated assassin's dagger. Johnny could not forge a single item except steel, and he had no skills in forging any other item either. Luck was a major part of forging for a blacksmith, as various factors determined the success of forging in a VR setting. Although the blacksmiths did adjust the hit and hit the hammer and anvil on the products, they were basically following a set pattern of hits. The system showed them the exact spot to hit. However, the power put in a hit, and the precision was up to the forger. What Johnny did not know, however, was the fact that his trash luck was a charm for deterring the opposition in a forging event. The system classified everyone competing against him in the forging event as opponents, and his heavy negative stat affected their forging. The brittle parts would break, while sometimes impurities would show up inside metals, causing various disturbances lowering quality. Johnny was by no means the most talented blacksmith. However, with his trash luck rubbing on everyone, this was the perfect event for him to showcase his real worth. Tragedies kept occurring on table after table, as 60% of the blacksmiths could not even muster a product to keep for final evaluation. While forging a dark gold item at this stage of the game was beyond impressive, everyone knew that the world stage needed epic rated items or above to compete. At the end, the generals were deeply disappointed at the performance of the blacksmithing department. It was hard to watch as trash quality bronze and silver artifacts were put up for evaluation. The only saving grace of the event was Sir Johnny, who forged an epic rated item, and Fatty Kalash, who made a damaged epic item. The system luckily still evaluated his item as epic, and hence gave him the number 2 spot in overall evaluation. Johnny and Fatty Kalash had secured spots in the national team with this. All eyes again went towards Ethan Gray, who had a calm look on his face. The true elites were proving to become more and more unfathomable. Every event seemed to be dominated by them. It was just a guild of 3,000 members or so. However, it still had maximum representative spots in the national squad. Even those who did not get selected showed great potential from the guild. Tanks like Kola and Rhino, and wizards like Mediv, also performed spectacularly in their events. Meanwhile, inside the cliff fighting event, the Vice Guild Master of the Elites, Karna, was fighting his semi-finals match against the Dark Barbarian Jean Mori. The Dark Barbarian had some pretty cool skills, one of them being a smokescreen fog. He would spew smokescreen from his mouth and completely blind the opponent, then attack with a powerful blow out of nowhere. It was an excellent skill, especially for the cliff fighting event, where the objective was to send your opponent flying over the narrow platform. However, it was his misfortune to fight against Vice Guild Master Karna, who had mind's eyes. Seeing clearly in the fog, Karna was absolutely ready for Jin's attack. He carefully sidestepped, causing Jin to stumble a bit towards the cliff to regain balance, and finished him off with a powerful kick to the chest. Jin also could not see inside the dense fog, but one of his skills was sonar detection. Hence, he could accurately just point out where his opponent was inside the fog. However, he never expected that someone could maneuver in such a way while being inside the thick fog, as if they could see everything. Hence, when the kick landed on him, and he was sent flying, he had his eyes wide open in shock. He lost in the semi-finals to Karna, who went on to win the finals of the event as well. Along with him was another top 10, Pain, who had a weird gravity manipulation move that made him a perfect fit for the cliff fighting event. Karna narrowly scored a victory over Pain, and was in receptive of strength. Day 2 ended with yet another elite securing a spot at the national level, and the generals were left scratching their heads at the unexpected development. It seemed as if Ethan Gray's true elites was just a conglomeration of talent. Day 3, 4.56 passed next, and one after another selections for events were being held. Neatwit and Karna both secured a place in the first blood match, while SMG secured a spot in Triathlon alongside Skyla. Nero and Patch Mori got a spot in the event called Riot Control, where one was supposed to control riots in cities using lethal and non-lethal force. Their undead and zombies were the perfect fit for the job, as rioters were absolutely terrified of them, handling the riots as a one-man army. The two of them showed exceptional performance and qualified for the VR Olympics as Japan's representatives. Rudra closely watched that qualifier, as he got to see the glory of the Zombiemancer and Necromancer Dark classes first time on display. Their skill sets were stellar, and the more advanced zombies and undeads had skills of their own. Seeing those two fight, Rudra suddenly felt as if his own knight class maybe wasn't the best class in the game. Maybe he should have chosen a PvE class as well. However, he quickly dispelled those thoughts, as if he someday reached tier 4 with a SSS rating, he would become the legendary class player that could easily level cities. Rudra did not compete in any more singles events, and patiently waited for the last 2 days of the selections, where the team events would start. Chapter 249 Team Event Selection. In a very shocking move that Rudra never expected, a group of 50 people were invited privately by the government in the training arena. 1 hour before the group event selections began, Rudra looked around to see familiar faces like Johnny, Karna, Neatwit, Mediv, SMG, Kola from the guild. Naturally, the guild members banded together in the room around Rudra, as the true elites gave a cold vibe in the room. They were undoubtedly the strongest faction. However, the others present were also not weak at all. There was Nero, Patch Mori, Jean Mori, Pain, Raijin, King Spy, and others that were at least within top 200 in initial evaluation. The only exceptions being Yum and Johnny, Johnny was added for his stellar performance in Prison Escape event. And Yum was added because of his unique stat nature. Elian took the stage and said, although the selections for team events will be fair and everyone will be given a chance, the goal for the nation is to make the best team, and the best team needs to be made with the best players. We want you players to state your event of choice. And with your choices in mind, we wish that you accept any event assigned to you. We will give preference to your choice, however, if we need to, we will ask you to choose an event where we see that you can contribute maximum to the team and have the best chances to win medals. If we keep it open for all selection, the winner team will always be subpar than the what could be team. Hence we invited you prior to the event start as we wish to make the best teams for each event. What the general said made sense. If Rudra was to participate in a team event, he would naturally only go with the elites. However, players like Nero and King Spy could be valuable additions. For the country, indeed such teams would be better. A form was passed out next, where one had to fill their preferences about what events they wanted to participate in. In the preference order 1, 2, and 3, Rudra only wished to take part in National Battleground. Hence he wrote, National Battleground, in all 3 slots, and submitted the form. Elian frowned upon seeing his entry, but when his eyes met Rudra's, chills went down his spine. They were the eyes of an apex predator, not to be trifled with. Elian gulped down some saliva, and thinking that Rudra was the best player they had, he decided to let this slide. The other elites did ask Rudra for his opinion on what events to fill. Rudra's answer to everyone was simply to do as they pleased, except for Karna, to whom he asked to go for Capture the Flag. Karna was surprised. He wanted to go with Rudra and Neatwit in National Battleground. However, Rudra convinced him otherwise. Rudra said, you have excellent command skills. Become the leader in the event. Even if you don't win a medal, you will grow a lot as a leader. It is better for the guild. Karna looked at Rudra speechless. It was definitely outside his comfort zone. He would have been much happier fighting alongside Rudra. However, he also understood that the guild needed another leader except Rudra. If he could use the world stage to learn more about commanding and battle strategies, then it would be worth it. Deciding to face the challenge head-on, he wrote and Capture the Flag as his first option, followed by National Battleground, followed by Dodgeball. SMG chose to go for Dodgeball, followed by Baseball, as the speedy game suited him well. Johnny went for Capture the Flag, National Battleground, Dodgeball. Yum went for National Battleground, Capture the Flag, Rafting. Neatwit went for National Battleground, Capture the Flag and Rafting. And so everyone filled the forms in the next 5 minutes. Then the AI calculated the best player combinations for each event, taking the preference in mind, and the initial basic test results, and gave the final list of participants for each event. The list was like this. Event, Capture the Flag. Participants 10. Suggested list, Karna, Johnny English, Patchmori, Payne, Gene Mori, King Spy, Mediv, Cola, Mad Titan, Itachi. Event, National Battleground. Participants, 4. Suggested players, Shikuni, Neatwit, Nero, Yum. Event, Dodgeball. Participants, 5. Suggested players, SMG, Raijin, Sasori, Deidara, Setsu. Event, Rafting. Participants, 3. Suggested players. The suggested list of players was out for each event. Rudra looked at the National Battleground event, and his eyes locked with Nero the Necromancer. Nero looked calm, as he matched Rudra's gaze unfazed. After a while, he walked up and said, nice to meet you, and offered his hand to shake. Rudra let his hand hang for a moment, before decisively grabbing it, as he said, better not drag me down. Nero smirked in response. The 4 of them accepted the arrangement, and chose to go with the team. A similar scene happened with Karna's Capture the Flag event, and SMG's Dodgeball event. Everyone accepted the overall arrangements made by the government. With the teams completed, the general now open invited all the remaining participants, as he gave a mock speech about making the teams and registering them for the next team selections. Many approached the stronger players to make teams. However, they were disappointed to see that the stronger ones had already banded together to make teams. Rudra was the coldest of them all. When someone approached him to ask to team up, he would outright close his eyes and pretend to not hear them at all, or open his eyes and give them a sharp glare. The players were agitated by his behavior, and swore to kick him off his high horse in the event. To those threats Rudra would simply respond with a short, come, as he would give a vicious smile. The name Demon of Death Valley spread across the selection room, as people talked about the time he decimated the Orange Rock Guild as a newbie player, and how the demon was not to be provoked. with a tail attached to his name. His aura grew stronger. In the national games, everyone started to become wary of the name Shikuni, as an inferiority complex was rooted in their minds. They might not show it. They might not admit it. But everyone felt it in their bones. They could feel the aura around the king of the mountain, the #1 player in pre-selections, Shikuni of the elites. Within the next hour, everyone made the teams, and the selections for the team event officially started. It would be the last 2 days of the selections, with dodgeball, rafting and national battleground being today, and capture the flag and baseball being tomorrow. Rudra, Yum, Neatwit and Nero were transported to the spawn island, where they were given 10 apples, as they waited to board the plane before the event started. Rudra had played this popular mobile game when he was young. He was supposed to throw apples in the spawn island at random players for fun. Little did he know he would actually become a part of the game in actuality one day, dropping off from a plane and surviving till the end. He had no gear at all, and after being dropped on the island, gear was supposed to be looted, and the location for the drop was also to be decided. Taking a bite of the apple, Rudra opened the map for the event, as he planned on selecting a drop location. / bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Good job everyone / Chapter 250 National Battleground. The rules for National Battleground were simple. In an abandoned island, there would be small abandoned settlements all around the map. The players must drop using parachutes to any location on the map. The players would not have any equipment on them, and must loot equipment either from dead enemies or from within the abandoned settlements. There would be a save zone that would shrink every 2.5 minutes by a fixed percentage. And overall the entire game would at max go on for 1 hour, where the save zone will shrink to 0. For every consecutive shrink zone, the damage taken outside the zone would increase. And as no items were allowed in the game, healing items were also to be found and looted in the map. The event was not about just fighting and killing opponents. It was about strategy and survival. One could kill an opponent, or simply decide to conserve strength in the initial phase, and duke it out in the final phase. Rudra was a man with a target on his back. As in the airplane everyone was dissing him. He was the top dog, and the best player. Hence many called him out. They were the typical mobs that only knew how to bark. But when time came to back those words up, they were nowhere to be seen. Insults were shouted like, "Yo, Shikuni, guess who visited your home yesterday? If you are not a son of a *******, I dare you to jump to Village Z. It's an open challenge, guys. Come to Village F, and I will show you who's your daddy." To such players Rudra just calmly ignored them. However, to the one insulting his mom, he glared viciously at him. The guy was a sheep, and under the gaze of a dragon, he almost wet his pants. He immediately shut up. One by one, players started to jump off the plane along with their squads. And when the GPS showed that the drop location was 750 meters away, Rudra gave the squad to jump. Zap, 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 zap. For players jumped in rapid succession. And some idiot squad jumped right after them, as if giving them a chase. Rudra was not impressed by the fools. His location was the central largest village P. However, there were 1 squad of players exactly above them, and 3 other squads that were dropping at the exact same location. Nero told Rudra, "The place is too congested. We can still change trajectory. We will find equipment from small settlements. It's more important to survive." The generals watching the stream completely agreed with Nero's opinion. It was stupid to go to a village where 4 other squads were landing. However, Rudra was not impressed by the suggestion. He only increased the speed of the team's descent as he said, "Shikuni doesn't retreat. Shikuni makes others retreat." Nero was shocked by Rudra's arrogance. He felt a headache was in store because he had a mindless group leader. The parachutes opened 200 meters above ground, and the players were rapidly dropping. Rudra, however, pulled the strings of the parachute with full strength, and arched it more than it was, creating upthrust, slowing descent. Rudra rose to the height of the team following them. The players were definitely here for Rudra, as they threw dirty glances at the man. Rudra, however, gave them a very spooky smile as he said, "So you guys want to drop to the exact same location as us, and try fight us early on? Well, let me grant you your wish, and send you to the ground faster." Darkness Blast. Darkness Blast. A combo of 2 Darkness Blasts made a hole through 2 parachutes per each shot, making a hole in all 4 parachutes. The players began to rapidly descend with their parachutes being torn. At the rate they were falling, they knew they would absolutely not survive. Rudra only heard a, "Why you boss this taya?" Dot? From the falling men. before they got outside the range of earshot. The event was started the moment they exited the plane. And dropping alongside any team was a big no-no. Rudra only used such a method of dealing with them because he was sure they were novices. However, in the real VR Olympics, the top teams would never make such silly mistakes. 3 of the 4 instantly died upon impact, while the tank of the group, with the highest HP, survived badly with 15 HP. His body hurt. He probably had multiple bones broken. However, from his mouth the words coming out were, "Curse you! Damn Shaq!" Before he could even curse Rudra, Rudra landed on the ground by stomping on his head. 250. A 250 damage appeared on the player, and he died immediately. Rudra landed on the battlefield with 1 foot on the head of a dead player. Sunyam, Nero and Neatwit also landed, and saw Rudra's pose with a corpse's head below his foot. Nero awkwardly raised his eyebrows in shock, while Neatwit said, "Cool entrance." Yum just gave a double thumbs up to Rudra. Just upon landing, Rudra had killed 4 players and eliminated a squad. The team quickly started looting for supplies and stocking things in their limited inventory slots. The fight for Village P was far from being over, as 4 different squads survived in 4 corners of the settlement, bound to clash within next 10 minutes. Inside the safe zone, and with full numbers, Rudra's crew got to looting within Settlement P. Rudra found a useless silver-rated blade. However, without a lack of better option, he made it his main weapon. For armor, he had common bronze armor, and shin guards, and a silver helmet. He had no shoulder pads and no boots. He looked odd while being a half-dressed knight, but that was everything he could do at the moment. He would have definitely looted more, but he heard enemy footsteps. Someone was nearby. / bonus chapter for hitting golden ticket target. Good job everyone. /